Det viktigste med drifting, det er dekka. Det er eneste vi har som binder bilen til asfalten. Og akkurat som i all annen racing, så er dekka det som avgjør en seier eller en fiasko. Så da vi gikk til Canada i år, så var det etter flere år med undersøkelser, med tester, med en vurdering av ikke bare hvor Canada var da, men hvor de er på vei. Det har spilt seg ut ganske bra, kan du si, hittil i sesongen.
Check this out.
Okay.
I look good.
Okay. On the street and I got my swag on. Okay. Get the money, gotta get my bag on. Okay. Triple back.
King of legacy, too ruthless, too transcend.
Diving to me it's like a sense of freedom. Nobody forces me, nobody pushing me. I choose to do it.
My grandfather would refer to it as like the last place that God made it. As far west as you can go in the country. The last sunset in Europe in the millennium was over Jersey Island, you know. What better view can you ask for?
Go, 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 go!
Det viktigste med drifting, det dekka. Det eneste.
And welcome back here before we kick off into battle action for round 3 of the Irish Drift Series 2026. We have some very special prizes we're going to give out to you. If this is your first round with us here this year, you may not know what's going on, but I've got 3 squishy balls in my hand, as wrong as that sounds, and so does Rad, and these have very special prizes on them. We've got 3 passenger spins to give away, as well as 3 unique IDS merch, t-shirts, or jumpers of your choice. Maybe it's just t-shirt, I'm unsure. You'll see when you go down to the beautiful Sinead down the IDS tent though. But we're only going to give these out if we see a bit of atmosphere around the place. We're about to get into battle action, so we want to get this place lifting. We want to see everyone feeling electric before our top 32 drivers come down here and give it their all for the battle action of round 3 2026. Rad, where do you think can we go first to give out these? They don't sound too enthusiastic. Lads, you're going to have to make a bit more noise than that now. Come on.
These balls are very squishy. You should be excited to get your hands on them.
It's a family show, Rad.
Sorry. Yeah. So who wants one? Who's going to make the most noise? Right. I'm just going to wing it and see what happens.
That throw looked a little bit biased. Went straight into his hands. Straight into his hands.
What age are you? What age are you? 14. We might have to swap you out for a t-shirt now. That was a very good catch, but I'm not too sure about the T's and C's on the passenger or under 18. My apologies.
We'll have to get one of the people up in the tower to confirm with us. Kieran, can you hear us? Is the age 16 for passenger spins today? They look almost as confused as we do.
You have something here to give.
Yeah, so 16, unfortunately, yeah, 16 there, Rad.
I'm going to swap you for the t-shirt. Very sorry about that. Hold on.
Right, so when you're switching that one out, everyone over here seems to be kind of clung together. Do you want to win a passenger spin, a pro drift car? There's one person over here looking very determined, so. Right, so let me find a passenger spin for you. Will I throw it here or will I throw it over here? Lads, liven up a bit, come on. Will I throw it over here or will I throw it over here? They're sounding a bit louder over here now once I got them going. Sorry about that now, lads. Your man went absolutely running after that one. Right, so we'll start picking things up. There's another side to the track as well. Does anybody over here want to get an opportunity to sit in a passenger seat of a pro-level drift car?
Clearly not.
Clearly not. Jeez, everyone just wants to sit around and watch the battle action, I think so, Mike.
They're more into the
Rad.
tractor racing or the lawnmower racing over there.
Yeah, that's what they're over here for, I'd say. Right, so I'm going to look around here, and whoever makes the loudest noise, I'm going to throw it in your direction. So on the count of 3, make some noise for me. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3! Someone over here kind of caught my attention, lad. Sorry about that. Right, so ready? Get out! Close one there. 2 people nearly fighting out for it. Now I have 1 t-shirt as well. May as well keep attention over to this side of the track over here, so I'll go up this direction. Definitely going to throw it to the one person who just said they wanted. Right, so I'm going to throw it this direction. You can all fight for it whatever way you want. And we have a winner of that one as well. You have to be over 16 years of age for the passenger spin. You'll head up to the IDS tent, which you can see up here past the port car scene. Car meet and past the Drift Mafia stand, and you'll be able to get your passenger spin sorted out there as well. We're about to get into battle action now with our top 32. These drivers have been going hard all morning through qualifying, so it's going to be very interesting. Brad, are you excited?
I am. I'm relegated t-shirt duties because I messed up that first one, so I'm going to go this way with this one, alright? Anyone over here looking for a t-shirt? No? Oh, it's not in and like this. Oh, I want a t-shirt. Where? There you go.
Great catch. Right, so that's all our prizes handed out. Battle action will be kicking off very, very shortly there now. And you'll be seeing these top 32 drivers go head to head. I'll pass it back over to Mike in the stand.
Fantastic stuff there, Adam and Red Dawn. Of course, we saw Red Dawn in Pro 2 action yesterday, the man giving out the prizes there in his BMW, not his Supra, not Red Dawn. And Adam Driver is joining me back in the tower here, and fantastic stuff there, Adam. Some people about to get quite the prize there, and a spin in this quite fast entry track in a pro level car. That'll be a good experience for today.
A good experience you'll never forget, Mike, as well. I've sat in the passenger seat of drift cars several times, and it's one you'll never forget. It's not like going around a race car experiencing speed. You are entering into these corners at angle, like, and you're just, it's an experience that you can only describe to someone that's also been there.
Yeah, it is very much, whatever about being a driver, being a passenger in one is crazy stuff. So guys, that means we are ready to rock here at IDS Round 3 2026 for pro battle action with a stacked top 32, which will see us whittle down the best drivers in Ireland down to 16, then down to 8, and then of course into our final 4. And we will have the podium this evening about 5:30, I would say, or thereabouts. So you can see here the top 32 bracket, guys, on your screens. Dylan Garvey is first out of the blocks with a bye run. So once Dylan shows that he can initiate, because of qualifying in first position, and we don't have a full top 32 here, Dylan Garvey getting a bye run, flicks in. Look at this, flicks in the 180SX. What a fantastic sight this is in the Fuel Lab sponsored S13, and a beautiful initiation there, just showing that he can initiate. Basically that buys him his place in the top 16. Now the thing is here, Adam, Dylan Garvey, while he does get an easy run into the top 16, obviously a bye run, which he is in the process of completing right about now, he will have the disadvantage of being in the top 16 without the battle experience in the top 32. So that is a little bit of a one to watch, and he will be taking on the winner of our first proper battle outright, guys, in the top 32, which will be between the two guys warming their tires now in the burn-up boxes. It is In the Lions versus Luke Talley, and In the Lions qualifying in 17th, Luke Talley qualifying in 16th. And remember, guys, in the Irish Drift Series, the higher qualifier always leads first, the advantage being that they know exactly how good the chase was behind them after they get on the radio to their spotter after the first run, and that means that they know exactly how hard to push then on the second run. The harder you push, usually the more open to a mistake you are. So if you need to just take it a little bit easy, if the guy behind you made a lot of mistakes, you can push a little bit easier and maybe not let yourself in the way of making those mistakes. So that is the advantage of qualifying higher as well. So guys, we are ready to rock here for battle action and pro competition for round 3 of the Irish Drift Series 2026 up here in Northern Ireland on the east coast of County Down in Bishopscourt Airfield. And it is Luke Talley, the higher qualifier, leading us in the GTR 86.
For sure, Mike, it's our first 2-car battle of round 3 2026 in the Pro 1 category. Look at this, is Luke Talley in the lead position, putting on a great run. Huge angle there coming into zone 3, but End the Lines is right there with him.
He is indeed. Lovely transition there from Talley in the lead position, but Lyons is right there in the pocket. Lyons is almost on a wider line actually than Talley in the 180SX. Now looks for the quarter panel of the GT86 once again, and both drivers cross the line, guys. Round of applause. First battle, Luke Talley in the Lyons out of the blocks here in Bishopscourt. So let's have one quick look at the replay again. Really nice outside line there from Luke Talley. Then just comes on the inside a small bit around 3. He was perfectly on that outside line, entering the big outside zone 3, now into the danger zone as Adam calls it. And in the lines, almost running off track there, but putting foot to floor, pushing the 180 back onto the track once again. And overall, pretty even battle. Nothing standing out to me very much between either one of these drivers. Relatively okay lead, pretty good chase, and I think it's it's still all to play for the second half of this run.
That's for sure, Mike. I was going to say there just before you started that this is a very well-matched battle, but it literally is, because it's our 16th and 17th position qualifiers coming up against each other here on this one. So it's a really well-matched as well. And both these drivers really looking well throughout qualifying and practice this morning. So it's going to be interesting when we get to the second half of this battle.
So just making sure that In the Lines is okay, taking his front bumper off, just in case it gets caught under the car. And he looks like he's okay, ready to go. The start line marshal, make sure the bodywork is secure, as he is the lead car as well, of course, and that could interfere with the run or go under Luke's car, causing damage, and they leave the line. It is 2JZ leaving the line, and Luke Talley. Look at this from Talley, though. He's right in the pocket of the lines. Contact between both drivers. Luke Talley's wheel has disintegrated. And double contact, understeer from Talley. Huge contact for our first battle here, guys, in the top 32. And yeah, that's a sign of things to come there, Adam. The drama always comes here in Bishopscourt. Luke Talley's wheel disintegrating on the chase on the way in, and double contact. In the lines left with absolutely nowhere to go. So was this over aggression from Talley? Now, guys, if you're watching drifting for the first time, this will come down to the judges. It basically will be up to the judges to determine, did In the Line slow a little bit too much here, or did Luke Talley come in way too hot behind him and cause the impact?
I'm not too sure, Mike, but you can see the front right wheel of Luke Talley's car there getting an absolute battering, twice in fact, being the hitting zone against In the Lines' car. As we watch a replay here, this is exactly what the judges are watching as well. They're asking for this to be replayed. This exact moment here on the first point of contact. Was In the Line on lines? I personally say he was. Was he at the pace, though, that he should be at, considering he's in the lead position?
Yeah, that was a big impact on the second one, just wheel on wheel. That's a suspension killer. It's a steering rack bender, tie rod bender at least. Maybe a bottom arm bender. I think the two wheels just pretty much hit against each other, so big damage here.
One thing to take into consideration as well here, Mike, is you kind of watch it really closely. In the Lines is on the handbrake for the initiation as well. And ideally, what the judges are looking for on that line is to be full throttle through zones 1 and 2. So will it be considered as him decelling in a point where he shouldn't be?
You are always decelling slightly into zone 1 here, so I mean, you are allowed to decel. You come down the hill here and you have quite a run in here in Bishopscourt. Again, on the live stream, it doesn't look massively fast, but trust me, guys, in the flesh, these cars come down through the first corner really quick, and you get a great sense of it if you're actually watching from around zone 3 there, just at the edge of the track over by the tyre wall. If you watch from that angle, you can see how hard they're actually coming down into that first corner. So, guys, round of applause there. Luke Talley In the Lines looking like they're picking up the pieces. In the Lines definitely having collapsed suspension there in the front of the S13. Luke Talley with a broken wheel. Quite a lot of damage for both drivers here. Luke Talley's car's leaning over onto that side as well. So, guys, round of applause for both the drivers. And we can announce that the judges have come to a decision, and it's In the Lions books his place in the top 16. So he'll have a little bit of time in order to repair the car, get it into the pits, hopefully get some control arms on that, check his steering rack, and might have a collapse coil over there as well, possibly. So In the Lions will need to be looking around the pits for some spares to get that 180 back out for top 16 action, where he gets to face off against Dylan Garvey should he get that car going.
Quite considerable damage there to both cars on that one, Mike, so there was, but hopefully we'll be seeing In the Lines making his way back out on track. But this is exactly what we're expecting here in top 32 of the pro category. The level just goes up straight away compared to the battles we saw yesterday. There is drama straight off the bat. These drivers are not holding back on their runs, and another two drivers are not going to be holding back right here now is on the line. It's Matt Smith and David Garvey. Matt Smith, being the higher qualifier here in 8th position, is going to be chased down by David Garvey, one of the two Garveys we see on track today, in 25th position.
Yeah, the English driver coming over to compete with us this season, doing a good job in doing so as well, qualifying way up there in 8th in pro competition, so that's a big run from him to get him that high in the bracket. Now Dave Garvey, very experienced competitor, former pro judge as well here in IDS. Fires in double S13 battle here, straight from Garvey though, a bit of a wobble there, Adam in the chase position.
Very straight from Garvey there, looking like he's very much gripped up, but Matt Smith doing what Matt Smith always does and puts down a great lead line here, giving Garvey every opportunity to get up on the door. But can Garvey take that opportunity and get into the pocket of that PS13 right up there? Matt Smith right out to the edge of the circuit all throughout that run, crossing the line.
Yeah, quite similar machinery here, and you can see that the battle pretty close. Dave Garvey there, maybe just not getting the, the clean initiation either. The car seemed to hook up on the handbrake. Now it's here. No, it wasn't actually. From that angle, it doesn't actually look too bad, to be fair. So Garvey, the Kilkenny man, looking for the pocket here now of Smith, powering through the transition. Look at the forward biting Garvey's car. He just was able to find the door there of Smith's car when he wanted to. Maybe got caught a little bit on transition, mistimed it a small bit, got caught there in the pocket as well. But overall, good run as well from both drivers, and I think it's still all to play for here for that spot in the second battle of the top 16.
Garvey's definitely put his car into battle mode anyways and has a lot of grip put into the rear end of that. And we're about to see here now, he can take full advantage of it, being in the lead position as he comes down through into zone 1. Matt Smith already on a nice angle, trying to match Garvey here on the pace, but Garvey pulling away once they get through that transition up in here to 3. Matt Smith playing it quite safe now, not pushing for the door of Garvey, which we would expect him to see, but keeping quite considerable, big bump off to wall there for zone 5 by Matt Smith, upsetting his line, but quite considerable proximity between these, or quite, I'm after losing the word I'm looking for, consistent proximity between these two drivers up until that issue there on zone 5 by Matt.
Yeah, I mean, Smith not really bringing the fight to Garvey throughout the run here. Garvey's on that outside line that the judges want to see up to a point at least. Now Smith there starting to find Garvey through the smoke here, but watch this from Smith now, goes too tight and doesn't have a huge contact with the wall, to be fair, but it massively upsets his line. He straightens up, and I don't think it could be considered a mistake by Garvey that forced him into it, because the proximity wasn't close enough in order to force him into making a mistake. But I think the judges are going to look at that mistake from Smith in the second run there and really lean on that one as maybe the defining factor. So Matt Smith, Dave Garvey out of the car, guys. And we will try in the top 16 to bring them down a little bit closer to you guys, down to the crowd here, to get the atmosphere up and going for the top 16. But right now, the 32, in the interest of getting it ran pretty quickly. Of course, there are 16 battles to get through. We are going to do the results just up near the start line, but it's Matt Smith takes the win there. So Matt Smith taking the win against David Garvey, and the English driver going through with the 700 horsepower S13 to the top 16, where he will face off against the winner of the next battle, which is, I'm going to use my term for the weekend, it's a spicy one.
It sure is, Mike. Your first time dropping that one today, and it's well worth saying so, because it's Ben Rogers coming up against Mark McKivitt, our 9th and 24th place qualifiers. Leading in is Ben Rogers, a higher qualifier on this one. 700 brake horsepower coming up against 800 brake horsepower. Quite, both RB25 as well. Two cars are very, very similar in ways, so it's evenly matched for this. Pro drivers, both well capable as well as taking each other down, so this could go either way.
Yeah, double S chassis battle, double RB battle. Let's see what happens. Ben Rogers super consistent, and Mark McKevitt is a wild man behind the wheel, so let's see what happens here. It is going to be fireworks definitely here in Bishopscourt. Nice entry there, and yeah, McKevitt is just a little bit all over the place in the chase here, straightens up quite a lot. He's in trouble here in the chase, Adam.
He sure is, Mike. Nearly shutting it down there before zone 3, but trying to get back in. Ben Rogers pushes away, puts foot to floor, getting through all the zones. A lovely line there through zone 5 by Ben Rogers in the lead position, with Mark McKevitt struggling to find the pocket of Ben Rogers in his S14.
Yeah, so really nice lead line there from Rogers, a huge advantage, I think, to the lead driver. Even though he did have an understeer moment coming in there, maybe the judges will look at that and just have a double check that Rogers didn't put McKevitt off to the point that it straightened him up. Personally, I don't think so. To be honest, I don't think the proximity was there enough to really put off the chase driver. But there definitely was an understeer moment there from Rogers in the lead, so they'll be looking at that and determining the driver at fault. And we swapped them around, and now the wild man, Mark McKevitt, Mad Mark McKevitt as we call him, will be the lead, and Ben Rogers will take up the chase position.
As well it's fresh in my head there, Mike, getting in some news about our last battle that had a bit of an incident, and the Lions taking the win on that one. Luke Talley being announced as at fault, but ended the lines banging out of competition after issues with his car. We're back to the battle that's happening on track now. It's Mark McKevitt leaving us in here in his 180SX. He sends the cone flying on initiation, completely missing zone 2. Bit of a sketchy one here, pulling away on proximity, but that's down to, smash off the wall there from Mark McKevitt, taking the rear end and rear fender off of it. His line not being exactly what the judges want to see, leading to him getting that proximity away, but Ben Rogers doing a good job of dealing with this and just being settled, setting down a good drift line behind him.
Yeah, I mean, I did notice once again there, just with the sheer grip that Rogers appears to be running, I think he might have had an understeer moment again coming into zone 1, but overall I think McKevitt, you know, a huge mistake there, obviously, in the lead from him at zone 3 as well. So I think overall that the judges will be looking at that and looking in the direction of Rogers for the win, I would imagine. And indeed it is, guys. Ben Rogers goes through to the top 16, books his place in the top 16, where he will face off against Matt Smith, I believe. And as you said there, Adam, in the lines bowing out of competition, which means that Tillen Garvey gets a bye straight into the Grade 8. So that is one of the advantages of qualifying very highly. You know, he did get, you know, obviously looked out a little bit. He would have preferred to battle in the lines, I'm sure, but Tillen Garvey will be getting a bye into the Grade 8, and a man who will be, you know, interested to hear that is his championship rival on the line right now. It is Jakub Krzyszak, and he is also getting a bye run because he qualified highly. Of course, I think we're missing 5 competitors from the top 32 to have battles, so there will be 5 bye runs.
That's for sure, Mike. Our 4th place qualifier and second. Whoa, huge entry there from Jakub, and a top contender for the championship in the Pro 1s here. Pro 2 champion 2 years ago. Just looking at our bracket here, well, it's right in front of us as Jakub finishes out his bye run. These guys can't both be on the podium today. There's no way possible for that, as they'll, well, I suppose if they meet in the top 4,
yeah,
possibly, but they can't have a final battle against each other anyways. They're both at the same side of the bracket.
Yeah, good interesting observation there. They are both on the same side of the bracket. They can meet in the final 4. But there's a long way to go till that yet. Kuba will have to get through a couple of battles. Does show that he can initiate. That car is super reliable. They've got the JZ, they've got the DMA sequential box from ourselves at Group D. He's got the quick change back in. They've engineered that car to be reliable.
That's for sure, Mike. More news coming in now as well on the Enda Lions situation. So Enda actually choosing to basically sign off for today, not wanting to. But this is pure sportsmanship from drifting, and what we're seeing. A big group of lads have gone down there to him. They're not letting him do that. They're going to try to get that car back together, back running, to get it back out on track. This is what we love to see in drifting, and this is a pure highlight of it. So hopefully we will be seeing him coming against Garvey, and Garvey not getting the straight into the Grade 8. So be interesting to see how that goes on, as our head track marshal will update us on that. But we're going back to the line now. We've got yesterday's top spot on the podium. It's Maximus Bagushis.
Yeah, I think so.
I think I said that correctly.
Coming
up against the pro driver Leon Lynch. Maximus coming over from the UK and looking very comfortable on this track here with us this weekend as he initiates with lots of pace here. Leon Lynch has a lot to live up to, as Maximus in the lead position looks very, very comfortable on them semi-slicks and right out to the outer edge of the track. But Leon Lynch has realised that he can be comfortable behind Maximus. He can push up right up onto the door, and that's what he's doing right here on zone 5. He closed the proximity, trying to find a pocket. Oh, huge flick there from Maximus. Was it down to a bit of contact that we lost in the smoke? Our judges are going to have to look back on that one, see what happened. It was definitely a bit sketchy after the danger zone there coming into 6.
Yeah, big mistake from Lynch, I think. Max there is doing exactly the same lead line all through practice this morning and all through quality. He's just robbing the back, what's left of the back of that E92 off the wall. He's so consistent.
I like how you correct yourself there, what's left of it.
Yeah, so watch here now, just a difficult angle, but don't see Max doing anything really wrong. But let's have a look. Did he do a funny transition? No, Lynch is, yeah, I mean, I think Lynch just straight lined it and possibly impeded the transition of Max. Let's watch from this angle. So Lynch.
This is a question I had this morning as well. If the drivers say after zone 5 there, it doesn't follow the full arc of that, the last corner, you could say, of the track. If the drivers stay really out far wide, is it going to affect the chase driver? Will they be marked down on that? Looking back on it now, Maximus isn't exactly doing that, but that is just something for us to know for the future as well. It really does look like he's kind of stayed exactly on the line, and Leon just pushed a little too hard there and caught himself in the pocket before the transition.
Yeah, I mean, Lynch is, he's very straight, not from that angle so much, but when we saw the drone shot, he's really straight behind him. So the judges are just watching this here, guys, and if you are in attendance here with us in Bishopscourt number 1, thank you for coming down. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. It is going to heat up massively in the top 16 into the Great 8, as it always does. But you can have a look at what we're watching as well. If you get the phones out, get onto YouTube on the Irish Drift series. You could see all the replays in real time in front of you with a couple of seconds delay, of course, as it goes up to orbit and back down again and through all the computers.
It sure does, Mike.
takes a hot minute.
That action there, speaking of, is happening right in front of us, and we're seeing it as Leon Lynch in lead position, putting down a lovely run in that stylish lemon style 11-0 S14, but Maximus is right there with him. This is why he took the top spot yesterday in Pro 2, and I said it earlier, Mike, he could possibly get a podium here today with the pros. He's just popped up out of nowhere coming over from the UK, and he's showing what he's about. This guy wants a challenge, and he's fighting for it as Leon Lynch pushes away and opens up proximity before crossing the line.
Yeah, I don't think Leon Lynch looks perfectly himself at the moment. A couple of mistakes creeping in there in the lead also. Possibly having a couple of handling issues. You know, I saw on Instagram there, we thought Jason McInerney in qualifying had handling issues. It turns out that he had actually been to tie rod in the burnout box, just like we saw Conor Shanahan breaking one in the burnout box in Finland a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, and as we thought, guys, booking his place in the top 16, it's Maximus Bagojis, the 17-year-old all the way over from London, supposed to get the ferry home this morning, did not take it, said that he's going to compete in the pro competition today. And you know what? He's being rewarded with a place in the top 16 at the top level of competition in this super competitive nation that is Ireland. So he will be happy that he stayed around. Now we go back to the line for another buy run. It is 5th place qualifier Dean Davey. Once he shows that he can leave the line and drift, that is Dean Davey into the top 16.
That's for sure. Dean Davey, one of two of the Davey brothers that we're seeing out here on track today. Getting away with a buy run here, but using it as an extra bit of practice for himself. Realistically, all he needs to show is he can initiate, which we've just seen. He could shut it down from this point, but he's not. He's going to use this fully as an opportunity to put a show for everyone that's here in attendance, as well as just, you know, maybe dial in that car and at least change setup for battle action and just test how it feels. Maybe there's more grip in the rear now, and he's taking the opportunity to test that out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you generally would set up qualifying in battles slightly different. It's not always easy because you don't get a practice run in between both, so you're kind of dialed into your quali setup if you run the slight lack of grip for quali compared to battle action. But these guys are getting a chance now to maybe dial the car in, like you said, really tight, make it really fast and get a practice lap under the belt before battle action in the top 16. So that is Dean Davey in the top 16, and Dean Davey will face off against the winner of this one, and this one is going to be spicy as well. It is Adrian Wheatley in the chase lane versus the one and only Jack Mawhinney. Just speaking with his dad there, Cedric, out in the pits a minute ago, who is enjoying the day here in Bishopscourt, and they're ready to rock. Leave the line for our last battle on the left-hand side of the bracket of the top 32.
It sure is. Jack Mawhinney's being chased down by our only female competitor in the Pro Championship. Look at this. Jack Mawhinney stays right out to the outer edge of the track, but Adrian Wheatley is struggling to keep up with the pace, but makes a dive here on the decel zone. Maybe too much of a dive. No, she saves it and makes it work. Now following the line of Jack Mawhinney in the lead position in his BMW E46 M50, powered right here in through zone 5. And Adrian Wheatley in her PS13, looking absolutely amazing, that car, crossing the line nearly on the door of Jack Mawhinney.
Yeah, good chase in the end there from Adrian Wheatley. I mean, coming up against Jack Mawhinney at any time is difficult. He doesn't knock himself out. He pretty much makes you have to beat him, or, you know, you're not going through. He's going through, to be honest. He doesn't make the mistakes. So Adrian Wheatley there, not quite having the proximity, not having the line either. You know, we do allow a little bit of the car coming offline if they're right on the door of the lead car, because they have to sometimes in order to not go through the lead car. But Adrian Wheatley there was offline and didn't have the proximity either. So I think overall the lead line of Mawhinney here will be the one at quite a big advantage going into the second run. But it's still all to play for. Adrian Wheatley will be the lead car, Jack Mawhinney to chase her in the BMW.
He sure will, Mike, here as we kick off the second run of this battle. Adrian Wheatley in her PS13 leading us in, coming through zone 1 there, nice and wide on the outside line, painting them tyre marks where they're meant to be, but Jack Mawhinney is not holding off. Great initiation into zone 3 there by Adrian Wheatley with lots of angle, and Jack McWindy is matching every single point. The proximity opens up just a small bit here, but Jack makes a dive, looking for the door of the Candy Culture PS13 as we come into the final zone here now of zone 6 and finish out the run.
Yeah, there was a backfire there that passed us in the, what we call the tower here. It's actually a container, but the backfire almost blew the container off the stands here, to be honest, Adam. Not sure which one of the cars it was. I think it might have been Adrian, but crazy noises coming from both of these machines as they pass us here in Bishopscourt. And Adrian doing a really nice lead run there, actually, to be fair. You know, really high qualifying score, which is exactly what the judges want to see. But I think overall it's pretty easy to see that maybe apart from the last zone there, McWhinnie had a really good chase, much better than Adrian's. And I think lead for lead they were quite alike, but McWhinnie had the chase. And yeah, sure enough, guys, Jack McWhinnie goes through to the top 16. And Adrian Wheatley will be delighted with her weekend, but bows out a little bit early from competition, and Jack McWhinnie takes the win. And we lose Adrian Wheatley, unfortunately, but we'll see her back for action at round 4 at the end of the month.
We sure will, Mike, as we now move on to the right-hand side of our bracket, where we've got Alex Butler on the line, up for a bye run as well, qualifying in 2nd place with a massive score. This guy only 15 years of age. Some of the other guys we have on the grid have more than that in drifting experience, competitive experience, but this guy's only 15 years of age. Like, get that across, 15.
It's 19 years ago since I did my first license day in Rose Green, 2007, so that'll tell you the number one, that I'm old, and number two, that this guy has a huge future ahead of him. He shuts it down, but I think he's just showing that he can initiate. Yeah, saving the tires. Of course, you know, these semi-slicks are really expensive. Not sure if he had a problem there, but might be just saving the semi-slicks for the battle action, scrubbing it and set, and yeah, save himself for top 16 action, where he will face off against the winner of the next battle, which will be a tight one because it's 15th place qualifier versus 18th. It is Matt Darren on the left there in the BMW versus Adam Kelly in the Skyline on the right.
Matt Darren, back in the Pro 2s last year on them street tires, was very aggressive in the chase position. This year in the semi-slicks, looks like maybe it's not suiting him as much as the street tires were, but he's definitely one of those that are up there. Great character outside the car and a very talented driver behind the wheel, but so is Adam Kelly. Adam Kelly maybe not having the best qualifying session this morning for himself, being the lower qualifier in this battle. We're used to seeing a lot more from Adam Kelly, but maybe he might be able to show his real abilities here now in the battles as Matt Darren leads us in through zone 1 and into 2. Reback onto this handbrake there to keep the car in drift and on angle, coming through 1 and 2, but now we're up here for 3. The outside line is being run perfectly by both drivers, and Adam Kelly is doing exactly what I said, showing his ability in the battle action, because he's right there on the door of the E36, driven by the man with the best beard in drifting. It's Matt Darren coming into zone 6 here, and Adam Kelly, a bit of a stumble there for Matt Darren in the lead on the last run.
Yeah, Adam almost making contact there over the finish line, but just about pulling out. Matt Darren's car looking great there as he enters into the first corner, as we see the replay here once again. Now Darren holding the handbrake like the judges said that he can do. It's a decel zone, so you can use the handbrake to settle you for outer zone 3. Pretty much textbook stuff there from Darren. Kelly then now losing a little bit of angle as he looks for the door of the BMW, and right here, let's just see what happens. Yeah, it's hard to tell from the angle of the drone. You know, the drone passed out the car there, so it's hard to see, but I think it's overall pretty clean battle.
I don't think the stumble from Matt in the lead position there affected Adam Kelly in any way, shape or form in the chase, so it's really just a down mark basically on Matt's lead for that one, because his line was great, but just quite a lot of corrections throughout.
Yeah, nice proximity from Kelly in the chase there around zone 3 as well, and starting to find him around 5 there. But yeah, the judge is just having a look at that little bit of a wobble there. I think the drone angle made it look a little bit worse than what it was, and no contact, so not a big issue. And we'll move it along to the second half of the battle. Lead becomes chase, and it will be Adam Kelly in the big Skyline to lead us in. Matt Darren eager to get off the line. The chase car is allowed to jump to start in order to maintain proximity up the straight.
He sure is. He's going to be able to keep proximity here with Adam Kelly in a stunning looking Skyline coming in now for zone 3. Matt Darren right on the rear bumper, nearly making contact. Not too sure did he push Adam Kelly a small bit there on zone 3, but Adam Kelly, few corrections as they come out of it. Now we're on to the danger zone. Adam Kelly missing all is zone 5 there, maybe just getting a tire into it to start. Same here with 6, missing majority of the zone apart from just before they cross the line.
Yeah, tough one for the judges. A lot of little things happening in these battles as we have a look again. And look at Matt Darren able to modify his angle so easily with the V8 power there. It's here though, Matt Darren with a massive mistake in the chase position, went very straight for, you know, quite a while. We call it a massive mistake because it's pro competition. We have to mark that as a big mistake because it is the top level. You're not allowed to straighten, and the judges will be watching that. Was it Kelly's fault? Did Kelly brake early for the outer zone 3? I'm not sure. But Matt Darren definitely straightening up for some reason in the chase there. The judges will be having a look at that and discussing.
They sure will, Mike, as we see our next driver getting ready before the announcement of that last battle is
They're still, I see them over to our left here. They're still having a chat about this one. And I'm overhearing here something about the steering wheel being straight here. Judges, of course, Tomas Falvey, Tom Murphy and Kieran Hines are all rigged up to each other in headsets. They can only hear each other, and the car noise is basically on track. And they're discussing it in quite depth right here now. Yeah, there's a lot of discussion going on here, Adam. They're really getting into it here on our left-hand side.
Might have to go over there and separate them because they're getting quite aggressive about this one, I think.
I think there's a little bit of discussion going on here, guys. Just in the tower here, over that straighten from Darren and the reasons behind it.
We'll have a little, we'll take a little opportunity here, Mike, to go through the comments on the live stream as well. You can see on the live stream our 3 judges there discussing this.
Yeah,
you can see the mess they have as well in front of them.
They're just Tomas Falvey or Tom Murphy there with a big packet of sweets.
Marwams
noshing on those for the afternoon, keeping the blood sugars high and keeping them awake.
That's for sure. You can see one of our sponsors there as well, Group D, Darren McNamara, your boss in the background as well.
Don't mind him. Darren coming up to buy a Honda Stream scooter, which is, you've got to Google this, guys. A Honda Stream. Darren making the trip to Northern Ireland to check out round 3 and buy a Honda Stream, which has 2 rear wheels, 1 front wheel, and it pivots in the middle.
Yeah,
so
we have a result on that last battle as well, Mike, and you might have seen Tom Murphy trying to signal it to us. It's a one more time between these two. A fair decision, in my opinion. Mistakes from both drivers in both positions. So they have time to go back now, knowing what they're going to come up against, and go back out there and give a full set next time.
Yeah, and I think it's a fair call. I think there was a lot of mistakes from both sides in that one, to be honest, and overall with the proximity and with the couple of mistakes creepy, and I thought that it might be going that way myself. So one more time, guys, we get to see Adam Kelly and Matt Darren go one more time. Hopefully cleaner battle, but now we move it along to the next battle, and it is indeed Jake McElveen leading in Sean Watt. Jake McElveen up from Pro 2 competition yesterday. Sean Watt with the lowest power on the grid with the M3 engines. E36 BMW.
Look as Jake McElveen pulls away there on the transition coming up for 3, really opening up proximity, and Sean Watt having a huge correction, nearly making contact with the tyre wall on that zone. He has all the pressure on him now to try to find the door of Jake McElveen, the Pro 2 driver. I don't know if we can even call him that anymore because he looks way more comfortable on these semi-slicks. Jake McElveen, only 16 years of age as well. Crazy stuff from our young guns in this championship.
Yeah, McElveen is a pro driver all day long, to be honest.
Look at the way the car just absolutely grips up and leaves Sean Watt for nothing.
Yeah, Sean Watt trying to make the dive in around 3, paid the price for it, just losing drift there. So as you mentioned, Adam, really big mistake there from the chase driver. So I think overall, Jake McElveen's really pretty much textbook lead run, and that big mistake from Sean Watt there in the chase, matched with the lack of proximity, would leave McElveen here probably like 8-2-9-1 actually, you know, if we're using our old school terminology of a 5-5 being equal. I think he's at 8-2-9-1 here advantage. So now McElveen will be on the radio to his spotter, possibly Cedric, his dad, and he will know that he doesn't have to push too hard here. Sean had a big mistake, so that's the advantage of qualifying highly, in that you know now how hard you have to push or how easy you can take it. So Jake McElveen, you should see here him taking it a little bit easier. Now he's a little bit aggressive as well in the chase. He's a good chase driver, but I think overall the smart money is not making any mistakes here.
Jake McElveen definitely having an advantage on this one, but Sean Watt showing us what he can do now as he comes through zone 1 and into 2, maybe a bit shallow for 2 there, just about getting his tyre into it. Jake McElveen right there trying to find the door of that E36. We thought he was going to play it safe and hold back a bit. It doesn't look like it, but I suppose this is held back for Jake McElveen. Bit offline there on the transitions between 4 and 5, but consistent proximity from these two drivers the whole way around this run. They finish it out by crossing the line.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Jake going a little bit offline there in the chase, possibly just gripping up a little bit behind the slower car of Sean Watt. But McElveen doing the intelligent thing. He knew that he had the faster car than Watt, so he left Sean a little bit of space on initiation, and he knew he didn't have to push it either. So let's just watch here. Jake, like, really is on the wrong side of the track on zone 4, and that will actually be quite a deduction. But overall, I mean, the mistake from Watt in the chase position, assuming it was a mistake from Watt, it wasn't caused by the lead driver, but I didn't see anything funny from McElveen. So
it looks like almost McElveen got lost in the smoke a small bit there and coming into 4 and just took the dive of, I'm getting out of here before I hit something.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. So, yes, guys, it is Jake McElveen who books his place in the top 16. Sean Watt with the M3 bowing out of competition in top 32. And we move it along to the next battle and to face off against McElveen.
For sure, we've got our next two drivers as well. That's up on the line as well. A man that's looking very comfortable today is Johnny Flynn in his S15, coming up against that stunning Skyline that is driven by Ryan Morton.
Yeah, Ryan Morton making his way back into competition after many years away. He does dip in and out the odd time, but it's been quite a while since we've seen him in pro competition. Winner of the Drift Superstar competition with the Pro Drift Academy that we ran many, many moons ago in Mondello Park over the course of a weekend. And super talented driver, Johnny Flynn, racking up the years of experience now, former Pro 2 champion of a few years ago in the S14A. The Mayo man, the plumber, on the raz, shall we say, all week, I'd imagine, after Mayo winning the All-Ireland, and he was at the final, so he'll be having a good, he has the Mayo flag up there, he'll be having a good time as it is, but he leads us in here. Ryan Martin is right there with him though, Adam.
Jonathan Flynn only looking for another excuse to celebrate for a whole week again as Ryan Morton tries finding the door of that S14 in the lead position. Jonathan Flynn looking very, very fluent now on his line as he did all throughout qualifying. Ryan Morton struggling to find the door and get into the pocket as the pace of Jonathan Flynn pulls away and gets across the line.
Yeah, I mean, I expected a little bit more from Ryan. He's usually really, really good in the chase. He does get into the pocket here, just starting to maybe brought in a little bit too much momentum there. The big Skyline struggling to deal with the slight bit of extra weight it has over the Silvia. Skyline would be running maybe 100 kilos heavier than the Silvia, possibly. Well, I'm not sure. Ryan is a fabricator. He probably has that shell lightened quite a lot, so I'm not certain on that. And Johnny Flynn does have a almighty 2J. So maybe the cars are similar enough in weight, but yeah, Ryan Martin there just not bringing the fight to Johnny Flynn, who has gone up to the top of the runway here for a cool down run, I would say.
Maybe he really wants to make a strong jump on the line now. He's just going really far back.
Maybe
he's like,
so.
I want to get up on the door.
Yeah, maybe so. So Johnny Flynn now, of course, as you mentioned there, Adam, the chase car is allowed to jump to start. They are allowed to go a little bit ahead as well in order to make sure that they're not gapped by the lead car. The lead car has to wait for the start line marshal, and they leave the line. Johnny Flynn now chasing in Ryan Martin in the Skyline. A little bit of separation. Ryan Martin sends in the big R32. Johnny Flynn with the Mayo flag on the spoiler chases him in very straight from Flynn, though. Flynn is extremely straight there in the transition, but now finds the quarter panel of the Skyline. Now finds the Vital Fabrication logo on the door. Ryan Martin Skyline. Johnny Flynn gets the car rotated back around. Really nice transition from both drivers into 5. Oh, and Johnny Flynn almost getting caught in the pocket, nearly getting caught out, but just about avoids collision and they cross the line.
A great battle by both drivers there. Real determination from Johnny Flynn to get right up on the door of Ryan Morton. Ryan Morton struggling a small bit, a bit of a correction through tree, trying to keep that R32 on drift. R33? 32?
32.
32, just making sure I was correct there. Making sure I was
Adam
correct.
Kelly's in a 33. And yeah, Ryan in 32. But I mean, guys, you know what? We are seeing a couple of slightly dramatic battles here. Definitely, that's what you get in the top 32 quite often. In Bishopscourt here is a difficult track, quite technical. But bear in mind that the top 16, it always gets much, much tighter in terms of battles in action. So stay tuned for that, because it does go up quite a step in terms of the closeness of battles. And it is indeed Johnny Flynn, guys, books his place in the top 16, where he will face off against Jake McElveen, actually, so that'll be a spicy one.
Johnny Flynn, a man that's not going to be seen for another week if he keeps carrying on the way he's going here. He might take a top spot and take one of our very gorgeous Eugen Factory personalised handmade trophies home with him this weekend. Can't wait to see what they look like again now for the pros today as we do on the podium.
The Mayo course is truly over. 75 years for Johnny Flynn to win a battle, 75 years for Mayo to win the All-Ireland.
That's for sure. That is for sure.
I joke, Johnny Flynn, I joke. But Sean Healy told me to say that, so you can blame him, our track controller. Now we have on the line Stephen Halferty in the 2JZ E36 wagon with a boy run because he qualified in 3rd position. So we are missing 5 drivers, I think it is, to make a stacked top 32 because we had so many mechanical issues in qualifying. So
Stephen Halferty completely opting here to do a full run as well, using this opportunity to maybe test some changes he done to the car, get out there and see what his battle setup is basically going to be like for him here. That car looks and sounds incredible. A big car as well, touring wagon going around this track.
Yeah, it's quite an iconic chassis now in the hands of Halferty and all the guys there, Callum Coogan, Aaron Breen and all those guys in the BMWs. They're real fans of the E36 chassis, and they're all top pilots, to be honest. And I just met Blaine Rafferty in the pits actually there yesterday as well. Another one of the guys up here, top drivers, taking a bit of time out to live a bit of family life. And that is Stephen Halferty into the top 16, and to face off against him will be the man who had a bent tie rod from the burnout box in his first qualifying run, which explains the unexpected spin for Jason McInerney, versus Jake Davey, a man who also initiated and went absolutely backwards. So both of these guys having massive issues on initiation in their qualifying, they both qualified for battle.
Jake Davey not looking on his usual A game today, but he's looking a lot stronger right now as he's staying consistently close to the door of Jason McInerney in the lead position. Look at this, as both drivers are putting on a great run right here. Jason putting on a lovely lead line, giving Jake Davey every opportunity to get into the pocket of that E36. This is great stuff so far. Right there with him the whole way and across the line.
Yeah, great proximity from Davey there as they crossed the line. Remember here, guys, this is a former Pro 2 rookie champion versus the former Pro 2 outright champion, or the current Pro 2 outright champion, actually, the reigning one in the form of Jake Davey. McInerney winning the rookies a couple of years ago. Great line driver. We did have a really good chase here from Davey, but McInerney made it quite easy for him with that predictable outside line around the track. Kieran Hines designing this track as best as possible as a chase driver's track, and yeah, good run for both drivers there. And I think it's very level going into the second half of the battle, because McInerney's lead line was so good that it's difficult to give Davey a really big advantage here for the chase, even though it was very good. But McInerney had such a strong lead run that he's going to be taking points back for that. So very close, and 2 former champions in the entry classes now battling it out in pro competition, which is what it's all about.
Absolutely. Our third last battle, as well as our top 32, we're flying through this, so we are, before we go into our top 16 parade, which will be led out by the Red Bull Mini, the iconic little Red Bull Mini as well. We'll see that down the track.
Yeah. Ooh.
So very excited.
Yeah, we had Conor Shanahan in a back-wheel drive Red Bull Mini at the Red Bull Drift Pursuit event in Mondello alongside Drift Masters a couple of months ago. If you spotted that, very cool thing with an SR20 rear-wheel drive Mini. But we are ready to rock here with other rear-wheel drives. It is S13 versus E36. Double initiation here from McInerney. Not a great initiation from the Clareman. Let's see what the Sligo man can do. Jake Davey with the perfect lead line. Is it going to come down to that initiation? McInerney now knows he had a mistake. Look at this. He's pushing it right to the limit. He knows he's under pressure. He has to make the dive here on the transition. Oh, he brakes a bit too early though. McInerney had the chance to put it right on the door of Davey. He takes his back bumper off him. Davey crosses the line. They contact. McInerney crosses the line. Wow, what a battle, Adam.
What a battle for sure. How are we going to separate this one? Maybe, is it going to be down to proximity? Is it going to be, there's just a few like minuscule mistakes from both drivers in both runs, but still so small. Jake Davey looking a lot stronger now compared to qualifying earlier on. He had a few demons with that car, I would imagine, but whatever it is, it's all ironed out now because he's back to his usual self, putting down outstanding runs. Watching the replay here as well, quite ironic the way he takes off the rear bumper.
Yeah, if we watch lead versus lead, chase versus chase, I think the 2 leads were really close. They were both excellent lead runs. I think overall that McInerney had a couple of more slight mistakes and Jake Davey was a bit more consistent, and indeed it is. Jake Davey, guys, books his place in the top 16. Jason McInerney, usually so consistent, but just bowing out of competition, maybe that car is not tracked absolutely perfectly. He definitely had 2 bent tie rods after the first practice, or first qualifying, sorry. So yeah, definitely battling car issues there with McInerney, and maybe that was what happened. But Jake Davey books his place in the top 16, where he will face off against Stephen Halferty. Now it is our last boy run, thankfully. It is Davin Leahy in the GT86 after leaving the line.
Another young gun for sure, Mike. Davin Leahy always looking great on track. And did you see that coming in there to zone 3? The amount of angle from Leahy, such control of this car and a lot of pace now as well. He's going to be interesting as we see him in the top 16. He's taking his opportunity to use his top 32 boy run as practice for himself. Lots of power in his car, 600 brake as well, and his family always around him, only 17 years of age, supporting him, getting him to where he wants to be. He's a driver they're going to see a lot more of as the years go on, especially in his pro category.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is going to be interesting to see his progression arc up through the pro competition, because I think he has a future champion in him. But we'll have to see. He has another couple of years, you know, maybe to get there to battle with the likes of Dylan Garvey there in Cuba, but I think he has it in him. And now, guys, we are back to the one more time, the messy battle between Matt Darren and Adam Kelly, as we go back to the left-hand side of the bracket for a hot minute. Oh no, sorry, still the right-hand side of the bracket. It is the second battle of the right-hand side, my apologies. So Matt Darren versus Adam Kelly. We're going to run them again. Darren slightly the higher qualifier, qualifying in 15th versus Kelly in 18th, so very close on paper between these two, and very close in battles as well, because it is one more time.
These guys could go one more time after this as well, Mike, if the judges can't separate them. But hopefully, after that first run, they've dialed in. They know what to expect of the other driver. They can feel more confident on where they can dive up on the door, close that proximity, be a bit more aggressive, and hopefully get themselves into the top 16. We're seeing it again now. We're here. Matt Darren is going to lead us in. As I said, maybe not as great as he was in street tires last year in the Pro 2 category, but definitely for sure looking comfortable, because he's always in the game. And look at this as he pulls away here from Adam Kelly. Adam Kelly trying to close proximity again, not in the ideal line, but Matt Darren, huge flick in zone 3, and just making contact with the tyre wall there as they come through around the zone. Adam Kelly all over the place, not in the exact line where he should be, but trying to get back up onto the door of Darren's E36. The talent of Adam Kelly there on the last zone, keeping it in drift on that flick, was a bit wild, but as you see the replay here,
Darren wheeling on the way into 36, but I think, you know, Kelly didn't have the proximity on initiation, but I think Matt made it quite difficult for him. He's been quite unpredictable there in that run, because he really missed zone 2, went to the inside of the track. Kelly couldn't have preempted that. Then Matt ran wide at 3. So a difficult run to chase. Matt definitely tidied it up into 5 and onwards through 6, but overall Kelly with a tough job there in the chase position. Not really a very chaseable lead run. So we swapped them around, guys, and once again, top 16 action will be coming our way, and the battles heat up considerably. They get a lot closer always, and we will have our top 16 parade, where we'll have a quick word with the drivers, and we will of course have our passenger spins coming as well in the meantime between top 32 and top 16 very, very shortly. But now leaving the line, it is Adam Kelly in the big Skyline 800 brake horsepower. It's 2J versus V8 turbo. And yeah, a little bit more consistent from Kelly there. Not perfect, but definitely a better lead line. Now Kelly's bringing big speed in, way too much speed in. Kelly's in the tires, Darren is in Kelly. Oh, wow.
Adam Kelly there looking a lot stronger through 1 and 2. Just coming into 3 with too much pace, and unfortunately Matt Darren just followed him right in there. Adam Kelly going to be deemed a fault, I'd imagine, for this, for the pace and going offline there, going into the tyres. Matt Darren luckily being able to drive away here, not hitting any suspension or important components of the car. Adam Kelly just checking that all things are okay there. Now we're watching the replay here.
Yeah, I mean,
Matt Darren really had a lot of determination there coming into the zone, trying to make the dive, but Adam Kelly was unfortunately making a dive of his own into the tyres.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it coming from a while back. Guys, round of applause there for Adam Kelly and Matt Darren. Thank you very much, guys. And these cars are very, very expensive, and they take an awful lot of time to put together and maintain and get, you know, just get competition worthy between each round. So the guys putting huge amounts of time in. And we can announce indeed it is Matt Darren books his place in the top 16, and he will face off against Alex Butler, so double BMW turbo battle there. Waiting for us in the top 16, and Adam Kelly picks up the pieces of his R33, puts them up top, says they'll be grand, while fix those at D&M Sport, and maybe get on to Paulius Delicious, Judicious and TH components for a new clamshell on the back, and get that Skyline ready to rock for round 4 in a month's time.
Both drivers leaving the track now as we get ready for our last and final battle, Mike.
Our last and final battle, Adam.
Just making sure you know my point. It's also the very last one as well. And it's also, I'm trying to think of another way of saying the word last here, but regardless of that, it's going to be a great battle because we've got Declan Byrne and Dal Burnett. Two hard chargers, as I would consider both of them. Declan having a few issues with the car over the last few days, a bit of a stumble this morning throughout practice, but getting back out there, his throttle cable seems to be sticking for him. He's starting to be able to manage this. He's starting to understand how to react to it basically a bit more, but it is holding him back from his usual abilities. I was chatting to him there just on the lunch break. He's not as happy and bubbly as he usually would be because he knows he has the ability to be putting in way bigger scores, way better runs and so on. Dal Burnett now, what way is he going to take this? He might have heard us talking about before that Declan's having a few issues. Is he going to hold back, play it safe here, or is he just going to be a hard charger and just go right up onto the door of Declan's S14 with his own E46 with an M2 kit on it?
Yeah, it's two cool cars here. The silver Zinky S14 with the 2J of Byrne, and the E46 with M2 body kit of the long competing Darrell Barnett. And I'm just getting word here, guys, in my ear from Sean, our track controller, that despite us getting word initially that Indy Lions was out of competition, Indy Lions' car after that big impact in the top 32 with Luke Talley is fixed. So all the guys in the pits are after coming together. The sledgehammers, the lump hammers were out, and
persuasion tools.
Yeah, the Fisher Price tool sets were out, and they've put that S13 180 back together. And I'm not sure if it's tracked correctly or what, but they have had quite a bit of time, and he will be ready to rock for battle action against Dylan Garvey. So Dylan Garvey, if you're listening in the pits, you do have a battle to go through for your top 16 as we get our truck tire, back up on the wall after Adam Kelly. Squishiness rating of about 40 out of 100 for those, wall being a 0.
Some of them look well worn now, you know, and they've been hit a few times, so I'd say the squishiness levels start to go up on quite a few of them.
Yeah.
I'd maybe put them like 55
scientific,
at this point, yeah.
Scientific rating. We did see the wall, the wall at Formula Drift over the weekend claimed quite a couple of people, as we saw most famously Matt Field pushing Adam LZ into it. And that wall is not good when you hit it. As our Marshal here now shows his brute strength and
his big muscles.
Yeah,
his big muscles.
Big all Irish muscles there, horsing the truck tires up on the wall.
It's great to work with our marshals who do. As I said yesterday, Mike, you got the opportunity to actually work as a marshal here on Friday for practice, and I have complete grace to these guys. No matter the conditions, they're always out there. I had to deal with one shower, and I didn't stop, like one shower of rain, and I didn't stop complaining about it then for the rest of the day. But these guys are out there, they never say a word and they get the job done. Without them, it won't be possible. And other people that won't be possible without is everyone that's here in attendance today here in Bishopscourt, County Down. We do appreciate you calling out and supporting our drivers. If you get some merch, if you go up to the IDS tent, you may see other drivers merch around the place as well, following them on social media. Every little thing helps these drivers and their program basically for drifting as well as our sponsors of the season this year, our two title sponsors you see there, the Red Bull ring over the tower, our title sponsor Red Bull Energy, and our other title sponsor Lucky Day Competitions, powering the Irish Drift Series 2026, as well as all our other sponsors as well. Drift Mafia, who actually have a stand here with us here today. You can see down in the Trade Village. Kenda Tires, Strom Wheels, a lot of our drivers running Strom Wheels, beautiful wheels. GMD Tires enter Yugen Factory, designing the personalised handmade trophies that our drivers are receiving throughout this round. Incredible looking as well. Sean over there putting a great graft into making them. Group D, you see the boss man of that outside the door, and one of his minions here beside me talking, Mike.
Really called me that, but
Yeah, turn tire distribution, max flow, exemplar, exact signs, and Lexi brake. Without all these brands, Irish Drifting 2026, the championship, would not be possible. So thank you very much.
Minions, really?
Well, I'd call you one of them.
Pretty sure I'm there from the start. Pretty sure I was there before Darren even, I'd say.
Doesn't make you less of a minion. We're back to the track now. We've got actual drifting happening. Is Declan Byrne leading us in? Chased down by Dal Burnett. Declan Byrne looking comfortable right out on the edge, painting that white line with tyre marks, but Dal Burnett is not holding back. He feels confident that Declan's going to put down a solid lead run, and that's exactly what he is doing here. As proximity opens up between 4, Dal missing zone 4 there to sacrifice and try get right up into the pocket of Byrne, but Byrne pulls away after the danger zone there and puts down a great lead run for Barnett.
Yeah. Speaking of Group D there, big shout out to Charlie Mack and Anne watching at home. Darren's dad and mom.
Well, we're giving shout outs as well. Just a huge shout out to Laura that texted us yesterday saying she's going to give us a few snacks. We received the snacks and there's a huge pack of it, so thank you very much to you. But
thank you, Laura. I haven't partaken yet, but I shall get
I had
to them.
I had a bit of the
top
popcorn
16
there during the lunch. It was lovely.
Yeah, absolutely. So nice lead line there that time from Byrne. Typical Declan Byrne lead. Daryl Barnett doing good in the chase there, I must say. He's you know, he's struggled a little bit in qualifying by the looks of things, but looking pretty good there in the chase. And it's still all to play for here as we look at them here under the Red Bull ring. Of course, Red Bull doing fantastic things across all extreme sports, not least drifting, especially in Ireland, supporting Conor Shannon and more importantly even supporting the Irish Drift Series for us. And Daryl Barnett now leads us in. Look at this beautiful shot here from over around zone 3 as Barnett leads us in. Oh, Declan Byrne almost makes contact. A great dive there from the Carlow man onto the door of the BMW. Now he's looking for it again here into 5. Is he going to make the dive? He does indeed, and he does find the quarter panel of the big BMW. Oh, look at this, and gets right back on the door, crossing the line. A great run there from Declan Byrne in the chase, made easy by Darrell Barnett, being super predictable in the lead.
I actually smiled a little bit there coming through 5 into 6. Declan Byrne pushing right up onto the door. He's a great character outside the car. Didn't look too happy earlier on when I was on about it, but he looks like he's comfortable in that car now again, not letting the demons bring him down. Dal Burnett had a lot to live up to there as Declan Byrne was not letting him get away through any singular zone. So we can see our judges over here on our left debating on this one. They have an answer in. It's Declan Byrne taking the win on this, making his way through into the top 16.
Yeah, the Declan Byrne fan club going crazy underneath us here, and he will be delighted with that. And that means that he will have the pleasure of battling Davin Leahy in the top 16. Guys, so that concludes us for top 32 action. We absolutely flew through it. A little bit of a sketchy one in terms of a couple of battles, but some real gems in there as well. And as we get to the top 16, those battles once again are going to get tighter, they're going to heat up, and we will be seeing this championship start to unfold in front of our eyes here as we make our way through round 3 here at Bishopscourt. So your top 16 battles will be Dylan Garvey versus Inda Lyons, Matt Smith versus Ben Rogers, Jakob Schitschak against Maximus Baguchis, Dean Davey versus Jack Mahwini on the left. Now on the right hand side of the bracket it is Alex Butler versus Matt Darren, Jake McElveen against Johnny Flynn, Stephen Halfty plays Jake Davey, and the last battle of the top 16 is going to be Declan Byrne, who we just saw, against Davin Leahy in the GT86, who got there with the boy run. So that is your top 16 battle bracket. We are going to get the passenger rides sorted. We're going to get the drivers parade sorted.
We sure are.
We sure are, and I do believe I'm just going to check what time we're back for battle action. So it is 3:45, Sean Healy tells us. So we're back for battle action here, guys, in top 16 at 3:45. We will have drivers parade as well once again, of course. So tune in for that, guys. And in the meantime, we are going to knock out a couple of these passenger rides. So we'll see you back in just over half an hour for top 16 action. From Adam and myself for a little while. Goodbye.
Goodbye. We'll see you then.
aller viktigste med drifting, det er dekka. Det er eneste vi har som binder bilen til asfalten. Og akkurat som i all annen racing, så er dekka det som avgjør en seier eller en fiasko. Så da vi gikk til Kenda i år, så var det etter flere år med undersøkelser, med tester, med en vurdering av ikke bare hvor Kenda var da, men hvor de er på vei. Det har spilt seg ut ganske bra, kan du si, hittil i sesongen.
Check this out.
Okay.
I look good.
Okay. On the street and I got my swag on. Okay. Get the money, gotta get my bag on. Okay. Triple back.
King of legacy, too ruthless, too transcend.
Diving to me is like a sense of freedom. Nobody forces me, nobody pushing me. I choose to do it.
My grandfather would refer to it as like the last place that God made, as far west as you can go in the country. The last sunset in Europe in the millennium was over Jersey Island, you know. What better view can you ask for?
aller viktigste med drifting, det er dekka. Det er eneste vi har som binder bilen til asfalten. Og akkurat som i all annen racing, så er dekka det som avgjør en seier eller en fiasko. Så da vi gikk til Kenda i år, så var det etter flere år med undersøkelser, med tester, med en vurdering av ikke bare hvor Kenda var da, hvor de er på vei. Det har spilt seg ut ganske bra, kan du si, hittil i sesongen.
Check this out.
Okay.
I look good.
Okay. On the street and I got my swag on. Okay. Get the money, gotta get my bag on. Okay. Triple back.
King of legacy, too ruthless to transcend.
Diving to me is like a sense of freedom. Nobody forces me, nobody pushing me. I choose to do it.
My grandfather would refer to it as like the last place that God made, as far west as you can go in the country. The last sunset in Europe in the millennium was over Jersey Island, you know. What better view can you ask for?
Everything I
Det viktigste med drifting, det er dekka. Det er eneste vi har som binder bilen til asfalten. Og akkurat som i all annen racing, så er dekka det som avgjør en seier eller en fiasko. Så da vi gikk til Kenda i år, så var det etter flere år med undersøkelser, med tester, med en vurdering av ikke bare hvor Kenda var da, men hvor de er på vei. Det har spilt seg ut ganske bra, kan du si, hittil i sesongen.
Check this out.
Okay.
I look good.
Okay. On the street and I got my swag on. Okay. Get the money, gotta get my bag on. Okay. Triple back.
King of legacy, too ruthless, too transcend.
Diving to me is like a sense of freedom. Nobody forces me, nobody pushing me. I choose to do it.
My grandfather would refer to it as like the last place that God made, as far west as you can go in the country. The last sunset in Europe in the millennium was over Jersey Island, you know. What better view can you ask for?
Everything I
Hello and welcome back here. We're about to kick into our top 16 action with our top 16 parade. But before we do so, I'm joined here in the tower by the one and only the previous year's Pro 1 champion, now a Drift Masters driver, the one and only Alan Hines.
What's happening, folks? How are you?
How are you keeping, Alan? You're here today taking this championship title home with you before and now competing in Drift Masters. What's your views on driving out there today, especially with this new track, this new layout? It's quite a difficult one for the drivers. A lot of drivers trying to adapt to it. It's quite a challenging one. It's what Kieran designed it for.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I've competed here before in the past. A couple of years ago, that year that we won the championship, this is one of the turning points of the season for us, was this layout, or this particular venue. So I know what the surface is like. It's super bumpy, especially turn 1 there. It's such a roller coaster. You're riding the bumps. Cars are three-wheeling, you're gripping up and then you're understeering a bit, and then that first transition on the wall is something else. You just full send, downshift, and just light the tires off and hope that this time it sticks. So yeah, I kind of miss driving here a bit. It's such a blast. Obviously the layout this year is a little bit different. It actually looks a little bit faster, which could be fairly interesting. Of course, a lot of the action is right here in front of the judging tower on that set, or the third wall, the last wall. So I do expect some dives back down there, and I think that'll be pretty sick to see later on. But yeah, look, we'll have to see what happens first, because of course Dylan Garvey and then the Lions are up first, which should be a showstopper for a battle.
That's for sure. Obviously today is our Pro 1 action, but yesterday was Pro 2, and I've never seen anything as competitive as the Pro 2 bracket here in the Irish Drift Series. And you can see why. The talent there is incredible. A lot of these drivers really deserve to be in the Pro 1, but they need to fight for it. They need to fight for them championship points to earn their spot in the pros here. And one driver that's really standing out, that's still in the battles for today, is Jake McElveen. So has he stood out to you in any way? Is there anything you're seeing by him? Is there any other driver, in fact, maybe that's standing out to you that you're seeing is maybe a level above what's going on here and could also compete in the likes of Drift Masters in the future?
Well, certainly so. I think, first off, a lot of the Pro 2 guys have a ton of experience here. They drove all day yesterday. I think we've seen that with Jake McElveen for certain is one that stands out. A lot of experience here, obviously, in the Pro 2 class, building up his portfolio of ability and obviously developing his ability as a driver. But obviously, an interesting one is Maxims. Right, complete unknown to us at least as he came over here, and as Mike Fitz enters the screen. Hello, Mike Fitz.
Wave to everyone, Mike.
That's a lovely guy right there. And yeah, you know what? It's one of those things. You just don't expect people like that to hop in and just hit the ground running. And took the whole Pro 2 category by storm. So that's another interesting person for this particular round. A lot of seat time yesterday, a lot of really solid seat time. Just seat time in down the back track here, let's say Bishopscourt, or going to your normal Drift Day, Drift Games Bash, or whatever. But there's nothing that can ever beat competition seat time. And if you get a good few runs of that, it builds up your portfolio, builds up your ability, and you can come hit the ground running. As for Drift Masters is another step again. And I think I've learned that this season myself. You watch back, let's say it could be Formula Drift or Drift Master, you see all those guys making mistakes, you're like, these guys are useless. And it's not until you get there and you experience it for yourself, you're like, oh my God, this is the most humbling experience ever. You're spending all these thousands of euros, you're traveling around Europe, it's the best experience ever in the world, I wouldn't change it for the world. But yeah, it's an absolute crazy adventure, and it's certainly something that I have the utmost respect for anyone who competes in it. It's such a crazy time.
You mentioned Maximus there. I was looking him up because he really did come in out of nowhere, hitting the ground, running, not even running, but sprinting. And one thing that he did a lot that I've seen on his social media is simulator driving. Another man that does a lot of simulator driving is this guy actually beside me. As I try to share my headset with you.
I'll share the headset here.
Yeah, so one thing I've seen by him is that he does a lot of sim driving. I see you on the sim the whole time, as well as yourself, Alan. You're renowned in the simulator world. How do you both find basically sim driving is affecting the new up-and-coming drivers, how it's helping them and making them adapt to the way things are at the moment?
Yeah, it's definitely a big help, to be fair, because I feel without it for me, I would definitely struggle a lot more, because I work out a lot of stuff, like my gear ratio, everything really. I might do 60 or 70 hours before an event, and I think it's a massive help, because without it, you're going into absolutely blind, and you're competing against fellas with 20 years of experience, and you have none. So I think the simulator really helps with that.
And yourself, Alan, as well. You're renowned in the simulator world. You won many virtual championships. You won your own bit of a drift school and stuff as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys out there like the young James Hines, Jake McElveen, and Maximus, you mentioned, they're spending a lot of time in the simulator. What's your advice for them drivers coming into it, especially like old Jack coming up from Kerry from Pro 2. He's spent a lot of time with the Pro on the simulator, and his driving style is
Yeah.
based on.
Yeah, certainly. I think the simulator is great for giving you that foundation of like what you need to work on. You can drive any track, you can drive any car, and you can do it at any time. And that's what's the beauty of it. You know, you could be having a really bad sleep, you wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and hit a few runs around Riga, and you could be sitting there for 2 hours and you reset and you just go again. You just keep going and going and going. And there is a point where, you know, people would say, oh, well, the simulator is only 30% realistic or whatever. Well, that's 30% more realism that you would get if you weren't actually driving on the simulator. So it's like, anything is better than nothing. And if you're able to put the time into it and make it work, then there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to apply it to the real world. In my opinion, the simulator is way harder than the real world anyway. So, I mean, if I can drift on good on the sim, or if anyone could drift good on the sim, then I think anyone could drive good in the real world too, especially if you're Connor or myself.
Of course, both of you both getting a lot of time on simulator, the practice before that. Connor, this is your third year now in Drift Masters, and you can see that the last 2 years, the experience of it is really helping you out. You've hit 2 podiums now, getting your second podium in Riga there just last week. Congratulations for a start. And you started in this series, same as yourself, Alan, and many of the superstar drifters we see come out of Ireland. How are you finding it compared to when you were drifting in the Irish Championship?
Yeah, definitely. As Alan said earlier on, like it is a massive step up. Like it's crazy, and I feel like every year you're kind of chasing your tail because everybody steps it up every year. But kind of getting the hang of it now. We're after getting 2 podiums, which is really surreal to say. But I think, as I said in the last interview in Watergrass Hill, I think Kieran definitely has a lot to say with that, because even this morning listening to the briefing, like this is a very tricky track here, and forcing the drivers to just get used to this track, not changing it to make it easier, it kind of stands to drivers because you get what you get, you have to deal with it, and then when you go to Europe, I think that helps a lot, because sometimes the tracks in Europe actually aren't as challenging.
No answer at all. Well, it's nearly time to kick off our top 16 now, so I'm going to sneak away while you two guys here can sit and talk about, like, you know, your Drift Master stuff and so on. So enjoy that, lads.
I don't know how I feel about being in the hot seat here. I don't know what you, Conor.
Jesus, I don't know. I'd say we leave off the
we
commentary.
might invite Harry Kerr. I don't know if he's around here as well. He can come up and have a chat with us.
It'd be a bit more interesting.
There's even a chat here open for us. They're trying to get people to ask us. Our boy Falvey.
Oh,
do you know that beatdown fella? Do you?
I must know him.
You must know him somewhere online. Yeah. What cars do you find realistic on the simulator? For me, it's VDC, and all day, every day. But yeah, no, I find it interesting. Like, even, you know, we've seen ourselves with the briefings in Drift Master stuff. This is my first proper year of Drift Masters. Obviously, a few more seasons above me with it. But it's like, I always find it interesting when I come back here and I realise, like, how little say that we technically have. Do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of forced upon us. If you don't do X, Y, Z, that's grand. Just you know.
Definitely.
And I mean, of course, look, everyone would love to have the opportunity to race a car here in IDS or never mind the Drift Master.
Definitely.
But it is very, very cool to be able to get that opportunity to be able to turn on and say that, like, you know, we're here and it's here for a good reason, and, like, you know, they're here for the bettering of our driving ability. I think, like, if you look back at all the foundation that the other Irish guys, the ones that have been doing it a little bit longer than us, who may be sponsored by Red Bull, like Connor or you know, James Dean or Connor or Jack or Dwayne, like, their foundation and how they got kicked running into the European scene, like, it's taken their level, like, to another level.
100%.
When they got there, they were just light years ahead of everyone.
Yeah, definitely.
Unfortunately, now everyone's after catching up. So,
and that's what makes it hard for me and you trying to jump into this now. Like, we didn't have the experience of it building up. We're jumping from here up to here, so it's crazy. Like,
yeah, it is absolutely insane. So, I think top 16 parade is about to happen now.
Perfect.
I don't know. Are we supposed to commentate over the top 16 parade? Are you subbing us in? Am I the new Mike Fitz and you're the new Adam driver?
I see Adam and Mike on the.
Oh, they're hitting. I draw the pack.
Mike has his thumbs.
We're sorry, folks. Well, that is us, Connor Falvey and myself, Alan Hines, here in the deck, here in the DJ deck, as we wouldn't call it, I guess. But we'll head over to Mike Fitz and Adam Driver on the track.
Do not, Mike, there's a lot worse people you could be compared to than them two legends that are up there, keeping our seats warm while we're down here on track. But it's round 3 of the 2026 season, and we're about to kick off our top 16. But before we do so, Mike, we have something coming down over the hill for us.
Absolutely, guys. So, once again, we are ready to rock for our top 6 drivers here, guys, on Irish soil this weekend. such a fantastic national championship and an institution in Irish sport. So the top 16 guys here who have battled their way through qualification, battled their way through the top 32, and they are being led down the track, of course, by the Red Bull Mini here. And nice and slowly to give you all a good look, and we are bringing them down in battle formation, Adam.
We sure are, Mike, so make sure as these drivers come down here, drive the track and park up right here in front of the tower. You give them a huge round of applause, show them your energy, and make them excited before they go into the top 16 battles, because we want these drivers fired up to give us some great entertainment.
Guys, big round of applause for your top 16! Just a thought here, Adam, as well as all the talent that's on the grid. I think there's about €1 million worth of car on the grid right now. Easily €1 million.
€1 million is a low estimate, I would say, on that one, Mike. I'm just looking here. You know, it's a bit of a pinch myself at the moment, because a lot of car people will come in for what we're doing right now, being out here on track in front of such an insane lineup.
Absolutely. So guys, we are going to have a quick word with all of the drivers, just a couple of questions to get you into the mind, into the psyche of what exactly it takes to be a top 16 driver in the Irish Strip Series. And I believe kicking off, we're going to have you, Adam, talk. If my mic works, we're going to have you, Adam, talking to the one and only Invite.
I sure am. End Lions, you're back out on track. You nearly called today quits, but the guys in the pits would not let you do so. You're facing up against our top qualifier today, Dylan Harvey. You got the car sorted. What was exactly the issue? What did the lads have to do? And how are you feeling about this guy who might be taking the championship home this year if Cool doesn't take it down?
When you go back to the pits, it was there, you did the power everything that happened, everything else for the whole day. People just try to find the car,
Right here for redemption, so maybe take the battle home with you today and take him down. Maybe Kuba might throw you an old sneak 50 if you do so. So you get early. So you're already paid, so you have to do it. So Dylan Garvey, it's up to you now. There's a lot standing on your table. Mike, let's see what Dylan's feeling.
Right, we're going to face this way, Dylan, just to make sure our microphone can get the receiver. So, Dylan, you were just mentioning me there, you're a little bit nervous. You're sitting in second in the championship at the moment. You've got Jakub Kuszczak leading you in the championship. But you look like you're having fun there. You just mentioned as well, and we saw you in qualifying. You're throwing backies in here against the wall. How's the car handling, and are you having as much fun as it looks?
Yeah, we're having brilliant fun out there. The car is perfect all season, but I think it's going to be a tough battle. It's a tough battle to against them. Just give it all and see what happens.
Well, you know, you're sitting in second in the championship. If things go your way today, how do you rate your championship hopes against Cuba?
I'm not thinking of the championship at the minute. Just have fun here and see the top of the championship last round.
Yes, you are. I know you. Yes, you are. But anyway, guys, Dylan Garvey, let's hear it for the man looking to take top spot in the championship after this round. Over to you, Adam.
And now to our second battle of the top 16, we'll have Ben Rogers taking on Matt Smith. Ben, Matt came all the way over to the UK for this season, for this series. He's determined. He's not going to make this trip not worthwhile for himself, so he's determined to get higher up in each round he goes. What's your game plan to come up against him? We're at your side of the country here, so you're very familiar with this track.
I really enjoy the track, so do you. I think it'll make really good battles. Me and Max good friends behind the scenes, so I would say it'll be fun. And whoever wins.
Is there any game plan you have come up against him? He's looking very strong with a lot of pace as well, but so are you. You're looking gripped up. Have you made any changes for the car coming into your top 16, knowing you're coming up against Matt?
A few small changes, but just full tilt the whole way, and hopefully we can bring it back.
Well, best of luck. Matt, you came all the way over from the UK. Mike, what are you going to say to him?
Well, Matt, I'm joined here by yourself. You've very much impressed us in qualifying and throughout your practice this morning. Now, you've just mentioned there, you've travelled quite a way to be here with us competing in Ireland. How long does it exactly take you to get up here to Bishopscourt?
Including the ferry, around about 9-10 hours, I think it was, something like that.
So you're down from the southwest of England, basically?
Yep, right down south, almost France.
Well, yeah, exactly, almost in France. So you've got a tough battle in the form of Ben Rogers here. But, you know, are you enjoying competing over here in IDS this season?
I love competing in Ireland. For me, it's a top draw of drivers and tracks, and Kieran's judging. I love his briefings as well. Best in the world.
You get a good sleep during the briefings listening to Kieran?
I did. It was fantastic, yes.
Well, thank you very much, Matt. Thank you for joining us. Guys, massive round of applause for Matt, taking on the best of the Irish. Let's see how they get on.
From one man coming over from the other side of the lake to another man that just kind of appeared out of nowhere yesterday in the Pro 2 category. We just didn't understand where you came from, and you just came in and dominated the place. It's no other but Maximus Bagusis. Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah, Bagusis, yeah.
Getting there, slowly getting better. I'm not as good as Mike on the pronunciations, but you're here today in the Pro 1s. I asked you this morning, were you going to stay on the street tires or go to the semi-slicks? You chose the semi-slicks. You're used to running these over in the UK as well. I wouldn't put it past you to get a podium today. You've really shocked us in a lot of battles. Your talent is insane. You're more than likely going to stay around with us here in the series, I would imagine, as well, after the success you've had this weekend. How are you finding it?
You know, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. The track is good. I really like the drivers. The drivers are fantastic. The leads, the chase is really good. I really like it. So, yeah, good. A bit of an issue right now, but we're chilling.
You speak of an issue. Can I sneak that information out of you, or are you trying to hide that from your upcoming contender, Jakob?
It's not of a big of an issue. It's just the car is revving a bit higher than I usually is, so it ain't too bad.
Okay, fair enough. I'm sure you'll be able to deal with that anyways, but you are coming up against the man that's in for championship contention here. It's Jakob Krzyszak. Mike, what are you going to say?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here with Kuba, the guy that we call Kuba, Jakob Krzyszak. I mean, Kuba, we just spoke with Dylan Garvey there, your championship rival this year. Is your eye on the championship, or are you just taking it round by round?
Yeah, so Dylan is an amazing driver, but I'm stay focused and I'm going to take round by round and see how it goes.
Absolutely. And can you give us a little bit of insight into this track here in Bishopscourt? What's it like to drive, and what challenges does it present over the likes of Montello Park?
Yeah, so this track, it's amazing. Actually, the new layout suits our car, so we try to push harder. So yeah, I think we're gonna get good lead runs, and we're gonna put big show to all the fans. I can see there is big crowds there, so yeah, really happy for all the attention and everything.
Well, Kuba, thank you for competing here. And guys, he's celebrating his 30th birthday in a couple of weeks' time. Big round of applause for Jakob Krzyszak.
Unbelievable stuff, and there's a lot of unbelievable battles lined up right here in front of us, and one of them that was standing out to me when we were looking at the bracket is Dean Davey coming up against you, Jack Mulwiney. You are flying it today. The pace of your car, you have your BMW gripped up, but so is Dean. What's your game plan here coming up against this young gun?
If memory serves me right, I think we maybe battled before. Don't quote me on it, but I would highly recommend to pull the phones out for a battle. It will be fireworks.
Fireworks is exactly what we want to hear, and you hear that, everyone that's watching the live stream as well. We're expecting fireworks between these two, so that sounds like a bit of game talk. Are you planning on sitting right there on that carrot carton sticker?
And right in the driver's seat.
Exactly what I want to see. Dean, what's your way about this?
Well, Dean, you heard fighting talk here from across the way. Do you have any plan for this battle, because we have picked this out to be one of the battles of the top 16?
I don't know now. It's going to be touch and go. We'll see who can catch each other. I suppose it's going to be the winner is going to be the person that makes the most mistakes. So we'll just play it by ear.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you've got a tough opponent here. Now, you could actually meet your brother in the final. He's across the back of the bracket from you. What would that mean to you to actually come across your brother in competition, and especially in a final?
That'd be the dream, to be honest. We've always talked about it across the kitchen table, but to make it a reality would be something special for us.
Absolutely. Well, you got to get through Jack Mulwiney first, guys. Let's hear it for the one and only Dean Davey.
And moving on to our next battle now, we have a guy here with a huge 100% on your door. And before I say anything about drifting, yes, I can confirm the beard is just as beautiful close and personal with him. Matt, you're out there. You came up from the Pro 2 Championship last year. You're looking like these semi-6 suit you. You like the pace. You like the aggression. But you're coming up against Alex Butler. He's only 15 years of age. He's basically still a child. But he drives like a man that has been driving for 15 years. What's your thoughts on this?
I can't wait. We battled with Alex before, so we're going to have a little redemption here, hopefully. We're going to push as hard as we can, because Irish Drift Series is one of the best national leagues in the world, and I'm glad to be here and put the show for everyone, so that's what we're going to do with Alex again.
We're very much delighted to have you here.
Well, Alex, we're joined here with one of the up-and-coming drivers, guys, in Irish drifting, in European drifting, in fact. You've shown your skill there, Alex. You took a double win in the Red Bull Drift Pursuit event in Mondello Park alongside Drift Masters there just a couple of months ago, impressing us all massively. Now, you're here in the top 16 in Ireland at the top level of competition. You came up from Pro 2 last year, impressing us again very much in that. But what's the dream for Alex Butler in drifting? Do you have an end goal, or are you just enjoying the ride? But what is the dream? Just give us an insight.
The dream would definitely be to get driving Drift Masters again, 100%. Driving there a few weeks back was an unbelievable feeling, like to be on the grid is the best in the world. So that would be definitely my dream, driving Drift Masters again.
Well, Alex, the redemption arc that you're on, or the arc that you're on, it certainly is putting you on that path. So guys, big round of applause for one of the up-and-coming talents in European drifting, young Alex Butler.
And we move on, Mike, to a man that's already celebrating one win this week. How's the head, Jonathan Flynn? Mayo took home the All-Ireland Championship. You're aiming for a celebration here for yourself today.
Yeah, we're going to do, we could have been still drunk coming up the road, but anyway, we're going to push hard again this weekend and see can we take the top step again and lift another trophy for Mayo.
Are you hoping to win 3 points as well?
Well, whatever it takes, we're going for it.
Well, best of luck to you with that. You're driving unbelievable today and very consistently, but you're coming up against the Pro 2 driver, Jake McElveen, who's looking on fire with these semi-slicks.
Well, Jake McElveen, I am joined here with you now. You know, we just spoke there that you have found the semi-slick rear tires, and you know you're looking really good. You remind me of a young Joey Dunlop almost in the way that you go about business. You're understated, but you get the job done. What's it like being out here driving with the pros, driving with the top level of competition in Irish drifting?
Oh, it's absolutely unreal. Like the difference in the level of grip from Pro 2 to Pro is mega. Like if you come in there on road tires and the speed are coming in semi-slicks, you'd be in that tire wall somewhere. Like, you know, it's just unreal. And driving with the best pushes you to be the best. Like, you know, that sort of way too. So, no, I'm loving it.
Absolutely, Jake. Well, we wish you all the best. You're looking good, and we hope that you continue on your arc as well. Guys, let's hear it for Jake McElveen.
And we move on to the second of the Davy brothers, maybe the younger of the two. Jake, you won the Pro 2 Championship last year. You're here in the pros. Them semi-slicks are looking very well under that Carrick Carton 180SX twin with your brother. How are you finding it now? You're coming up against Stephen Halfley.
Yeah, it's going to be a big battle with Stephen Halfrey. He's a very good driver. I actually battled him in the Red Bull Drift Pursuit, so it was a very good battle. But no, I'll have to select another gear and drive as hard as I can.
You had a few issues starting off this morning with qualifying. We saw you coming in on your initiation there and straightening up, gripping up. Was it that you were trying to come in without handbrake, or was there an issue with the car?
No, there was an actual issue with the car. The turbo gasket has gone in the car and it's still gone. So I'm down quite a few horsepower, but that's not stopping us. So we'll try drive what we have and see how we'll get on.
It's quite a difficult track, so I hope it all works out for you. I'd love to see you making podium today, so best of luck with that.
Stephen Halverty, you join us here, one of the top drivers in Irish drifting, one of the most consistent drivers that we've seen come through the ranks. You came through the Nationals just before 2020 there, impressing us all. Now, we saw your other car with the M3 S54 engine out yesterday in the hands of Callum Coogan. So you've built this 2J car, how long ago now is it?
It started in 23 and then wasn't finished to 25, basically, I think about 2 weeks before the first round last year.
Okay, and it's fair to say you've had, you've had, even though it's the same chassis, obviously the weight distribution's a bit different, it's taken a little bit of time to fully gel with the car. Would that be fair to say?
Oh, 100%. It's a different animal. Basically, even what Jake McElveen was saying is it's the tire. You know, when you put that much power through a chassis and then try grip it to the max, then it just leaves it a different animal to drive.
But you would say finally you're starting to really dial in the last 5% into that chassis right now. You're feeling confident. You're looking like the Stephen Halfordy that we all know and love. You would agree?
Well, I'm happier than I was anyway, that's for sure. So, but yeah, looking forward to it. Should have a good battle with young Jake here, you know, again. But yeah, fingers crossed, it's starting to work.
Well, guys, let's hear it for one of the most consistent men in Irish drifting, Stephen Halfordy.
And last but not least, our final battle of our top 16 is going to be Davin Leahy taking on no other than Declan Byrne. Two hard chargers. You can see both cars are marked up a bit from intense battles before. Declan, you had some issues this morning with your throttle cable as well as trying to adapt to this track and so on. I almost thought I wasn't going to see you out there, but you got back out there. And second battle action came back out. You showed your true colours. You were aggressive. You were determined. What's your strategy now coming up against Davin Leahy, the young gun who drives very similar to you?
I don't know, to be honest, because we never battled before. So it's going to be interesting enough. Like I've seen battles that he's done before, and he's a good driver. So kind of gives me a bit of confidence at the same time. If you asked me this morning what way the day was going to go, I was just going to go home because I was in bad form with the car and everything. I just didn't want to drive it at all. And I think in the last battle, then I found out how to do the track, which is a bit late, like, to figure it out. But yeah, hopefully now it all goes to plan. Thanks to Jamie Hines for giving me a loan of his leg after I broke mine, and after the crash this morning, and all the lads in the pits there and Maeve and everything giving us a hand, going making sure the car gets out for battles. And yeah, no, it's all coming together, thank God, because I'm not in for it now today.
Between the crash this morning, the car issues you're having and everything like that, what's the confidence levels like coming into your top 16? Do you think you can make it all the way to podium?
I'm at about 80%, but usually when things go wrong for me, then it always kind of goes all right. So we'll see how it goes now.
You have to make one promise to us. If you get to podium, we have to see you on top of this car and maybe not fall this time.
I have an RSJ under the roof to keep me up this time, that I don't slip.
That's some customization to your car, but you're going to Davin Leahy next.
Well, it is the battle of the backies. It is Declan Byrne, the Style King, versus Davin Leahy, who might be the Style King of Bishopscourt here, guys. Davin, every time you come into Outer Zone 3 here, you come through to in your full throttle, we hear the V8 screaming in the GT86, and the next thing, you just flick the car back onto full angle. Is that a technique that you've been practicing, or is it just something that you've just basically developed over the course of the day because you're enjoying yourself?
No, to be honest, I was having trouble at the first corner this morning, and then I just got a notion to go in flat and see what happens.
Well, spoken like a true Waterford man there, guys. So you're enjoying yourself. You're going to be up against Declan Byrne here. And again, is there any kind of a strategy you're going to use here, or you're just going to push, are you going to push to 100% of the top 16, or do you think there's a bit in reserve in the grip in this super fast car?
No, just push as much as I can and hope for the best.
Well, there you have it, Declan Byrne. You know what's going to happen now. So, guys, that concludes our interviews. We're going to get you back into the cars, guys, and into the driver's seats. And Adam, I think you've got something to say?
I sure do, Mike. I want to see all the drivers in their cars before we do start your engines. Are you ready? This is like a little giddy child's favourite moment. Get in, Declan, come on. We're not waiting on you. Right, so here we go for our top 16. Gentlemen, start your engines!
Right, guys, so we are back in the tower after having a jump up there across the squishy tyres, tractor tyres. So
I'd say they're about 65% on the squishy tail today.
Yeah, they are indeed. So we have the comments up on our screen as well here, guys, so we will be keeping in touch with you as I put on my headset properly and strip off to my jersey because it is warm here at the tower and it's getting spicy.
It sure is. The action's about to happen in front of us because this top 16, we were just down there with them. Every single battle is going to be an intense one. The one thing I'm really looking forward to, though, is game talk from some of these drivers.
Yeah, I mean, we just said it there, you know, I guess as all of us, you know, the Shanahans and James moved on to the European Series and the Formula Drift Series, and according as a lot of us, my peers, you know, kind of pulled out there just before 2020. We had a crop of new drivers coming in. All the young guys came in. It took them a little while to maybe make their names within the series, to get fully, you know, media trained and develop their characters, I guess, you know. If you look at the WWE, it's obviously it's fake sport, but it's one of the biggest sports in the world. It's fake, I'm sorry. It's one of the biggest sports in the world, but it's character-driven drama is what it basically is. With the sport is the flow of the story. Then that's what we need to have in drifting. We need to have the characters, and this is real life stuff. These guys are putting it all on the line. They're putting their wallets on the line. They're putting their life savings on the line to run these cars in this championship. And it's good to just have a chat with them, get a little bit inside their heads, and maybe see some of the young guns, you know, coming through and developing their characters, and yeah, having a word with them.
They surely are developing their characters, Mike, especially in their driving styles as well. As when we were down there, I really realised one thing. There's some of these drivers we can look at and just know what way they're going to approach every track, to be honest, what way they're going to go about it. Some like to change their styles as it goes on, but some of them are quite consistent in the way they drive. Like the likes of Declan Byrne there, the last driver I spoke to, he's always just so aggressive. He goes for that big flick, he goes for lots of angle, lots of style. It's his way about it.
Yeah, it is indeed, and he has no chill, Declan Byrne. So we are getting ready to rock here, guys, for top 16 action at IDS Round 3 2026, and it is going to get very, very, very hot from here on in. Both literally, because it is warm up here in Bishopscourt right now, and metaphorically, because the battles are definitely going to heat up. Now here comes championship hopeful. It is Dylan Garvey on the line against the Galway man. In the Lions, it is Kilkenny versus Galway. In the Lions, hanging back. Remember, that front left corner of that car has been massively repaired after the huge collision with Luke Talley in the top 32. Is it right? Let's find out, because In the Lions fires it in here. It looks okay, Adam.
He sure does look okay, Mike. It looks like that car is well able to drift, but Dylan Garvey is right down the lead position, putting down a flawless lead line as he always does. And the Lions holding off maybe just a little too much, playing it a bit too safe. He's just happy to be out there. He should be trying to push up right on that door. Jakub Krzyszak apparently already paid him to take down Garvey, but would he be able to do it?
Well, yeah, there's a good gap after opening up there initially. I think Garvey just has the power and the pace and the gearbox situation dialed in so much in his 180SX that Inda just struggled to stay with him with that very hastily repaired car in the pits there, and he's doing a good job for a car which definitely was not on the alignment machine. I think a set of toe plates and a bit of eyeballing is the tracking that car got in the pits, and he's done pretty well, to be honest. He's keeping himself in the battle, but Dylan Garvey's at a big advantage here because of the gap that opened up.
That's for sure. Looking at some of the comments coming in, people remarking that one side of Enda's car does look a small bit raised. I would agree on that, but I think it's just visually it kind of looks that way. I would imagine the lads won't let him run that way. But here he goes. He comes down in the lead position this time, coming through 1 and 2, and the Lions giving a full send to get here into zone 2.
Yeah, really nice initiation there, and a really good chase run there from Garvey. He knows he doesn't have to do too much. Garvey goes a little bit straight though around 3 there as Lions runs wide. Garvey's right there in the pocket with him now. He's just in the perfect place to make the dive on transition. That's exactly what he does. He knows he doesn't have to push too much here. His spotter will have told him that. He flicks it back, gets on the left-hand door and crosses the line, and I think that is Dylan Garvey, claiming another victim on his way to the Great 8 here. But I think In the Lions can be proud of him and what all the crew did. That's low stuff probably on that car, because he said that he either doesn't have the parts or doesn't have the time to fix that, but the pits all rallied around him, came together, got that car going, definitely borrowed the parts, I would say. And yeah, got him out for battle, so well done to all.
That's for sure. It shows the sportsmanship within drifting, and it's incredible to see that lads go out of their way to push a lad who genuinely signed off for the day just to get back out there and track. And we do have an official result in on that last battle. It'll be Dylan Garvey making his way through to the Great Eight. Dylan Garvey, well deserved, still in that fight for the championship.
Yeah, great run there from the Kilkenny man. And in the lines, bows out of competition, but you know, again, great effort from the guys. That car maybe not perfect, as the chat is pointing out there, that is raised on one side. the lads on the lawnmowers will be coughing up a lung from all the smoke. Yeah, that's for sure. So keep the comments coming in, guys. Keep getting involved. And we are ready to rock with the second battle already of our top 16. The guys we were just speaking with there, Matt Smith all the way over from Devon in the UK, almost in France as he said, and Ben Rogers. Actually, Matt Smith, the higher qualifier, leading us in, Adam.
He sure is. It's RB versus RB here. Matt Smith coming up from the UK, making his trip worthwhile, but Ben Rogers could take him down. Is he going to do so here? Matt Smith putting down a great lead run right there on the line, giving Rogers every opportunity to close proximity and stay there with him for every single zone as they do through the danger zone, zone 5, and transition back now for zone 6. Consistent proximity there throughout majority. Matt Smith just pulling away though at the last zone.
Yeah, I mean, Rogers there firing in his S14, maybe not matching the angle there either on the entry into zone 3, but overall not a bad run either driver putting in here. Nice initiation, or nice transition into 5 there from Matt Smith, and yeah, it's still all to play for. A nice chase there from Rogers towards the end, as you mentioned, Adam, as well. So I think it's still quite 50-50 this one.
I would absolutely agree. A mistake, just the smallest little mistake, could be the call on this one. We're going to find out now as they leave the line. This time Rogers leading us in, chased down by the man over from the UK, Matt Smith in his PS13. Completely offline there by Matt Smith, really shallow on the track, trying to keep onto the door of Rogers, but Rogers pulls away, coming through zone 3 here now on the outer edge. Right up against the wall, Matt Smith trying to find that pocket of the S14, driven by the man from County Derry, Ben Rogers, looking flawless. He's determined, he wants to get them championship points, make his way up further in the championship.
So yeah, good run from both drivers there, and a tight battle, I would say. And guys, once again, be sure to follow us on the Irish Drift Series Instagram, TikTok, the Facebook page as well, and be sure to follow your favourite drivers as well, and get some behind the scenes action from the builds of these cars and all their events that they go and do. Always interesting stuff coming out from this lifestyle of drifting. And we bring the cars down and the drivers down in front of us here in the crowd in order to get the results. And running nicely on time, this Bishopscourt event. I've cursed it now, surely somebody will blow a diff up.
Yeah, not like us as well, Tom.
So we do
have a result in for this one?
Yeah, we do have a result, guys. Ben Rogers goes through to the Great 8, and Matt Smith will make the long 9-hour trip back to Devon in the UK. Almost down to France, as he said himself. And thank you once again, Matt and crew, for coming over and competing with us. Very much appreciated. Great to see you. And now, guys, we move it back to the line to a man hoping to take the championship this year, but he has a tough opponent from yesterday's Pro 2 winner, Maximus Baguzis, against him in the E92 BMW. It is Jakub Shishak right on the line here, ready to rock. 2JZ, 850 brake horsepower, DMA sequential, DMI Bulldog back end, all the gear. And, all the gear, and has an idea as well, to be fair.
I was just about to say, I was trying to find a smart way of saying that, but he sure does. Yeah, Chris Jack is always dialed in on track, and he's going to be do so right here in the lead position. I watched these two drivers battle each other in practice earlier on. Jakub has a lot of pace, but has...
Oh! Shutting it down, Jakub. Chris Jack shuts it down. Oh, and just as we said that he has all the gear, unfortunately losing drive there.
Dylan Garvey is going to be happy about this one, but Jakub is not. What just happened? Jakub obviously dealing with some mechanical tears. We watched the replay.
Oh, the car just
shutting
down.
After zone 1 in drift.
Yeah, the car just shutting down, absolutely. Not sure what happened. He still has forward drive here, and it still seems to be running. But is it something as simple as a boost pipe or something to say that the car is still running, driving?
Mirror gone there for Maximus.
Yeah, I mean, boost pipes coming off these days, it's very rare, but the car does seem to be running. Did it just shut down? Did the ECU find something wrong and shut it down temporarily? I'm not sure. We'll try to get word about exactly what's after happening to Kuba's S14.9.
I said it when I was down the track. I said it earlier this morning. Maximus just came in out of absolute nowhere and he's like, yeah, sorry guys, this is my championship now. I am now taking everything over. He's done it with the Pro 2s. Is he going to do it with the Pro 1s?
Well, I'm not sure, but yeah, as expected, we are hearing that Jakub Krzyzak is calling a 5-minute rule. So he has, of course, 5 minutes in the pits from the time that his car is either safely up on the axle stands or that the bonnet is opened by his crew in his pit bay. So I presume they'll be opening the bonnet to get at the engine from above, see exactly what's happening. He'll relay to them exactly what the car did, and they're going to have to find a fix for that problem in 5 minutes or less. And if they do, he's going to be coming out basically at a 10-0 disadvantage now against Max because he shut down the car.
That's for sure. We've seen things go either way. A lot of drama already happening in our top 16, and I'm expecting drama here. We heard these two drivers with fighting talk. It's Dean Davey and Jack Malwini coming up against each other here.
Spicy.
Very spicy. Evenly enough match cars, only 100 ponies in the difference between these two cars. Dean Davey, our higher qualifier, having 700 brake, Jack with 600. It's 180 SX taking on E46 as Dean Davey leads us in here now for his top 16, the first run. Here we go, the car turn. 180 SX right out to the outer edge of the track, but Jack Malwini is right there with him. He wants to get up on into the driver's door of Dean Davey. Dean Davey just about touching the tyres there, but keeping it wide and making it work for himself. Pulling away now from Jack, but Jack is trying to find the door of that 180 SX. So they transition now into the final zone across the line.
Really good battle from both of these guys. Nice consistent run from each, which is what we expected. They were giving it fighting talk there in the top 16 parade, and so it's come to pass that they did definitely give it their all. Really nice on the wall there from Davey. Almost catching the tyres there, but just keeping the 180 on that outside line, which the judges want to see. Now, he did miss 4, and I think didn't have the cleanest transition into 5, maybe tiny straighten, but not great proximity at that part of the track either from Rogers. And now the judges are just having a look back here to see if Davey was off track. Yeah, he did indeed, and he had a big straighten there. So he did indeed actually contact the tyres. That messed up Rogers' chase run. That is the reason for the lack of proximity by Rogers. So Davey will not be getting any points scored in his favour for this section of the track, basically, because Rogers had to back out from the collision because of the mistake by Davey.
That's for sure. Well, you heard Jack down on the track in the top 16 parade. He said he wants to get up onto the door of Davey. Davey just wanted to push away from him, but can he now return the favour and get up on the door of Malwini in his E46? Look at this, as Dean Davey has full aggression mode now. He knows things may not be facing his way, taking the inside line to try keep proximity close, and he sure does do it. Jack Malwini's giving him every single opportunity by putting it right to the edge of the track at every single zone, coming through 5 now. Dean Davey right there with him though, transitions right on the rear bumper and crosses the line to finish the run.
A great run for both drivers, exactly what we expect from a pro top 16 here in IDS, and Dean knew exactly what he had to do there. He really had to bring the fight to Malwini and hope to pressure him into a mistake, hope to show him the nose of that 180SX and get in the peripheral vision and let him hear the engine in his ear. Unfortunately for him, I think Jack Malwini, he's cool, calm, collected. It's very hard to face him, and he just kept his cool there, and I think the mistake from Davey on the first run on the tyres there is going to be all she wrote here for the young man from Carrick Karting.
I think you might be correct on that one. We can make the decision ourselves. We see both drivers stopping here in front of the tower. Give them a round of applause as they get out of the car, and our judges officially announce the decision of this battle. And it is correct, Mike. Jack Malwini taking the win on this, making his way through to the Grey 8, knocking Dean Davey out of competition. But that's not all we can see at the Davies, because we do have Jake Davies still on the other side of the bracket.
That's what the Davies do.
It sure is what the Davies do. Well, not usually. Usually the Davies do it a lot better, but next time Dean Davey could do it a lot better.
Yeah. Well, okay, we move it across the way to an all BMW turbo battle. It is straight 6 versus V8. and it is Alex Butler versus Matt Darren. So it is youth versus experience here. Matt, a long-time competitor in the Pro 2 class at this stage, the 39-year-old with 750 brake horsepower under the bonnet, the Polish national, one of the cornerstones of Pro 2. Alex Butler at the opposite end of the scale, starting his drift career, started very impressively once again with those wins in the Red Bull Drift Pursuit event in Mondello just a couple of months ago alongside Drift Masters, getting the chance to go qualifying in that group as well, but they're leaving the line here. Alex Butler, the higher qualifier, leads us in.
He sure does, Mike. 15 years of age with 15 years of talent, more like, because look at this from him with a flawless lead line. Matt Darren making a huge dive there, trying to get up onto the door of young Alex Butler in the lead position, pushing right out to the edge, fulfilling zone 4. Matt Darren maybe not on the ideal line, but keeping it right there with young Butler. Bit of a sketchy transition there before zone 6. And Darren nearly shutting it down before crossing the line.
Yeah, really great battle up to that point. You know, Alex Butler making it really easy. The crowd underneath us here getting very excited for that one. Lots of yells going up, and that's exactly the excitement that drifting brings. Look at this lead line for Butler, pretty much textbook on that 90-something qualifying point run, which is exactly what the judges want to see. But Matt Darren doing a great job in the chase, mimicking Butler pretty much. Now watch here exactly what happens, and it looks like Matt maybe just got caught in the transition a little bit, but was Alex a little bit too far to the right on the track there? The judges will have to have a look at that, but I didn't see an awful lot wrong from the lead run. Maybe Matt just a little bit over aggressive and didn't give himself the chance to transition, but I did think Alex was a little bit to the right of the track.
I do agree with you, definitely not on the exact line the judges want to see him, but I wouldn't deem it in any way, shape or form unchaseable. Matt Darren did have a lot of aggression though, and right there in the pocket, maybe not expecting when he pushed out to that side of the track.
How angry does Matt's car look? It just looks...
It looks aggressive, it looks like a monster.
It just looks annoyed.
It doesn't even look like an E36, even though it is an E36 coupe. But here we go, as the back end of it starts falling apart, so he hits the cone out of the way, trying to fill zone 1 and 2. He does get in there for both ones, but Alex Butler's right there with him. Look at this, right up onto the door of the E36. E36 versus E46. Matt Darren in the lead position, getting into zone 5 here now. We see the back of that car flexing, coming out of zone 5 a small bit early. Doesn't return the favour on a tight transition there, but Alex Butler deals with it very well.
Yeah, good finish by Butler there in the chase. Maybe not so good an initiation from the young loud man. Darren not making it that easy either though, losing a little bit of angle there. Butler had to stay on the left-hand side of the track on initiation, so he will definitely be looked at for that, at least by the judges. Whether they deem it to be Darren's fault or Butler's fault, I'm not sure. Now, the second or the last third of the run even is a lot better from Butler and Darren. They're pretty much on bang on line, two of them, and in formation flying together on the airfield here. Of course, disused airfield is what we're on here in Bishopscourt, guys, if you are joining us, and welcome to IDS round 3 2026 here in Bishopscourt. Very exciting round and a very technical track, showing up a lot of challenges here in the twin battles, especially with the super gripped up 265 semi-slicks that we're running at them.
That is for sure. Them semi-slicks are really catching the rubber now, but both drivers are down on line, getting out of cars. Give them a round of applause after that incredible battle. We're about to find out who does take it here. I thought the marshal was checking over his car there. Big round of applause for Alex Butler and Matt Darren.
Yeah, as you can see, this show and shine section behind us there, as you can make your way over to the merch and food area. And the judge is having a good look at this one, because there is quite a lot to take into account as Matt Darren waves to his adoring fans.
It's an amazing beard.
Yeah, it's the best. It's the best ever. We
even up close. Even up close, it is.
Yeah, it's well manicured.
Yeah.
Sponsored by those beard care product guys.
People wake up in the morning to, like, you know, fix their hair and stuff. He just wakes up to do the beard.
Yeah, he's got to go down instead of up. Right, so the judge is still deliberating here, guys. Deep in chat here, Kieran Hines is pontificating from the altar of drift into the main judge's seat. But Tom Murphy is, Tomas Felv is taking it. Tom Murphy is deep in
thought.
Deep in thought, and maybe deep in discussion here with Kieran Hines. Possibly slight bit of an argument in terms of the judges pointing out about the section here at the end with Darren. I'm trying to make out the body language here, guys. Sorry if I'm stumbling, but I'm just trying to decipher the body language. And we are hearing, guys, that the championship might be opening up a bit here, because current championship leader Jakub Przyszak is out of competition.
I put my hands to my head there, Mike.
Yeah, Kuba, current championship leader, guys. Kuba is out of competition. Whatever happened, his S14.9 on that run is terminal. The car is out of competition. So yeah, that's going to be interesting for this championship, because that opens it wide open again. And if Dylan Garvey continues his charge, he is going to leave this event as the championship leader for sure, because it's not, you know, Dylan Garvey did have a bad first round. He got knocked out top 16, I think, 32 even in Mondello. Boost issues there, and yeah, Kuba having a first place and a second place so far. So bad for Kuba, probably good for the championship.
Yeah, you say that there, looking at the bracket as well. Dylan Garvey taking the top spot in qualifying, as well as now proceeding on to a further battle in the Grade 8. Oh, we have a result in for a battle there as well. It's going to be a one more time between Matt Darren and Alex Butler. So one more time between these two guys. We're going to be honoured with the opportunity to see these guys fight it out one more time. Our judges not coming to an exact decision on that one. But back to what I was saying there, Mikey, as well about Dylan Garvey, definitely racking up the championship points for himself. We'll chat a bit more about that later on as the day goes.
Pro 2 competition, he has the Westlake semi-slicks on the back of the car. He has a bone stock, I'm told, RB there, internally stock at least, and probably got a big old turbo on the side, I would say, on the left-hand side of that engine. But let's see what he can do here. He said it's fantastic to be in pro competition. Johnny Flynn is a man in a position that Jake McElveen wants to be in. He's a Pro 2 champion of a couple of years ago. Jake McElveen would love to take the Pro 2 championship, well capable of doing so. And yeah, let's see if he's got it in him to take down one of the guys who is, you know, at the higher end of the scale in terms of experience on the grid these days.
That's for sure. Just going back to Jake McElveen there as well. I've been calling him 16 years of age all day. He's actually 18 years of age, but still nonetheless a young gun with lots of talent. You see both cars going back now to warm up their tyres as well. Maybe waiting just a bit too long on the line while the judge was making their decision on the Matt Darren Alex Butler run.
Yeah.
But we've seen these two guys go to battle again.
Yeah, so just getting some, as we see Kuba there, unfortunately, you know, getting the decision there and letting Max know that he is moving on to the Grade 8. And big embraces going there, lots of love there.
Big love.
Yeah,
Big love.
unfortunately, I'm gutted for Kuba, to be very honest. You know, I know him very well. He's a sponsored driver of ours in Group D. We work well with him, so I'm gutted for him for whatever is wrong. But that is drifting in motorsport, and I'm sure he'll be back stronger than ever in a month's time for round 4 in an undisclosed location. But we move it along, and the tyres are rewarmed, and it is actually the higher qualifier, the Pro 2 driver Jake McElveen, leading in Johnny Flynn.
He sure is. Both drivers absolutely on fire. And look at this. Johnny Flynn not holding back one bit from Jake in the lead position, getting right up onto the door. Oh! And Jake McElveen just sending it a bit too hard into the tyres. And Jonathan Flynn decided to park up right beside him.
They think they're back in the driver's parade.
Yeah.
You know, parked.
They didn't line up that fast for us in the parade, though.
They didn't at all. So Jake McElveen sending the 180 into outer zone 3 here, and as we've seen so many drivers doing over the course of the weekend, landing it into the truck tyres here, which we have given a softness rating of, or squishiness rating of just 40.
40, yeah, but as I said, Mike, they're
zero.
getting squished quite a lot, as we can see them thrown around the place there. As our Johnny Flynn doesn't look happy.
Johnny Flynn.
I did see when he reversed back there, the car kind of like jumped on the rear.
Yeah, Johnny Flynn. There's damage here with Johnny Flynn, because he's after definitely reacting more than a man who has just knocked the bumper off the car. So, okay.
There's a big slap.
Is there a half shaft broken?
Yeah. Oh.
Is there a half shaft broken here? Did Johnny Flynn break a shaft when the rear left hit McElveen? Let's see, because this is going to be deemed to be McElveen's fault. I've got to guess, guys. McElveen just went off track of his own accord. Okay, yeah, Johnny Flynn.
That's a big, heavy slap.
Johnny Flynn is after absolutely mullering the back left of that car. Now, let's see what McElveen's car looks like.
It's looking like such a strong battle.
So this is going to result in a competition timeout for Johnny Flynn. Basically, that means that Johnny Flynn is going to have until the end of the battle bracket to get his car fixed. And I do believe if he doesn't get the car fixed and can't get back out for battle, he'll take the win either way.
Looks like he's not wasting time. He's under the car already trying to do something with it.
Yeah, he's trying to get it straight to get it on the recovery, basically.
That's the last thing you want to do with a hang on.
McElveen's rear right wheel also looks like it's pointing in under the car. We do run toe in on these cars, and you'd run quite a lot of it on a Nissan, but not that much, I would say. So both cars just getting contact on the wheel there, and Johnny Flynn looking definitely not happy with the condition of the back of his S14.
No, I'd say this is the exact same face he was pulling when Kerry were scoring goals in All Ireland final.
Yeah,
Stressed out.
That worked out all right.
Work,
So
yeah.
he's on the phone here. He's getting onto the crew. He's telling them I don't know, is there a half shaft issue? It doesn't look like it. Can't really see from the camera. I don't actually know if he has a quick change on that or not. I don't think it looks like one, to be honest, from this angle. I stand to be corrected, but that means it's probably a GTR Skyline back end. The half shafts of those are expensive and rare these days, and the diffs are expensive and rare.
Well, that's not what you want to hear when all you have is a competition timeout to try sort things out.
Yeah.
As Jake McAveen pulls away, you're definitely right what you're saying there on the rear right wheel.
Bit of eye candy, for us here on the TV.
Now it's getting spicy.
Now it's getting spicy. Look at Kieran Hines. He's a very beautiful head judge, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not.
Bit of a farmer's tan on him there.
He does, yeah. It's got a absolute farmer's tan. So, yeah, so just getting Johnny Flynn recovered. Definitely in trouble in the back left of that car. As we will bring you exactly what's happening here, guys, in terms of the competition timeout. Definitely will be in Johnny Flynn's favour. Johnny Flynn will get until the end of the battle bracket to get his S14 repaired, and we'll just double check, should he not get it repaired and can't get back out for battle, does he...
It looks like the case, Mike, here that he doesn't need to be wanting to bring it off track at the moment, that he's fearing if he moves it that it could cause more damage. While we have this moment as well here, I will, well, Mike finds out the official reason from our head of track, Townie. I'm just going to give another shout out to our sponsors that make this possible, as well as everyone else that's here in attendance and tuning in on the live stream. Thank you very much. But our two title sponsors for this year is Lucky Day Competitions and Red Bull Energy Drinks. Powering us through today, Red Bull keep me alive and Lucky Day keep me excited because I have entered a few raffles and hopefully I win. As well as all our other sponsors, Kenda Tires, Drift Mafia, Strom Wheels, GMD Tire and Service Centre, Eugen Factory, who have produced handmade the beautiful trophies that our drivers on the podium will be receiving today. Group D, Turn Tire Distribution, Max Flow, Exemplar, Exact Signs and Lexi Brake, all making the Irish Drift Series 2026 possible.
Yeah, so all great sponsors there, as you mentioned, Adam, all good people, and they're all involved obviously in the car scene. You know, Lucky Day doing some fantastic competitions, Red Bull doing great stuff within Irish drifting as well, obviously, and within motorsport, supporting Conor Shanahan, supporting all these extreme sports that you see as well. And yeah, all the smaller sponsors then as well, of course. Strom Wheels making some fantastic products there. Kenda Tires supporting the series. Drift Mafia with all drift parts. GMD Tire and Service Centre doing exactly what it says on the tin. And Lexi Brake, if you have an IS 200 or 300, that is the place to get your parts there, or some machining done with Dave. Exact Signs, making up great signage. Exemplar, Luke Talley, the guy's a competitor here, of course. Pick you up at Dublin Airport in your own car and take your car away. Look after that while on your holiday. Drop it back to the door of Dublin Airport for you while you're away. Max Flow Motorsport, Brendan Stone, former Irish champion, with a fantastic fittings company there, all your AN fittings and hose. Turn Distribution as well, the guys supplying the tyres to the series. And Group D, that's us. Drift parts, road cars, we do everything pretty much. And Eugen Factory as well, of course, all the guys out there making the fantastic bodywork.
That is for sure, Mike, as well. Just having a quick look here at all the comments coming in. I think we've officially christened the word of us just talking away as waffling, because I see a few people asking us just to keep waffling. They somehow enjoy it while the track is being looked after as well. A huge shout out to everyone that is tuning in. Scott, Isaac, Jim, Mikey, Reflex Drift, all the lads tuning in, and ladies of course. Over 800 people tuning in live to watch us from all over the globe, each and every inch of the globe. I was watching the comments earlier on, didn't get to mention it, but I saw a few people in from Canada, America, over in Oz as well, supporting our drivers, watching in and watching the incredible talent that is there. So if you do have any questions you'd like us to answer while we have time, hello Scott Toomey, I see your message. If there's anyone there with questions, do drop them in, and myself and Mike will try to give it a go anyways of answering it correctly with what knowledge we have of the drifting. As well as that, thank you again to everyone that has come out here this weekend in attendance to Bishopscourt Diff and Drift, Northern Ireland's home of drifting. It's been a great weekend so far and the action has been incredible. So yeah, we're absolutely
just looking into some interesting information as well that I received yesterday about the drivers that we have this weekend, Mike. Being up here in County Down, we actually have a breakdown of all the counties where the drivers are from and how many drivers from each county. So quite a lot of drivers from the County Down itself. There's 8 drivers in total competing this weekend from County Down, 8 from Galway, 8 from Antrim. Three you'd say is hurling strongholds in times, but now we're saying drifting strongholds. As well as there are loads of different counties from up and down the country. People coming all the way over from the UK. 3 drivers from the UK this weekend. Drivers all the way from Kerry. We have 4 drivers from Kerry. Dublin, Clare, Laois, Mayo. There's people from all over this beautiful country.
There is indeed, Adam. Yeah, of course. That's why it's the National Series, Adam.
All right, man. I put a lot of effort into talking about what I just talked about, and you just put me down like that.
Sorry. Have to be smart, have to have a laugh. So guys, once again, if you are joining us here at IDS Pro Competition Round 3 here in Bishopscourt, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you're all enjoying the show. We are at a break for a split second as we recover the stricken Johnny Flynn off of track in his S14, which has received quite a lot of rear end damage after a contact with Jake McElveen, as Jake McElveen led him into the wall. Both cars had a contact on the back left wheel, rendering Johnny Flynn needing recovery. He will get a competition timeout, which means that he will get until the end of the battle bracket in order to fix that car. Should he not fix it, it means that he will actually win the battle but cannot progress any further in competition. So Johnny Flynn will win the battle, but he cannot progress any further in competition. So he'll get the points basically of a grade 8 and can't progress anymore. So whoever he was to battle in the grade 8 will then get a bye run into the final 4. So that would actually be the winner of the Alex Butler versus Matt Darren battle. So interesting the way the cards are falling here at round 3, and we are in the middle of a 6-round championship, almost at the halfway point. And remember as well, guys, this season of the 6 rounds, it is the top 5 rounds that the drivers will be scored on. So should they miss a round, or should they have, you know, like Kuba now will be knocked out quite early in competition for him in the top 16, they can drop that round and they will be just scored on their 5 best finishes out of the 6 rounds. So interesting little change in terms of the structure and the format that we're doing the points on this year.
That's for sure, Mike. Definitely giving the drivers a lot better opportunity, more confidence and more reason to push harder, even if they had a bad previous round. They know they can just write that one off, not feel too down about it, and come back for the next one feeling stronger and so on. What we have this time as well, we may as well look at a few of these comments we have.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, get in the comments as well. Let us know what you thought of Formula Drift last night there. If you stayed up and watched it, watched the cancellation and the wall and all that kind of issues, and give us any thoughts on Drift Masters as well as IDS, obviously. And you could possibly be watching the Polish National Series as well. Eddie Power and myself commentating on that this year. It's very strong drifting of Mistrzostwa Polski, DMP. So lots of series to be talking about, and we have exports in pretty much all of those crossing over.
That's for sure. Callum asking, is there any Drift Masters drivers competing this weekend? No, unfortunately not. None here, yes. But definitely some future drivers. We've had some...
Dylan Garvey is a former Drift Masters driver.
Sorry, my apologies. Correct.
Yeah, absolutely. He was in Drift Masters with an RB. In hindsight, it was a mistake probably. It just could not be made reliable. JZ Power seems to be the way to go for that particular series, because you're pushing the engine so hard with the 285, sometimes 120 treadwear tyres that the guys are running in that. The grip levels in that series are genuinely off the wall. Those are just race cars. They do not want to drift. They don't go sideways. So Dylan Garvey is actually a former Drift Masters competitor. He just didn't have the best time at it because of reliability issues. But as we can all see, he's up to standard all day long.
That's for sure. A few other questions dropping in there. Likes what is going on with Jonathan Flynn and stuff, so we're hoping to get an official exact answer what the issue is on that car as well.
Well, I'm too short to see out over our screens here, so I don't know. I can't see the track on the screen.
I can just about see the
myself on the screen. So here we go. Just as I mentioned it, Johnny Flynn is in his car being recovered off track, so he is on the bed of the recovery truck with his competition timeout. That means that we have a clear track in a minute once the tyres are put back, and we are ready to rock for our next battle.
That is for sure. That is for sure. The action we've seen today, Mike, has been absolutely incredible. Not even just today, all weekend. And one driver I want to just mention, Jake McElveen. Anytime I see him on the line, I forget he's a Pro 2 driver.
Yeah, I mean, unusually for Jake there, he's been really consistent all weekend. He was speaking about the grip of the semi-slicks. Maybe he trusted them a little bit too much there. Fired in the car too hard into outer zone 3 and just couldn't make it stick, resulting in the collision and the delay that we're seeing now. But I am seeing Sean Healy, our track controller, on the radio telling the start line marshal that we are good to warm tyres for our next battle, which if I stand up and cock my head over the screens here, it is Stephen Halferty versus Jake Davey.
This is going to be another interesting one. Halferty with that 2JZ upgrade package on that BMW E36 wagon, looking very, very comfortable. Jake Davey having some issues earlier on, and he said there is still some issues lingering on that car.
Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect. We saw him making a mess of his first qualifier, very uncharacteristic because he is so consistent. So maybe battling a couple of gremlins still. Stephen Halferty, we just had a chat with him there in the top 16, and he said it has taken a couple of years because of the tyre, interestingly, not weight distribution, not the fact that there's a JZ in it now, just the sheer tyre that he has on it now. You know, he used to get beaten by car. He was always a great driver, but he never had the speed in the M3. Now that he has the 2J, he's put more tyre in it. It's absolutely changed the balance of the car, but it looks like he's finally dialed it in. We're going to find out in about 1 second.
We sure are. You talk about speed there, and he has lots of it as he goes nice and wide between 1 and 2, but Jake Davey not letting the lingering problems with that car affect him as he gets right up onto the door with plenty of choices of doors for Stephen Halferty in the lead position here, getting right up against the wall for zone 5. Look at this from Jake Davey, pushing right there. Oh, look at that transition right on the rear bumper. Incredible stuff. Nothing less to be expected from Jake Davey, last year's Pro 2 champion.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see cars wheeling in on the initiation, then right on the door, and that's exactly what Halferty and Davey are giving us in this battle. Look at this once again on the replay. The big dive from Davey, the 180SX, absolutely surging forward when he hits the throttle, and he's right on the quarter panel here. Maybe a little bit on the inside of the track in order to do it, but he's got great proximity overall throughout the track to Halferty, and I mean, you know, you have to say there that that was a battle worthy of a final all day long.
Absolutely, Mike, and it's going to be interesting as they switch place now, and Halferty will be in the chase position coming down after Jake Davey.
Yeah, big shout out there to Andrew Donnelly. I'm not sure if that's Donnelly or Donnelly, but watching from Florida, loving the show, and indeed, yeah, guys, it was what a run. No, that BMW is not running 320 brake. It is a 2JZ. It's more like 550 brake. Wrong graphic on the screen for that, but now we're ready to rock. Jake Davey leads us in. Look at this. Oh, what an entry.
Incredible stuff. 2JZ power screaming after young Jake Davey, our Pro 2 champion from last year, in the lead position. Incredible stuff. I don't know how we're going to separate these two drivers. Halferty makes a huge dive up onto the door here for zone 5. The danger zone, as I keep calling it, the proximity between these two guys is incredible. Flawless run there as we cross the line.
Oh, what a run. Round of applause there, guys. Big round of applause going up from the crowd for Jake Davey here and Stephen Halferty, because that run was worthy of a final all day long here in pro competition in IDS. And look at the proximity from Halferty as well. He knows that he had to do that. He's possibly even in a slightly better part of the track. Was he left foot braking there through the transition? Was it just the frame rate of the camera catching the wheel, or was that front wheel locked for a second through the transition? Crazy stuff if it was, but wow, what a battle.
What a battle for sure. I see a few people speaking about the power saying only 320 as we watch the replay here. The reason for that is Halferty was originally running an M3 engine, if I'm correct, so on saying, but
it's the old graphic basically.
Yeah, basically. He's now upgraded to the 2JZ package, but we're a small bit behind. We've loads to do, sure. How could we only be changing small things?
Yeah, exactly. His old touring was actually out in competition in the hands of Callum Coogan in Pro 2 yesterday, just avoiding qualifying. I think he qualified in 33rd or 4th position. But yeah, guys, I'm inclined to agree with you in the chat. It could be a one more time here. The judges are struggling to split them, but we'll have to, as the crowd give their appreciation of their own accord, because they appreciate a good battle as much as anyone else. And let's see what the judges make of it. But we do have a winner, guys, and going through to the Great 8, it's Jake Davey takes the win and goes through to the Great 8. Halferty with an epic run there, an epic battle from him. But we say bye-bye to the Derryman. And you know what? He's bowing out there very, very strongly, and I couldn't call that one at him, but overall the judge is calling it.
I'd say
in the
it,
way of
I'd say it was literally inches of proximity there that was making that call for them. And young Jake Davey keeping the family's name in the contention for a podium for today. And last we'll see of Halferty, even though it was absolutely outstanding runs from him. We're back to the line now for one more time between these two guys is Alex Butler and Matt Dern.
Yeah, Judge is not able to separate them. A little bit of a sketchy run from both, especially for these two consistent drivers. But it just goes to show how hard they're pushing, how much grip they've dialed into these BMWs.
Yeah, that is a fact. It's BMW on BMW. Oh, huge correction there from Alex Butler in the lead position. Nearly straightening up coming in through two, but keeping the line consistent. And Matt Dern trying to push right up onto the door, looking a lot stronger in this one more time of their battle as Alex Butler pulls away now, coming into zone 5. And Matt Dern trying to find the door of that E46 as he does now, coming through zone 6 and crossing the line.
Yeah, well, Alex Butler told us in the interviews there in the top 16 parade that the dream is to drive in Drift Masters again. He has the ability to do that. Caught understeer there, caught grip on the rear first of all, and these cars are gripped up so hard at this stage in the top 16, guys. They know that they have to make them fast. They know that they have to run the lower tire pressures. They know that they have to run the shocks on pretty soft, and the spring rates will be dialed in to make these cars hunker down and absorb the bumps and really squat under power. Therefore then, when the rear is so gripped up, it just tends to push the front, and that's exactly what happened. Young Alex Butler there, the front tires just not having literally enough purchase on the track in order to get the rear to pivot around them, and it pushed the front out sideways, and that's a big mistake on entry for Butler.
Absolutely, that could just be the deciding factor, Mike, and I won't be surprised if it is to do so, because Matt Dern is full of determination as he gets chased down now by young Alex Butler in his Assured Power sponsored E46. Matt Dern nice and wide there through 1 and 2. Alex Butler,
Matt Dern shuts it down, guys. Matt Dern has a problem. Alex Butler gets the metaphorical get out of jail free card from Monopoly, because I think he was under pressure there, and Matt Dern with the usually very reliable turbo V8 power shutting it down.
Very strange there, Mike. We don't usually see something like that from Matt Dern. Alex Butler finishing out his run. Matt Dern really calling it off, turning off the lights and everything in a beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. I don't blame him.
Yeah, that car looks so angry. The Angel Eyes there in the E36. And yeah, guys, just making it official. Alex Butler claims his place in the Grade 8, making his way into towards, once again, being one of the top drivers in Ireland. And guys, round of applause for one of the best guys in drifting, Matt Dern.
Matt Dern holding up a part of his car.
A prop. I would say that's half a prop shaft.
That would be useful to be in the car, to be fair.
Yeah, it's better under the car, connecting the gearbox and the diff usually, but you can bring it with you if you want. It's just you have no
It's
drive
not
in.
exactly pocket size, like it's not going to be usable now anyways after Matt Dern smashing off the floor.
Yeah, so these props, guys, as well, depending on the construction, they're not that cheap. They can be 700-800 quid easily to manufacture one of these guys. So again, one of the best guys in drifting, guys. Let's hear a big round of applause for Matt Dern.
A great character, Mike. Not looking at happiest there after that, but how could you blame him after such a little thing causing such a huge problem for him? But I wouldn't say it's a little thing. I suppose very vital considering driving a car. Yeah.
The thing with an exploding prop is here, guys. You've got to be grateful that it goes downwards, because the tunnels of these cars are pretty much all modified with custom sheet metal, because the standard tunnels don't take the size of gearboxes we use. And these props, when they explode, they can actually come up through the tunnel into the car too. So thankfully nobody hurts there, and Matt Dern lives to fight another day as we have a quick look at the lawnmower racing.
We have to bring these guys to everyone.
Junior lawnmower racing, I would say, happening at the moment, because the guys in the big ones are really going for it.
This could just be like, the warm-up lap.
Yeah, it could be their warm-up lap, exactly, yeah. So
a big round of applause there anyways from Matt Dern as he passes out here in the tower. A great character. Such an unfortunate situation for him there as he looked determined, to make a podium spot for himself here in the Pro Championship. But I'm sure we'll be seeing him back for round 4 in a specific location that we'll be announcing very soon.
Sean Healy just made a good point there. I'm not sure if Matt picked up the prop from under the car or if he pulled it from inside the car. So that prop might possibly have come up through the tunnel into the car to him, which is not good, but hopefully he fished it out from underneath. I'm not sure. We'll have a look at the shell later on, and we might get you some pictures on the IDS Instagram there if that did come up through the car. But Matt Dern is fine. Thankfully, we move it back to the line to the two Style Kings here this weekend. It is Declan Byrne, always stylish, and Davin Davin Leahy, who is doing Becky's for literal fun into outer zone 3. In fact, he asked me would the judges penalise him for being unchaseable for the backwards entries, and I said not a bother, but he fired in.
That's what I love about Declan Byrne. But look at this, nearly backwards.
Davin Leahy asked me.
Davin Leahy, well, I can see why. He just nearly pretty much did it there, and he's absolutely
he does it again.
set off Declan Byrne. Backwards twice.
Yeah, Declan Byrne shuts it down for a minute as well. It's all happening here. There's too much going on.
Too much going on. I can't even comprehend this. I don't think Declan Byrne can either. He was not expecting that from young Davin Leahy. Davin Leahy on fire. What?
Well, let's look at the initiation again just to see what happened, because I was so focused on Davin's flick. Davin Leahy fires it in and it's all good. Declan Byrne then just seemed to over-rotate of his own accord. Then Davin Leahy just does what he's been doing all through practice all morning, all through qualifying and all through the battles. Fires it in backwards. Even on his boy run he did it. He fires it in backwards on the wall there on 3. Great style. We love to see it. That's what drifting is. You know, we heard a lot of people giving out about Drift Masters marking Jack down. You're going to have the Irish giving out about it because we're Irish. We want to see all that. We want to see our guys doing well. But Jack was penalised in qualifying for doing a backy on the wall in Finland, and everybody loved it. And people were like, that's not drifting. We want to see entertainment in qualifying. I see where the judges were coming from. They found it hard to chase. But I said, I took the call. I didn't even ask here, and I was just like, send it in backwards, buddy. If you don't make a correction, it's up to the guy following you to trust you.
I'll speak on behalf of everyone watching that battle. Thank you for saying so, because that was incredible to watch.
Exactly.
Unfortunately for Declan Byrne, I do not think he was expecting it though.
Well,
getting a bit lost in the smoke in the transition, back up to 4.
I think he just got caught in the pocket. Maybe could have given himself an extra foot just to make the transition. But Davin Leahy, you know, battling this car with a couple of seasons now. It's the ex-Christy Carpenter V8 LS powered, modern LS as well under the bonnet. 7 litre, I think. I always get mixed up in that. LS7, I think 3 or 7. I can never remember. I have to write that down. But it's a modern LS anyway. I think it's a 7. And I shall ask Davin about that. Just making sure that all is good here with Davin Leahy's backwards GT86. And yeah, it's looking
One thing I will say about this one, actually, Mike, sorry to cut across you, is maybe this is going to be a bit more entertaining, because if I know Declan Byrne, after seeing someone else do a backy, he's going to want to do a better backy.
Yeah, absolutely. Declan Byrne is the man that does backies for fun in his Zinky S14. Very Japanese style here. Oh, this would make me think of fuel cell issues. Do we have a leaking fuel cell? Do we have, or is it just something, maybe? No, it's actually just bodywork, thankfully, because they're just opening the boot to get rid of the rest of the back bumper, thankfully. So all good with Davin Leahy's GT86. And all good with Declan Byrne's S14 Zinky, and we're ready to rock, I would say, for the second half of this battle, which is going to be very entertaining.
It sure is, Mike. Almost as entertaining as the lawnmower racing is kind of across the road, but I think this is actually going to take maybe more an entertaining scale. As we can see, our trackline marshal sending him off. Look at this from Declan Byrne, straight off the go. He has determination.
Yeah.
He's going to send it in big here, and he sure does, trying to pull away from young Davin Leahy.
Early initiation from Leahy as well.
Yeah, a bit of an early initiation there from Leahy. Declan Byrne pulling away. He's using all his pace. He's not holding back here. He wants to take this win with him, and he's trying to do it the right way by fighting hard for it. As Davin Leahy tries making a dive to get up on the door of Byrne, not finding it. Byrne has all the speed here coming through zone 6 now as he hits it off the limiter and crosses the line.
Yeah, that strikes me as an annoyed Declan Byrne there. He just was driving the car very hard. I think he might have gripped up coming through 5 there as well, but we'll have a look again at the replay. Definitely he's lucky that Byrne had that big mistake. As long as the judges do call it as a mistake by Byrne on the first run, that it wasn't a mistake by Leahy, that he didn't come off throttle or hang on to angle too long or whatever. Because definitely he initiated a little bit early and I think lost a bit too much speed on initiation, but now maybe he was playing it safe. Maybe he knew that Byrne had the big mistake and said that he's just going to get into the corner safely.
That's for sure. Seeing some of the comments come in saying now it was a finals level battle, I absolutely agree with you, because both drivers give a full go there. A huge round of applause for Declan Byrne and Davin Leahy as they get out of the car.
And can we get a wave there from Megan there as well, our media photographer? Celebrate your birthday this weekend. Just 42 years of age this weekend, and not appreciating that, sorry Megan. But guys, we do have a winner. It's Davin Leahy goes through. What a run from the young Waterford man, and he books his place in the Grade 8 against Jake Davey nonetheless.
So Declan, get up on the roof of the car.
Yeah, so Megan there saying, yeah, I am 43 this weekend, yeah. So that's me today.
Declan's going for roof. Declan's going for the roof. Is he going to get... Oh,
no. Declan
why
might
we
need
can't
room
ruin
for
it,
his S14. So we're going to see some more backies off the wall. And we go to the first battle of the Grade 8. Guys, we're knocking out the battles here, thick and fast.
We sure are.
As Declan Byrne knocks out his tyres, thick and fast.
Huge round of applause for him. A great showman, a great character outside the car, great personality on him, and a great level of talent by this man.
So for reference, these semi-slicks are about 80 quid plus the VAT each. So Declan Byrne, just for your entertainment, is after costing himself about, opposite left of those stars, about 140, 50 quid. Just for your entertainment.
There's a fair few things you can buy for that amount of money.
Not much in drifting, but yeah. Maybe if you got a BMW 325, you'd buy a lot. But otherwise, yeah, these cars, they tend to go through the euros or the pounds pretty quickly. We go back to the line. It is championship hopeful Dylan Garvey, rejuvenated from the lack of a Cuba, to be racking up points against him in the championship. We still have a couple of dark horses as well. Ben Rogers is a little bit back in the championship, but he's looking good today. Does he have enough to put it up to the Kilkenny man? We're about to find out.
We are sure about to find out, as Garvey is leading us in his freshly built for 2026 season 180SX, and a huge entry here from him with lots of speed, getting through. Up against the wall there on zone 3. Garvey putting down a textbook lead run here, and Rogers trying to take every opportunity he can to find the door of that Fuel Lab 180SX, but does not have the pace to match them as they transition now for zone 6 and close the proximity, making that final dive. But will it be enough?
Yeah, two great families of Irish drifting at this stage as well, the Garveys and the Rogers, you know, being and all the crew there, a great presence in the paddock. You've got Jack and all the family always here and always present, so thank you to both sets of families, the Garveys as well, for supporting Irish drifting and, you know, gracing the paddock with their presence, giving us a great entertainment here as well. Really nice run from both drivers. I thought Garvey was going off there in 3, and he just seemed to feather the throttle and start to find the grip, and I just know in the car that he was like and just found the grip. So I went on the foot brake there maybe and just feathered the throttle, got the rear to fine purchase, keep him on the track. He didn't look like he was coming in there with a lot of angle, so making it work very well and getting the rear wheels right on the outside line. So great driving style there from Garvey. Yeah, and thank you guys for your comments again, and thank you for the comments there supporting Megan, the ever-present photographer, getting out all the great shots and making these drivers' weekends all the better for posting them up on the gram after the weekend. And we are ready to rock with the second half. Look at this from Garvey. He's hanging back. He's getting the whole shot here on Rogers. Ben Rogers has a lot to do here. He's got one of the best drivers in Europe right on his tail, and he is right on his tail at him.
On his tail for sure, and on the side door of it right now as they transition for zone 3. Garvey looks like he's on fire, but Ben Rogers has given him every opportunity. Nearly a bit of contact there coming out of 3. Garvey's not holding back one bit here. He is determined. He wants to get more points and take Jakob down on the championship. Look at this from Rogers though. He's trying his best to get away but could not escape Dylan Garvey in his 180.
Yeah, I mean, what a run there. What a run from Ben, and what a chase from Dylan. I mean, if you're meeting Dylan Garvey now, you know, at this stage of competition, you might as well just tell the boys, get the stuff ready, start loading the trailer there, because this guy is not, you know, he's got no chill. He's got no chill. He's just absolutely on a charge. He told us he's thinking about one round at a time, but I know him much better than that. I know this guy with years. He's going to be thinking of this championship, and he's doing everything in his power to take it, and I think he's after taking one step closer.
That's for sure, Mike, as we wait for the official result to drop in for us. A huge round of applause for Dylan Garvey and Ben Rogers. The official announcement is in, and Dylan Garvey makes his way into the top 4, knocking out Ben Rogers.
Yeah,
the 21-year-old man from County Derry, driving solid all weekend.
Yeah, just 21 years of age, has been a huge future ahead of him in the sport, and yeah, once again, thanks for competing, but unfortunately for him, Dylan Garvey, just a little bit too much for him on the day. And we go back to the line, and it is Johnny Flynn versus Jake McElveen, and it's the second half of this battle. Johnny Flynn looks to have repaired this car here, guys. Jake McElveen looks to have repaired his car. Damage on the rear left and rear right respectively. These cars cannot be pointing in perfectly the right direction, I'd imagine, Adam, so expect a little bit of drama here in this one, guys.
That is sure. There definitely ain't factory alignment on it right now, as we're seeing Jonathan Flynn in the lead position after taking some damage to the rear of his car. Coming in here now, is he going to have full confidence? Is he going to do it like Mayo done in All-Ireland and take this home with himself? We're going to have to find out here as he pushes through zones 1 and 2. Not in huge angle, but flicks it to angle now, trying to get away from our Pro 2 driver, Jake McElveen. As he shuts it down and contact, a huge contact there in exact same spot as last time.
Look at the rear toe on Johnny Flynn's rear left.
Look at the front wheel of McElveen's car.
Drama again between these two fellas. These cars are being treated like bumper cars in this battle. Johnny Flynn shutting it down to a problem which I'm gonna say surely has been unrelated to, unless that half shaft broke again or something, because he's got a lot of rear toe in on the back left, a lot. And yeah, I don't know, it wasn't related to the first one, but...
Well, one thing I'm going to say here now, Mike, is both cars are obviously suffering with quite significant damage, but McElveen getting a 0 on his first run, considering the crash where he took fault. But now it's the other way around. So both drivers...
Yeah, that's a good point,
so
actually.
How is it going to be one more time if... they don't have the time? What way is it going to go?
Yeah, you're completely right. You're completely right, because Johnny Flynn suffered from Jake, making the mistake in the first one, and now Johnny Flynn has shut down. It's 10-0 essentially, so it is actually going to end up, I would say, into being a one more time. But we will run battles across the bracket. We will run the other battles across the bracket in the meantime, I'm sure.
But it'd be holding off other battles we'll be having on the right hand side of the bracket.
But we do have Dylan Garvey, Ben Rogers to run. Dylan Garvey is true. So we would have Jack Mahoney and Max Bagugis to run. So we will have a battle to run across the way, I would say.
I think this may come down to nothing to do with drifting, but more of a mechanical race, if anything.
Yes.
So yeah, official announcement then is a one more time. So I think it might be down to who has the most issue. We see Jonathan Flynn here being brought up onto the recovery truck, but Jake McElveen's definitely not in a condition to drive out either, as the bonnet's being held up in his car. The guy's looking in, probably at that strut tower to see what's going on. It's going to be a race against pit crew versus pit crew here, I think, to see who can get to the line first. And
yeah, well, I would say that Jake McElveen will now be eligible for a competition timeout, giving him, time, even though this is one more time at the end of the battle bracket. So we'll have to definitely get the official word on this one, but it's going to definitely cause a little bit of a delay here, guys. But we'll keep you entertained and we will keep the banter going. We have a couple of ad breaks to go to as well, definitely. But
rock, paper, scissors says, yeah.
Exactly. It's
better idea.
Rock, paper, scissors is a much better, or an arm wrestle, or a dance off.
No, the tractors, the lawnmowers.
Yeah, we might even make them race lawnmowers here, guys, to decide this one. But carnage here at IDS round 3 here between Johnny Flynn and young Jake McElveen, the Pro 2 driver, against the Pro 2 champion. So we're going to get these cars recovered, guys, and we'll get them back out on track, hopefully, if there's any parts left for Johnny Flynn's car, and Jake's car as well.
That's for sure. I'd say they're definitely running through their spares packages quite fast after the last 2 runs that they've had, causing damage. Definitely drama. We thought we were going to see drama in top 16, and for sure we are, Mike. As I look in here at some of the comments as well, still people saying that they're coming in from all different parts of the world, some people from the States, which is great to see, people wishing Megan happy birthday, and some very consistent commenters as well. Keep it in the conversation, such as Jim76 SEO. He was there yesterday as well.
Absolutely. So thanks, guys, again, keeping us entertained here as well in what we call the tower. It's actually the container just above the track here, and it does get difficult sometimes when when the action stops and you've got kind of nothing to go off, and there's a lot of recovery. So keeping the comments coming in, guys, keeps us entertained as well and gives us a little bit to talk about.
Well, apparently we're professional wafflers now, as I can see.
Absolutely at this stage. But once again, guys, keep the talk coming in, and let us know what you think of the series, and compared to other series across the world, and also, of course, let us know any thoughts on Drift Masters, Formula Drift, and again, Eddie Power, the former IDS commentator, former IDC commentator, Drift Games commentator, and myself doing the Polish National Series this year. Tune into that as well. It's on in the 22nd and 3rd of August in Radom in Poland, so that's live streamed on Eurosport 3 and Eurosport Poland. So yeah, that's really entertaining as well. It's pretty much a Drift Masters feeder championship. So be sure to tune into that as well as IDS. And yeah, we are back at the end of August, I believe, Adam, for round 4.
We sure are, Mike, with a secret location. Not so secret, but we're just holding off and announcing that. Yeah, we will be putting up.
It's a location which has been already used this year, basically. But
don't give him any hints, man.
That's not. Yeah, well, we're not building him up to anything. So
I know we have to.
Yeah,
but I will
location.
say it's going to be a layout that has not been ran. Maybe for a few years, but definitely not being ran this year. It's going to be a new layout for these drivers. Some of these drivers who are fresh into competition over the last couple of years, it's going to be a new layout for them as well. So it'll be interesting.
It will indeed, yeah. I think we did yesterday evening, guys, as well, if you were tuned in to Pro 2 qualifying, is we asked, you know, if you want to know anything about anybody, about the series, about the drivers or anything. We pretty much, you know, we might know everything about every driver, but if you want to know any behind the scenes stuff or whatever, fire in a question and we will do our best to answer it politically correctly.
Yeah, we're being told to talk more about Mayo winning the Sam Maguire, but
yeah,
considering I'm a Limerick man now living in Kerry, it's kind of a sore topic, isn't it?
We'll get Johnny Flynn if he gets out of competition. We'll get him up and he might talk a little bit about.
He's already left. He's gone back down to the pub. It's
he would have been better off leaving.
Back to
his
celebrating,
car.
watching the replay of the game or something.
Yeah, he would have been better off leaving his car in Mayo this weekend, I'd say, by the damage on it. And again, I'm not sure what back end he's using, but he's after pretty much destroying it at this stage. And he's definitely not using a Sylvia back end because they break too easily. So it's at least Skyline GTR. They're expensive these days.
Very expensive. One thing that isn't expensive though is pizza from Owen Foran, because I see him commenting in here. He's returning home to Kerry himself. He won't be happy I was talking about Mayo too much. He's more used to listen to garlic mayo, I'd say, because he creates some lovely pizzas in Dough Mama's in Listowel. So if you are ever down that direction looking for some grub, that is the place to go. Lots of different type of dishes as well inside there, not just pizza.
And big happy birthday as well there to Shamey Ward, celebrating his 27th birthday. So yeah, big happy birthday to Shamey. If you were watching, enjoy the birthday celebrations. Enjoy the rest of your 20s. It slips away pretty quickly. I wouldn't know. I'm not there yet myself, but yeah. Enjoy, man. Adam is going to sing Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins.
I was just about to say, you love singing. It's okay, you're the better commentator, man. I'll give you that. Yeah.
We were speaking of that yesterday with the airfield team and the pilot. It was Dylan Wilson, the pilot. We were saying we'd sing the Top Gun theme for him. Remember?
Yeah,
in the 92? Yeah, that was it. That's what brought that up.
Yeah, we were singing it in the pub last night, sure.
I'm terrified of what Irish pizza is like. Irish pizza is quite good, actually.
It's pure taste.
Mightn't be as good as New York pizza or whatever. We have some pretty good things over here. What's the crack with Ryan Quill? Ryan Quill is a young driver from Carlow, I believe, who corrected me this morning. He doesn't have a loan E92. He bought an E92. Really nice young man, and you know, I think he's very excited to be in drifting, and he just is doing his best. So he has an E92 BMW. Didn't qualify yesterday. But he's, definitely a very enthusiastic young driver, and I look forward to seeing him making his way into the sport.
That's for sure, Mike. So we can see here live on the stream as well. We're getting live feed from our pits. I don't know how they're doing this. They must have just popped up a quick camera there for it. We're looking over Johnny Flynn's crew.
Nicky Davies there, and that is James Leahy, I would say, as well, Davin's dad. What kind of ball? I actually have a ball at home. I just put it on the top of my head and just bazzer myself at home. D Finlay there, 1988, but it's cheap and it works, so it's great. Okay. Just reading the comments here. Yeah. Big props to the camera crew for this shot. If we could just move the Volkswagen there, we'd see exactly what's happening. But they're underneath Johnny Flynn's car. We see the Leahy drifting crew there underneath. Help you out, look, there's guys running every direction to get stuff sorted here.
A pure example of the sportsmanship in drifting. We've seen Matt Tarrant's car actually up on the trailer as well, ready to go home. But this is exactly what I mean with drifting. I've come into over the last...
There's fuel coming out here.
6-7 years. Yeah, there is. 6-7 years, I'd say, I've been coming into seeing drifting and so on, especially since after COVID, seeing it more and more, and the talent that's here, but not even just that, the teams, the way people work. Like, you could be coming up against someone, you could be having an issue with your car, and then the team you're meant to be competing against will help you out. They'll give you parts for your car, They'll work on it. Everyone backs each other. Everyone is friends. There's always great crack in the pits. Everyone's always getting along. It's really a truly special sport and a community than anything. Like, you can walk down the pits and you could have a conversation with absolutely anyone. No one's ever going to bat an eyelid with you, even if they've never seen your face before. Because everyone here is just great crack.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a great community. I mean, I'm just texting Kuba just to see exactly what happened with his car. It's a good point. What happened to his car? I didn't actually hear, so I'm just going to drop him a message now and just see what went on. But it is a great community. It's a fantastic community. The drift community is the best in the world. It's kind of like the road racing and bikes or whatever as well. It's just a band of people together, all pack up, leave home, bring the circus to whatever town it may be the weekend, and roll into town and spend a load of money and just have a good time. As we said, back I guess in the 2010s, early 2010s, we kind of generally used to just use the drifting as an excuse for a big weekend out, big night out, and we do a bit of driving in the middle. But I mean, we were tyre sponsored and everything, lots of sponsors back in the day as well, and it's gotten a lot more professional, I guess, over the course of the years, and it's just the best people. And you can see that right now because you've got guys from all different crews here. They're just standing around to see if they can do anything. You've got Luke Talley there on his fantastic motorcycle. He's around. You've got the Davies there. You've got a load of crews around there, pretty much.
That's for sure, Mike, and it's great to have these sort of angles as well.
And our scrutineer there as well, making sure everything is safe.
Which is great to see. There's such a brilliant team behind it, especially behind IDS and so on. So just as well to give a huge shout out to the team behind the live streaming here as well. It's come in over the last 2 years, and the production has only ever gotten better and better with more features, more equipment being brought in and so on to bring the quality up for everyone at home shooting in when they're not exactly trackside. But I do hear from our head of track, Sean Towney here, that we do have more battle action about to kick off as two cars are up at the line getting ready to get things going. We are moving on to our second battle of the Grey 8. It's going to be a bit mixed up. We're going to come back to other battles, but it's Jack Malwini and Maximus Bagusis. I'm not going to pronounce that right. He tried telling me how, but he's up there. He came from the Pro 2s yesterday, came over from the UK. He is a guy that I would not be surprised to be seeing on podium today. He seems to be taking on everyone in his way, somehow even taking down Jakub Krzyzak.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, taking him down by default, that was, but let's see what happens here. We're back in action, guys. We are going to run battles to keep the show going. But look at this from Max right on the door of young Malwini as he fires into BMW. It's E46 versus 92, but look at this from Max. He's right there with Malwini. Malwini's on the perfect outside line. He's making life quite easy for him. But this guy has come over from London. He competes in Drift League, I believe, in Great Britain. But wow, he's looking like all the world, like a seasoned IDS Pro competitor. Now does slightly mess up the transition at the end, but wow, what a run there from Max.
You do say there he messes up the transition just a small bit after 5 into 6 there, but I think Jack was quite on the inside of the track. But regardless of that, putting down a great lead run, giving Maximus every single opportunity to get up onto the door of that E46. This is incredible stuff. There was fighting talk earlier on from Jack Malwini for his top 30 or for his top 16 battle, but now he's gone even further. Is he going to make the step to get into the Grey 4?
I think I'm going to nickname him. We had Peter Perfect yesterday for Peter Wellen. Let's nickname Max Power, I think.
Max Power. It sticks.
Yeah, it sticks.
Power,
yeah, he sticks as well. He sticks to the door of the car in front. So it's easier than Bagusius anyway. But Maximus Bagusius looking very, very good. The Londoner coming over here, making the trip over to Ireland and getting massively rewarded. A Pro 2 win. A Pro Grade 8. Is he about to get a Pro Final 4? Wheelies his way into the track here. We're about to find out.
We sure are, Mike. He tries pulling away from Jack Malwini, but Jack Malwini is right there with him, right out, dropping tyres on zone 3 there. Jack Malwini trying to close that proximity. He finds the door of Maximus Bagusius, with Max Power, as we say, coming through the danger zone here flawlessly, putting on a great run. Incredible stuff. This is a battle worthy of a final. How do you separate these two after that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Jack Mawhinney looking good there as well. He's a very, very aggressive driver, and he's got his E46 very dialed in at this stage. Now, he does have to sacrifice the track a tiny bit to make the dive, but Max goes wide as well, so, you know, it's kind of 6 in one, half a dozen in the other there. A little bit of separation opens up there, and Jack cuts the zone 5 out of it pretty much to gain proximity as well. He gets the transition done, beautiful timing on the transition, just gets the car rotated at the same time as Max, and they cross the line, and a great run there from both drivers who decide to take separate lanes on the way down. They must be after falling out, I think.
Yeah, they're maybe safer to keep them parked or something. I'm not too sure what's going on there. Maximus with style there, turning around in front of the tower here now as we wait for the official decision to drop in.
Yeah, don't we all
from our judges.
We all missed the Max Power Days there, Irish band, that Opel Corsa 1 litres with sound systems that weighed 300 kilos, not to 60 in 15.5 seconds.
I'm only a baby boy. I was in the pram back in them days, but I did do a lot of research on him, and I wish I was around for him. Give a huge round of applause here to Maximus and Jack out of the cars, putting on a great show for us here. I'm not too sure how our judges are going to make a decision on this one. Definitely a few tiny, minuscule mistakes that's going to be the cause for this, but I'm glad it's not me in the judge's seat.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for the judges. I will admit they have a lot of tight decisions to make, and a lot of battles with little slight, nuances that have to help them make the decision, not obvious calls. So yeah, definitely a tough day for the judges. But Tom Murphy, Tomas Falvey, and Kieran Hines, who are two of them actually dads of Drift Masters drivers currently, strangely enough.
I was about to say, since when does Tom have a child in Drift Masters?
Who knows?
Alan.
Yeah. Alan Hines, the Drift Master driver, exactly. So, yeah, two current Drift Masters dads in the judges' seats, and the lads having a quick discussion here as the judges also have a discussion on the run, and it's a very close one. I mean, you have to say that Max had great aggression there. Jack's lead run really good as well. You swap them around and it's very close as well on the way back around. Little differences in both runs, but overall I think it's one is cancelling out the other, and I think it's going to end up to be a very close one. Of course, they can go one more time if needs be.
I wouldn't be surprised if it goes one more time. We can see the
Pringles.
The boys starting to agree on something there.
The lads are like really living it up here with the health food with the Pringles, and having a great time there. The judges.
They sure are. Them lovely snacks were brought up to us by Laura earlier on, but we do have a decision into it. And the only man this weekend being able to do so, taking down Maximus Baguches, is Jack Mawhinney, furthering on in competition, knocking the young lad coming over from the UK this weekend out of competition. But missing the ferry this morning was definitely worth it for him.
Yeah, I mean, he had a ferry booked home this morning, guys. Decided to let the ferry be cancelled. I presume you don't get your money back. I presume you just lose your ticket. So they opted to stay over, compete in pro competition. He got rewarded for that. And as you say, Adam, that's the first time that he's been beaten all weekend in the Pro Grade 8 after coming up through a top 32, qualifying with 65 drivers yesterday, winning every battle in the top 32, and then winning every battle up to the point of the Grade 8 Pro competition. Jack Mawhinney, though, experienced competitor at this stage, very aggressive, just a little bit too much, but a very close battle.
That's for sure. I was speaking to Maximus yesterday, so were you, Mike, and I mentioned to him, I was like, is your plan to stay here? Are you going to stay in the championship? Are you going to finish out the season? And he said, I wanted to see if I'm going to enjoy it. I do think he enjoyed it, and I think we could all see that. So I'm sure we'll be seeing lots more of that 17-year-old coming over from the UK to take on our talented Irish drivers. But I do have an announcement. We're moving on to another battle of our Grade 8 to find out who gets into the Final Four. It's going to be Jake Davey and Davin Leahy, as both guys are making their way up to the start line now.
Yeah, the battle bracket getting a little bit complex now on the right hand side, so we are moving on to the last of the Grade 8 battles, but we still have a top 16 battle from Jake McElveen and Johnny Flynn to run off, and the winner of that will then take on Alex Butler, who took down Matt Darren in the top 16. So basically we are deciding the Final Four at this stage. We are still in the Grade 8 obviously. We have Jake Davey versus Davin Leahy to run, which is, we don't have Jake Davey versus Davin Leahy to run, do we? We do. Yeah, we do. Sorry, it was Davin Leahy versus Declan Byrne. I was thinking of that. We did run. So Jake Davey, Davin Leahy is to run, and Jake McElveen, of course, and Johnny Flynn still to be decided in the top 16, which will give us the opponent for Alex Butler in the Grade 8. So they are flat out on Johnny's car, yeah, for sure, guys. And you know, back to the max power days there, as mentioned by the lads, like it's hilarious to see the way that the car scene, you know, evolves over the years. I used to write for Modified Motors magazine way back in the day in Ireland, and it was all like, you know, you still had a lot of the sound system installed cars. You know, you might have a Corsa again or something, you might have like an Opel, something random like an Opel Calibre or something with a big sound system. And then the drifting started to take over, the imports started to come in. You know, you started to see the Silvias, the 86s were always there in UK spec, but you started to see the Jap style twin cams then coming in. You started to see your Silvias, your Skylines, your front wheel drive AE 111s, and all those started to come in. And parties, the rear wheel drives really started to come in. You started to see the drift scene pretty much exploding over here. Of course, lads were still drifting E30 BMWs, the Audi 36 and that kind of thing. And instead of, you know, the car scene then being, I guess, guys with all the big sound system installs and all the, you know, all that kind of side of things, the show and shine stuff with big 20-inch chrome tacky wheels on cars and neons and all that. It really moved over to drifting just around, you know, the late noughties, mid-late noughties, because this scene just pretty much took over. The cars were cool, the action was great, and it's been literally going from strength to strength with the last 20 years. And now, at this stage, because of the work of the guys behind Drift Masters, including Dave Egan and all the Drift Games crew, and quite a lot of it down to them actually, we're now filling the Polish National Stadium in Warsaw with 55,000 people for a drift event. Like, the arc of this sport has been absolutely crazy.
It's crazy stuff, and you know it's crazy stuff when the price of flights and so on, accommodation, everything starts going up.
Irish Bandit will have neons on the skyline yet, he says.
When you want to go over to Poland at that time, but the flights have gone up because there's so many Irish fans heading over to support the Irish crew. But we're back to the line now. Speaking of two Irish crew here, Mike, we have young gun, last year's Pro 2 champion, Jake Davey, taking on another young man. It's Davin Lee. He's 16 years of age. By Jake Davey, 17 of Davin Lee. He joined together. These guys are younger than you, Mike.
Yeah, even younger than me, exactly. And yeah, back in the days when you'd be dreaming of owning a Citroen EX as the Mad Hatter there, with leopard print carpets and a fridge freezer and the booze that is living, and a CD changer as well, man. Don't forget the CD changer.
8 CDs.
But anyway, yeah, back to reality, back to the present day. We used to forget about Max Power for a minute because two guys who weren't even born at that stage are on track here and firing in their respective drift cars. What an entry there from Davin Lee. Does he put it back? He doesn't this time, but he's at 90 degrees at least. And look at this from Davey. He's right on him. Great run here for both drivers.
That's for sure. As they pass out the tower here, roaring Davin Leahy on the left foot brake, keeping that car at angle, and young Davies right up on the door of Davin Leahy in the chase, in the lead position. Crazy stuff. Such fast pace from these drivers. We can hear the atmosphere right below us. My people are starting to get electric about this. They're starting to roar. They're getting aggressive. This is like a sports match. They have their choice who they want to win. As we watch the replay here, that entry into zone 3 there by Davin Leahy, he's throwing that car where he wants it.
Yeah, he's just been so good all day. But young Jake Davey, current Pro 2 champion, is right there with him. Look at the proximity from the guy in the 180, not using a lot of angle, but staying right there with him. And look at the entry once again on replay here from Davin Lee. He just pretty much textbook. And when Davin Lee, he gets out of the right side of the bit, when he has a bit of contact there, yeah. When he has his Weetabix and when he has his protein milk in the morning, he's very hard to stop. He's very hard to stop. And this car, when it works, is absolutely on rails, and it's just so fast. And it's also like the throttle response on this thing, it's got 7 litres of naturally aspirated power, 700 horsepower, ready to rock. So a bit more than the Citroen AX, which had 3 stud wheels, if I remember correctly. This has 5 studs and about 1,000 horsepower more.
For sure, there's definitely a lot of ponies coming down over the hill here for us now. Here in Bishopscourt, Diff and Drift, as Jake Davey opens up proximity coming into zone 3, but Davin Leahy's making the dive to get right up onto the door.
Yeah, absolutely. And Leahy is right there with him. Look at this from the young Waterford man. He's right on the quarter, just as Davey was to him. The crowd are getting into it. We're getting into it. Guys, round of applause for Davin Leahy and Jake Davey with a heater pair of runs. What a pair of absolute entertainment factor runs there, Adam.
This is incredible stuff, especially when you just think back to the age of these guys, Mike. Only 16 years of age. It's incredible stuff. The talent that they have, the way they have to maneuver these cars around the track, and the talent and consistency they have, it's next level.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely next level. And remember, these guys have a combined age of, I don't know, is it kind of mid-high 30s? Pretty much. Yeah, it's mid-high 30s, yeah. So, I mean...
30s? Mid-30s?
Mid-30s, yeah. So crazy stuff. Combined age of mid-30s, so absolutely great to see it. The future is bright. A little bit of contact there again on the replay. And we wait as they get out of the cars. Guys, round of applause for two young guns at the top of their game. And the crowd absolutely loving that one, like we all are. Judges deep in deliberation about this. And they're just watching the entry here from Davy. I mean, Devon is slightly on the left-hand side of the track there, you have to say. He's after sacrificing 1, 2, and a lot of 3.
Davy definitely did have a lot tighter of proximity in the chase position, but was the line just as followed? When you put Davy in the chase position as well, he did have a small, quick, very quick straighten.
And he drops wheels there as well.
Yeah, quick transition, quick straighten before zone 5, the danger zone.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
made it back work.
I was just enjoying these. I wasn't really totally scrutinising them the way that we probably should be, because I was just literally enjoying the runs because they were so entertaining. But the judges are definitely in the more scrutinising zone than I was there, and they're deep in conversation. You can see them here, they're rigged up to each other with the headsets and they can only hear each other. And Alana, who is in charge of the replays, and Alana can actually come in and point out something as well on the runs, or highlight it and go back on the replay, just as you see in Drift Masters, the fourth judge on the replays there can actually highlight something. So she is a judge's aid as such. As we hear Devon Leahy's car, the big V8 hunting
just
there,
growling.
it takes over, yeah, it's growling there, it's hunting.
Or purring. Purring maybe a better way.
I call it hunting.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Unless it's a little
I was trying to make it soft and friendly there.
Yeah,
it's nowhere near soft or friendly.
Gaining and dropping revs like a vacuum issue or whatever, but it's so good to hear. And yeah, the Mad Hatter saying hard to see Devon losing this one, but I don't know, I'm not sure, because his chase there was quite offline. I'd love to see the opposite run again. But yeah, you can see as well in front of you there, guys, the judges have the battle bracket in front of them, and they'll flip that over usually while the battle's going on, and they'll be just jotting down little notes about the battle sometimes. But according as technology has come on, and we have the drone now, we have the replays, that there's less need to take the notes about the battles these days, because they have the option of going back and seeing it in real time, which is obviously making, like a VAR in soccer or whatever, it's making things a little bit slower sometimes, but the calls tend to be more consistent.
That's for sure. You can see what's powering our judges today anyways, and it's one of our title sponsors, Red Bull.
The Mad Hatter. Judges are discussing if sour cream Pringles are the best choice. Well, that's easy.
Barbecue,
they are.
barbecue.
No,
barbecue.
Go away. Sour cream
barbecue,
all day long.
lad.
Sour cream.
No, barbecue.
You know what I enjoy now is a bit of vanilla ice cream and those with it. It actually goes so well together. Everyone, when I say that, thinks it's the most disgusting thing ever, but they go so well
Vanilla
together.
ice cream's nice with everything, but one thing that is going to be nice is seeing these
yes.
two guys one more time, because the official announcement is in. Jake Davey and Devon Leahy will be running one more time. There's no separating these two, and I'm delighted we're getting to see that again, because that was incredible.
It was, yeah. I mean, look, there are some battles sometimes they go one more time over loads of mistakes, and you're like, oh, okay. But for this one, I'm genuinely delighted to see it one more time. We get to see that entertainment value happening all over again. And I can announce as well, guys, that Johnny Flynn is out of competition. Unfortunately, cannot get the S14 fixed, whatever the issue is with the back of that car. Maybe they just don't have the spares, or maybe it's too damaged. But Johnny Flynn is out of competition. We'll have to bring you the official line on that one, because officially it's a one more time. I presume when Johnny Flynn can't continue, that Jake will progress. Yeah, and I'm seeing on our screen here that Jake McElveen has joined the Grade 8 bracket. So that means that Jake McElveen, in his much damaged now S13, will be facing off against Alex Butler with a perfect E46. And of course, we will see one more time between Jake Davey and Devon Leahy on the right-hand side of the battle bracket. So Johnny Flynn's car still jacked up there. They'll have to get that facing some way the right direction to get it home to Mayo. Take Me Home to Mayo, that's a very good song if you want to Google that one. And Johnny Flynn will be singing that on the way home down from County Down. I would say he's got about 4 hours to go home. I have 5.5 tonight.
I have about the same, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So a bit of a spin for us tonight, but that's all right. I'll send the Ollie 92 into cruise control and throw on a bit of house music on the way home. We'll be home in no time.
I have my chauffeur, see, Tom Murphy, taking me home.
Oh.
Lovely. It's handy when you've got a lad to live very close to you.
Yeah, you're being chauffeured by a judge home. So look at you. So we do have what is left of Jake McElveen's car on the line. I think just showing that he can initiate, of course, I haven't been given official word of this at all, but the car's so sharp without the bodywork. Just showing that he can initiate, and basically that is the one more time complete. He doesn't have a competitor in the form of Johnny Flynn. He has proven that he can initiate. That car is not looking great at this stage, but you know, the 4 wheels are there. It's a good look actually at these guys. We have to keep the car OEM in terms of the floor pan between the 4 turrets, but behind the rear shock tops you can cut it and space frame it, and in front of the front shock tops you can do the same. So that's what you're seeing there, is basically the space frame missing. The fuel cell is right there at the back of the car.
Some company in there. At least you can't lose any more parts. Don't jinx it.
Don't jinx it. There's still over fenders on that car. There's
still a prop shaft which we've seen Matt Darren lose.
Matt Darren possibly get into the car to him. Possibly we'll have to have a look, or hopefully he pulled it out from underneath the car. So he can, I think, lose a couple more parts still, and the way he's going, it might happen. Usually so consistent, and that car goes home pretty pristine most of the time with Jake McElveen. His cars are, you know, he's building another car. He owns Mitch Larner, Mitch Larner's V8 PS13 Sylvia. Now they're developing that, but yeah.
If you ever want to know how to make a crisp sandwich, a potato sandwich.
Yeah, well, if you're watching from America, get yourself import potatoes, cheese and onion preferably. Definitely cheese and onion, actually. It's an Irish potato chips brand, and it's really good. So yeah, you can make a potato sandwich. We have them at weddings and stuff, because usually we're after a big feed of drink, as we say in Ireland, and the old potato sandwich is good soakage with the bread and the bit of butter and the salty potato chips, man. Soak up and get you ready for the morning for the following day's festivities.
Decent munch. So as we get the official call in, we're going to be moving on to one of our grade 8 battles. You're laughing at something there,
I'm
Mike.
having somebody put in a comment. It's gone up out of the screen now, but they said it looks like more like a 130 than a 180. It does really. Yeah, a 110 nearly, to be honest. A 130, yeah.
But yeah, we absolutely are going to be moving on to the battle of Alex Butler and Jake Davies. So Jake Davies is going to be moving back out there. As we can see, the guy is just filling it up with fuel, not needing new tyres after playing it safe on his run there, just making sure that he can initiate and stuff. That car obviously fit for a battle now, hopefully so, but will it be enough to take down Alex Butler? Because Alex Butler is looking very strong today after the damage to that car has occurred in the battle with Johnny Flynn.
That's his dad there, Stephen, bigging him up. He's saying, go on, give it loads. There's a fuel cell right in view there as well. So Alex Butler warming tyres now. Jake McElveen warming tyres. His dad, Stephen, getting him going, riling him up. I don't think he even needs to be honest. Alex Butler, of course, as well. Alex Butler is, we're getting texts into my own phone. Big shout out to Rory and the lads there watching from home. And telling me that I'm some man to talk waffle. He didn't say waffle, but that's what he was alluding to. So
PG version of the word he said.
Yeah, Alex Butler there, Keith and the family will be watching on with bated breath. Guys, it's 2 young guns once again. Alex is actually 16 years of age. He turned 16, I was told there on good account, around Mondello Park, around that event. So that was his birthday weekend as well, when he took those pair of wins at Drift Pursuit, I'm told. 18 years of age across the way with Jake McElveen. So 34 years of age combined on track here, guys. Again, the future of Irish drifting is bright, and you're about to see it right here on track. Is Jake McElveen's car facing in the right direction? Well, the car is. I don't know if the 4 wheels are. There's not a lot of it left. The 130 SX of the Pro 2 driver up from yesterday, facing off against one of the hottest properties in Irish drifting, Alex Butler in the lead lane. Alex, the higher qualifier, qualifying in second position. Remember, coming in hot here with an undamaged car, it's a big ask for McElveen here, Adam.
That is for sure. McElveen's car looking a lot fresher at the start of this weekend on Friday. But will Alex Butler be able to escape young McElveen as they leave the line? Here we go with Alex Butler leading us in his BMW E46 right out to the outer edge of the track. McElveen right there with him though, not holding back one bit. Look at this line from Alex Butler, looking outstanding on the outer edge of zone 3, transitioning now for 4. McElveen's not holding back. I was about to say putting his...
Oh, Alex Butler runs off track, catches the marbles and runs off track. Not sure exactly what happened there. Was there contact? I didn't see it, but there could have been. Let's get a different view on that as Colin, our drone pilot, circles around like a buzzard there around its prey. Let's see what happened here. Butler with a really nice lead line, and that's very un-Alex Butler-ish. And the drama continues to follow McElveen here. I mean, he's usually such, he usually has such clean battles and had a really, really lovely run through Pro 2. McElveen was making a dive way up the inside there, and he was offline and he didn't have a lot of angle. However, I think, Butler, that wouldn't have put him off. He was looking out his left-hand window as he would have been with that angle, and Butler's still where he is now. I can see him actually out of the car as I look out of the tower here. Out of the car, checking something with the front end of that car. So maybe an arm snapping or just not doing what it's meant to do. It's not what we're used to seeing from young Alex Butler. But as you mentioned it there as well, Mike, Jake McElveen, the Pro 2 driver coming up from yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but if he makes it into the top 4, this technically gives him the right way straight to a pro license? That used to be the rule anyway, yeah. That used to be the rule. If I know Jake, he'd probably not take it right now, that he'll choose to stay in Pro 2 for the rest of the season and win.
Well, sure he's going to be in the pros anyway. If he keeps driving away, he's going to go.
Yeah, but a lot of these guys don't want to come up at him either. They want to stay down not down in Pro 2, but they just want to stay in Pro 2 with the non-semi-slick street tyre. Because, the semi-slick, it puts so much strain on the drivetrain. You really have to upgrade your diff and sometimes your gearbox as well, depending on the situation. So it does get quite expensive, and the semi-slick tyres tend to burn off quicker than the slightly harder road compound as well. So, yeah, I mean, it does get quite expensive in Pro. So a lot of these guys just want to be in Pro 2, enjoy life down there. And, it's a super competitive championship. It's sometimes every bit as competitive as Pro, to be honest. So let's see what Jake does. Should he make his way to the Grade 8? And Alex Butler is calling a 5-minute rule here. So just getting confirmation on that it is indeed car issues. You're right, guys, in the chat. Something has gone awry with the E46, which again has an M54 turbo engine, I think. I stand to be corrected. It could be a 52, but I think it's a 54.
I do think it is 54, correct, yeah.
Yeah, so, those engines, it tends to be quite reliable actually in the hands of Butler here. Famously not the most reliable engines when you strap a turbo to them. But here we go, it's working. It seems to be under its own power here. So that could suggest, is it an ECU thing? Did it get hot? Did it detect overboost? Did it detect low oil pressure? Cut the power, something like that? Who knows?
TPF is blocked, went into limp mode.
The TPF is blocked. Wouldn't it be like a BMW? Yeah, so once again, shout out to Rory and all the guys there watching from home, and all the guys in Casey's bar in Clonakilty there. One of my own Hans DJing, a fantastic bar, the best bar in Clonakilty, I think, and Rory, the other DJ there, rocking the tunes there and entertaining who visit that bar. So if you're down around, they call it West Cork in Clonakilty. I don't think it's very west, but it's south central, not south central LA, south central Cork. Give a shout in there to Casey's bar. Usually Rory or myself will be hanging around there, spinning a few tunes at him, like yourself of a Saturday night.
Yeah, playing a few tunes.
A few tunes. You'll be usually back west, as we say, from Cork.
Back west, I suppose, around Kerry a lot, I suppose. I do travel to Limerick. I've been in Cork myself.
Yeah.
More in the city, though. Not in the west side that you'd be in.
Danger to Manifold moments. Irish Bandit, exactly, yeah. We actually did see that with Laurie Heinen, and there was a Fast and Furious moment. And if you haven't seen Laurie Heinen and the Drift Masters, the Finnish Drift Masters competitor, go to his Instagram, watch one of his reels where he basically puts his NASCAR V8 engine you know, he uses like the Snapchat or Instagram where it sticks a sticker to somebody and it's like the Undertaker rising out of the coffin alongside the ring in WWE, and it's his engine coming out of the coffin, and they're on the dyno then and they make exactly 1,000 horsepower. It's hilarious. But then in the very next event, it like literally blew the inlet manifold. So, you know, you could see it.
Give himself commentator's curse.
Yeah, the inlet manifold exited the chat, Fast and Furious style, you know, 17 gears in, and the inlet manifold just decided to exit the chat. Couldn't take the boost of the massive supercharger. So yeah, just to answer you from up there as well, Hannah, yeah, we probably will go to a quick ad break just as we get to the final four and into the finals as the cars get retired and refueled in between the battles, which tend to come in very close, you know, very close order from each other. Cars do go through usually a pair of tyres per pair of runs, so they need 2 new tyres basically for each battle in the semi-slicks.
We can see our one of our judges there, Tom Murphy, popping up now in the comments as well.
Yeah,
as,
Tom Murphy's. Hey all.
He's kind of confused as what to do because there's no cars on track to judge, so he gets lost in these kind of moments.
Yeah, he does indeed. So just reading the comments there and
waffle over ad break.
Yeah, waffle over ad break all day. Just back to the tyre situation there. An undisclosed Driftmasters team of 2 cars, who I won't drop their names, but I might be privy to some information from them on a daily basis. But the 2 cars went through 70 tyres between them in Spain. Just in Driftmasters at round 1, so 70 tyres.
It's not a cheap weekend, Mike. It's not a cheap weekend.
70 tyres between 2 cars in a weekend, so that's yeah, 34 and 36 tyres each or whatever it might have been. Yeah, so you can do up the tyre bill there, the Velino tyres there, the 285s. I think they're working out at 170 or 80 quid plus the VAT each. So you can get on your calculators there now and see what the tyre bill for a Drift Masters weekend when you've got 2 very reliable cars is.
As we can see, some of our staff actually arguing in the comments now, with Tom Murphy trying to claim he's cool, others saying he's not.
Yeah, Declan Keane there, one of our guys, getting in the chat there saying that Tom is not cool. So I'm, you know, Tom dragged us out of we were at an underground rave last night, literally down the road.
It wasn't underground, but it was definitely a bit of a rave. Yeah, we won't mention any too much about it. Yes, no. You're listening in, but we're back on track now with some action as we see Davin Leahy and Jake Davey coming in over the hill here. Davin Leahy right out the edge. Oh, and Jake Davey, big straighten from him there. Huge mistake as Davin Leahy does what he's been doing all day. Huge angle up against the wall there for zone 3, trying to push away from young Jake Davey. But what is going on? There's a bit of hassle here for the drivers after that. Straighten from Davey, and again here coming into zone 6, Davey definitely suffering with some issues in that car, and they're coming on more.
Yeah, Davey's got a problem here for sure. And according as the evenings go on, you know, these cars, as we always say, they do tend to heat soak. They do tend to, you know, just keep the heat in the engine block, in the chassis. There's nowhere for that heat to go sometimes, and I'm not sure if that's what's happening here, because that car did have quite a while to cool down, to be fair, between runs. But big issues here for Davey in the chase, straightening up a couple of times. Was it driver error? I don't know, Adam. It looks like it's down on power though. Didn't have enough to just get going again, get the wheel speed in.
We're not used to seeing driver error from young Jake Davey, our Pro 2 champion from last year. As you can see here, yeah, it does look like he's struggling with that car. He just wanted to push there to get back up in the door.
Watch for his tyre smoke here. Is he making a lot of tyre smoke? He's not. He's just not really, is he? You know, it doesn't look like that car is just lighting them up on the back. Yeah, and he hits.
Big bit of contact there between the transition,
which means that she gripped up instead of wheel spinning and just pushed him forward rather than giving him angle. So yeah, a couple of issues there for Davey. Yeah, Tom, yeah, you've seen it on my story. Yeah, my Instagram story from last night is a little bit questionable, but yeah, that's actually what happened. So
how are we keeping that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's me, you know, on a night out. There's no filter.
He doesn't get out much, lads.
I don't get out much, exactly. So yeah, good times up here in Northern Ireland, enjoying the crack with all the locals, and that's what drifting's all about. A big party, and we certainly done that last night, and we move it back to the second half of the battle. Does Jake Davey have an issue? We're about to find out. In the lead position, he's got clean air in front of him. Looks like he might be straightening up here, tiny bit at him again. Davin Leahy doing a good job, not backing out of it and trusting the lead from Davey.
He sure is, and he should do, because
Davey usually puts down a solid lead one. He's doing that right here as he puts the rear end of that car right up against the wall for zone 5 here, coming on and after the danger zone here now for zone 6. Really lay into it, but Davin Leahy deals with all of it very, very well.
Yeah, definitely. He no stranger to podiums. Those events in Rose Green there, the Irish Drift Nationals and stuff, he tends to go very well at those. And I think he's after booking himself a place in the final 4 here, to be honest. Because Davy's chase there just had a lot of mistakes creeping in, and you know, in layman's terms, I guess if you look at the battle across the way, then there wasn't a lot of mistakes from Leahy in the chase, and Leahy's lead was pretty alright. So I think just with the mistakes there, I think that we might see Leahy here claiming a spot in the final 4.
That's for sure, Mike. We do have a decision here. We're going to wait for the drivers to line up here beside each other before we announce it. But everyone here in attendance, do give a round of applause for young Jake Davey and Davin Leahy coming out of the cars here. 2 very talented drivers. Jake Davey unfortunately suffering with car issues, leading to a few mistakes there. 2 young guns. We're going to be seeing a lot more in the series as time goes on. And yes, the official announcement is in. It's Davin Leahy making his way into the top 4. Crowd is very happy with that decision there. Unfortunate for young Davey, but I'm sure we'll be seeing the Davies back again doing what they do in the next round.
The Davies from Sligo there, owning Carrick Karting. If you're up that side of the world, Carrick on Shannon, be sure to drop into the guys and support them, because they are supporting Irish drifting. And we can see there Davin Leahy, it is an LS7 which he has under the bonnet, relatively modern Corvette engine.
Just to note there as well, Mike, look at the front bash bar on Davies' car.
These cars are wrecked. Like, they've got a month to get them ready before round 4, but a lot of these cars are wrecked.
After today,
yeah, they're wrecked. I mean, Jake McElveen's car is Jake Davies' car as well. They're absolutely wrecked.
It looks like it's frowning.
It looks like it's frowning. Yeah,
it's not happy after that
confused.
decision.
It looks confused.
Look at this fella now coming in.
Alan Hines. Is it?
That is a Drift Masters scooter driver. Yeah.
Yeah, it is Alan Hines looking magnificent there, almost in slow motion. The wind through his hair, looking fantastic there on the scooter. And hello to you too as well, Hannah, from the Netherlands.
And hello to Babs as well, who's tuning in.
Hello to Babs, yeah. Big hello to Barbara Tracy there. Interesting fact, you know the way we all call the Netherlands Holland? That's incorrect, because I think Holland is like 2 provinces down the bottom or something. So, you know, I don't think that's actually correct. The name of the country is the Netherlands. And I love Amsterdam as well, by the way. So if you have any tips for Amsterdam there, Hannah, drop them in. We'll take an old trip over there for maybe another rave. Overgrown one. But we are ready to rock here, guys, for this battle. Look at this. It is Alex Butler and Jake McElveen in the stricken 130 SX. Losing bodywork. Hannah, you cursed it. It's losing bodywork, and Alex Butler shuts it down. The action is back here thick and fast, guys, as we get lost in the comments. But look at this. It's losing yet more bodywork. This car is absolutely done for, but it's still working. And crucially, the car across the way, once again, Alex Butler has shut it down again. And that is all she wrote here for Alex Butler, guys. Car issues for the BMW. Jake McElveen's car, which has been in 2 significant collisions, is still punching. It is coming apart at the seams, but you know what? It's still working. And I think he's after booking his place in the final 4. Wow.
I think so too, Mike, as well. As we zoom in here on young Alex Butler. Big shame there to see him out of competition. Give him a round of applause as he comes out of the car. The official announcement is in. Jake McElveen booking his spot in the top 4 today. Can he make his way to podium? Huge round of applause as well for Alex Butler, the pro driver, looking very well all weekend, but unfortunately mechanical issues just taking him out of competition.
Yeah, I mean, great to see McElveen there keeping that car going and booking his place in the final 4. Unfortunately for Alex Butler, not the way he wanted to exit competition. He's been so good all competition, but yeah, unfortunately it's not enough.
So Mike, I just have confirmation as well in on something I said earlier on. So Kieran Hines came up to me there and has officially said that a Pro 2 driver who makes his way into the Sunday and then makes his way into the Final 4 is offered a pro license. So Jake McElveen, right now we're not calling him a Pro 2 anymore because he has the talent of a pro, but he is going to be offered a pro license. Whether he takes that or he doesn't is up to himself, but
maybe might just finish out the rest of the Pro 2 season next year, make that step up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's see what he does, but he's of the level all day, guys. And the round of applause going up for the winner of this battle, Jake McElveen, who will face off against Davin Leahy in the final four, leaving Dylan Garvey across the way, who has had a massive break, facing off against Jack Merwinny. So a lot of young guns here. Dylan Garvey himself still quite a young driver, and a great comment in there from VR46 there to have a Drift Masters round in Assen. Wouldn't that be amazing? What a track that is. The Cathedral of Speed, I believe, is the nickname of that track, and what a round that would be with those fantastic corners that are in Assen. We might get on to Alex and the guys to see if that can be made happen.
We can bring the IDS over there.
Then it's the IDS, it's the Netherlands Drift Series.
It's still IDS, so international.
Yeah,
see, it works. It works.
We're back on the line here, guys, for the first semi-final here for IDS 2026 Round 3 Pro competition. As we get lost in the crack here, Dylan Garvey is leading us in top qualifier against young Jack Merwinny, who fires in the M50 powered BMW right in behind Garvey here. The Fuel Lab car putting foot to floor now, and it's a big entry once again from Garvey as he dials in the angle around 3 here, very closely followed though by Jack Merwinny, who now starts to fall back a small bit as Garvey puts foot to floor, the 180SX. Merwinny cuts the track once again, trying to find the quarter panel, but gets caught back a little bit there as they cross the line, and a great run there for the first half of this semi-final.
That's for sure, Mike. One of these drivers will be taking a spot on the podium. As to what spot, I'm unsure. We're going to find out very soon as we're coming to the second half of this battle. Watching the replay back here though, Garvey, literally a textbook lead run by him all the way through, lots of pace and huge angle where it is needed to be. But Malwini, sorry, mixing up his two names there in one. Jack Malwini pushing as hard as he can to keep up to the pace of Garvey. Unfortunately, in the second half of that run, just falling back quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the pace of Garvey and the consistency of Garvey, it's just unmatched. And I mean, we were tipping Kuba and Garvey to meet because neither of the two of them seem to be stoppable at the moment. Both immovable objects and unstoppable forces, but unfortunately Kuba out of competition, and Jack Merwinny is, he's here by merit. He's after making his way through a couple of tough battles so far to get this far, but he's got the toughest one so far right now with Dylan Garvey, who disappears the 180SX in the shadow of the BMW. Now a little bit of a wobble there from Garvey as he tries to find the angle. Now he finds it, and now he finds the quarter panel from the Hamilton sponsored E46 BMW of Merwinny. Now Merwinny looks for that outside line, but Garvey's right there with him. He's shadowing him. He's left foot braking. He's choosing when to make the dive. He has chosen. He makes the dive. He left foot brakes, and he toys with the side of the BMW across the line.
Toys with it for sure. Dylan Garvey's so dialed in. The driver that really, after today, I would imagine is topping the Pro Championship. And that's not an official statement, we'll have to check that out afterwards. But look at him out there on track today. He's really feeling comfortable on this line, right on the door here through zone 5, trying to get right there with him the whole way across, playing it safe but also with a lot of aggression at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, he's very James Dean-esque, isn't he, when he wants to, really turn the screw and go up another gear as such. Unfortunately, I know from battling James back in the day that you think you've done great against him. He's usually leading first because he qualifies higher than you, and then he can just turn up another gear. That seems to be what Garvey can do here. He can just find something else when he needs to, and he's found it, guys. Dylan Garvey goes through to the final, beating Jack Merwinny on the way. The 2JZ 180SX marches on in the hands of the 25-year-old Kilkenny man, and Jack Merwinny drops into the fourth place playoff, which will decide our last podium position here at Bishopscourt at IDS, round 3.
That's for sure, Mike. Looking at the other side of the bracket now as well, our next battle that's going to be coming up is Jake McElveen taking on Davin Leahy. Two different driving styles by these drivers. Davin throwing in some wild entries into every single corner today. Very fluent, very consistent. Jake, unfortunately, suffering some car issues, especially after his battle with Jonathan Flynn. What way is this one going to go? Two different drive styles. Are they going to be able to adapt to each other?
I'm sorry, but I just saw a comment. The Mad Hatter said Merwinny might losing, but it was a good attempt. That's fantastic. Sorry, Adam. I just got taken away by that one there. I mean, Hannah. Yeah, lighter cars are essentially in pretty much all racing. I'm sure there's some disciplines where weight helps, maybe tractor pulling or something. But yeah, most disciplines, lighter cars help. But you have to get the suspension dialed in, and drifting is a black art in order to get the grip into the tyres. Obviously, the more weight that's on the rear tyres, the harder the tyre is being pushed into the ground, therefore the more grip and forward traction and side bite that it can generate. But also then, the harder a heavy car physically is to push forward, so a heavier car will naturally accelerate slower than a lighter car and brake slower than a lighter car. So there is definitely a sweet spot there in terms of where you distribute the weight, because if you have a lot of rear weight distribution, the car becomes kind of horrible to drive. We think that 56-44 to 54-46 is the sweet spot. I drifted a rotary for a good few years. It was 51-49, difficult to drive. Then we put a 2J into my car, it made it 56-44, way easier to drive, completely changed the car. But yeah, there was a little bit less weight in over the rear, so you probably go a little bit slower. So personal preference comes into it. Remember, you have to have consistency, and if you watch the drifting battles, you will see that a lot of the battles are won and lost not by sheer speed but by mistakes. So if your car is on your side and easy to drive, and if you make it work for you, you can generally tend to pick off your battles as you go through the bracket by sheer consistency and not making a big mistake. And yeah, so you have to really set up your car around yourself, around your ability, around your tyre, around your suspension, around your spring rates, around your lock, everything. And with experience and over the course of years, you start to set up your car around you, and you grip it up as much as you're humanly able to deal with driving it, basically. Takes a while to get there, to really learn the nuances of your car and your own abilities. But yeah, overall, lighter car, better in a short answer, which I made very, very long.
Very, very long. One thing that isn't very, very long though, Jack Maroney's car, because half of it is missing, and that is where the reference is coming from as well.
Jake McElveen's car.
Jake McElveen's car, my apologies. One thing to do note on this as well, if you have never had the opportunity to be right up close to a drift car, or a race car even, in fact, when you want to make these cars lighter, you're using different materials. It's not like your standard road car. There's not these big heavy metal door panels, side panels, so on, things that are put there for your safety when you're driving on the road. These cars are stripped down, there's cages inside them, and then the likes of Jake McElveen's car, the back of it there, basically all ripped off.
Yeah.
It's a clamshell. It's made out of fiberglass, a really light, flexible, squishy maybe material.
Yeah, and you would also take off all the really heavy stuff like the bumper bars. Obviously, all the standard seats are out of there. The likes of 350Zs, it's super easy to get rid of 300 kilos from a 350Z really easily, because the seats are so heavy, the bumper bars, etc., are so heavy. You can go to extremes with your shell. Then you can drill off all the little brackets for the light switches and all the little tiny things, the brackets for the seats and all that stuff. You can drill all of those off. If you put them all into a bag and weigh them, there's a bit of weight in them, so you can go to extremes and make the car really light. And yeah, it's all in search of cheap performance gains, I guess, getting lighter for sure.
It sure is, Mike. Like yourself, having experience with competitive drifting in Ireland as well, it's been how many years since you last drifted in competitively?
40,000.
4,000 years.
Yeah. No, it's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. I think the last competitive round, I have been out in the car since, but the last competitive round was the end of 2018. Wow.
Since 2018 to now as well, has there been, from your own experience, has there been much change in these cars, the likes of their setups, the likes of what's going into them, the tuning, the dialing in, and the weight distribution?
Yeah, I mean, they have developed, especially the Nissans and the GT86s and stuff have had huge chassis development. The power has also gone up, the gearboxes have gotten better, the quick changes, rear have come in, which are actually quite heavy. We'll get back to that in a second though, because we have a battle on the line, guys, and it is a big one. It is a battle of the young guns, and it is Davin Leahy, higher qualifier, to lead in Jake McElveen in the second semi-final here, guys. This is for a place in the final, and Davin Leahy leads us in.
He sure does, Mike. The driver that has been putting on stylish entries in every zone. Look at this, he's fully 90 degrees, and Jake McElveen matching him, but unfortunately having a huge correction there after that entry and dive into the zone. These two drivers have the talent. Jake McElveen coming up from the Pro 2 Championship. Davin Leahy sitting comfortably here in with the pros, right out to the edge of the track as they close out zone 6 and finish the run.
Yeah, big cheers going up from the crowds underneath us here. Real nice entry here from Leahy. Is this going to be all she wrote for McElveen? Is the car fighting him? I mean, he did have a big straight in there as he just tried to find the door of Leahy coming into zone 3, but he gets back on the power. He gets himself back into battle, and this car looking very fast, very much lightened, as Hannah said there, with the lack of bodywork, the lack of fiberglass bodywork, which is very light itself. Yeah, but really nice lead there from Leahy overall, and a couple of mistakes creeping in from McElveen, one very notable one as he headed for 3. So I think it's going to be advantage to young Leahy from Waterford here.
That's for sure. You were saying there it could have been a car issue. Despite all the damage that looks like it's been done to it, I don't think it was a car issue. I think he just sent it in with a bit too much angle there and just didn't have what he needed to get back onto the pace and foot to the floor. But we're seeing him here now with his foot to the floor as he's in the lead position. Jake McElveen, the Pro 2 driver, in the top 4. He'll find out for the top for a spot in the final. Chased down by Davin Lee. Look at the proximity from this. Jake McElveen not doing a huge entry like he was chasing Davin Lee, but Davin Lee dealing with that and working perfectly on the chase position right here, but Jake McElveen's giving him every single opportunity by putting it right out to the lower edge of every single zone, right through to 6 here. The crowd are starting to go wild for this one. It's getting intense.
Yeah, it is really heating up now, which is exactly what we expect here. The top 16 has dragged on a little bit because of the mechanicals there, but you know what? It's all worth it when we start to get battles like this dropping in once again with a car that is barely held together. You can see the intercooler there of Jake McElveen and the fuel cell in the back. There's nothing left of this car in terms of bodywork, but he's still pedaling it. It's still working, and the engine is still doing the business, so that's all that matters here. I don't know, is it enough? Maybe the alignment on the back of this car is not perfect. If you look at the massive camber that Davin Lee, he's running on the front there as well on the GT86. Not sure if it's going to be enough this time, because Davin Lee, he was super consistent, and McElveen had that big mistake, the big straighten. So I think, and I might be right here, guys, because we have got official word. Davin Lee, he goes into the final, guys. And let's hear it for Jake McElveen, guys, all the way up from Pro 2 competition yesterday. The young County Down man, the local man here to Bishopscourt, absolutely taking names throughout the competition, both Pro 2 and Pro Championship here today, and he should be very proud of himself. It's not the end of him. We'll see him in the 3rd, 4th place playoff against Jack Mawhinney. So there's going to be fireworks for that one. So we'll send Jake McElveen in, we'll get that car retired up, and Jack Mawhinney will be in the pits getting his BMW sorted as well. And of course, Davin Lee, he will now go in, get a new pair of, I think they're Westlakes he's running on the back of that car, and he will be ready to rock against Dylan Garvey.
That's for sure. A new pair of shoes underneath that GT86 to get back out there.
New shoes.
New shoes. New
Remember
kicks of
that.
that. New kicks to chase down Dylan Garvey. That's going to be a very interesting one, as well as Jake and Jack. That's going to be tough to commentate on. I'm definitely going to mix that up anyway, for sure.
Yeah, Scott Toomey says compared to FD last night, it's been a breeze. I'd imagine so. We didn't catch it. We were actually going to go home early and watch it, but we didn't.
They cancelled it, so they said out.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. So yeah, time for 3rd, exactly 3rd and 4th place playoff now. Once we get Jake McElveen retired up, and Jack Mawhinney is pretty much ready to go, I think, in the pits, hopefully. And yeah, what's the green car on the trailer in the back? I'm not sure. We'll get a shot of that in a while. Oh yeah, I can see it actually. It's like that is a Pro 2 or R32 who is Luke Fisher's. Yeah, Luke Fisher's R32 is in the background there, an R32 Skyline on the trailer. The thing about Bishopscourt here as well, guys, is over where that R32 is in the distance there, it is there is a diffing area as well, and a drifting area which the lads, including the competitors, can go. We saw Dylan Wilson actually there in his BMW after he exited competition yesterday. He went straight over to the fun drifting area, and he was just blowing. Remember that in his 2J E92 supercar BMW.
Worth God knows how much, and he's just flicking it in after what was it? I was over there at the time.
Just blowing the back tires
off
it.
Lexus 200 or something.
Yeah.
A beater Lexus at that too as well.
Yeah.
Just baiting around the place, and your man over there, the ex-king of the cone, just flicking it in and around the place. I can just imagine doing it with one hand while scrolling through TikTok on his phone.
Yeah, there was a lot of tires being killed over there yesterday evening by competitors as well who had been knocked out just having fun. So the thing with drifting is the actual act of just doing it. We see that exact area.
Is that a micro going into the Diff lab?
That is definitely
a K11 micro.
It's like a K11 micro. I can't deny. I'm not sure though.
I really hope you try to send it. Please try to send it.
Yeah, so the actual act, if you've never done it, guys, try to get into drift school or whatever, get on the sim even, because the actual, just the sheer act of doing this is so much fun. You kind of go into, for, you know, not wanting to go too deep about it, but you go into this kind of zen place where you're just like, there's nothing else happening in the world because you're so taken up with what you're doing and you're concentrating so hard on it. And when you pull it off, especially for the first time, it's like the best feeling.
That's for sure, Mike, as we watch here on the stream as well, seeing the diffing going all the way down to the other side of the runway. Yes, runway, this is an ex-World War II RAF airfield, but
and in the background there as well, just over the hedge there, literally is Bishopscourt race circuit there, which would be popular for, you know, bike racing and
yeah, what I was
circuit
actually going to
racing.
compare this to is basically like nearly like Forza Horizon. It's like the amount of motorsport from diffing to drifting to lawnmower racing.
Yeah, lawnmower racing
like
here, exactly.
What's going on? So if you ever are considering going to a drift event, this is definitely one you should consider. If we make our way back up here to County Down, up and down, as I always say, with a little dad joke there, because it sounds very funny.
Yeah, that's an R32 Crazy and Angry. It is the early 90s and late 80s Skyline. Definitely. You lied, yeah. Well, that's fair enough. We're having a good time at home, so that's okay. That's okay. Once you're enjoying the stream, that's all that matters. So yeah, I mean, we're just seeing down the paddock here as well now, and Kenna Transport there as well. Philip Kenna and the guys very much involved in Irish drifting as well, and keeping a lot of the teams here going, transporting them around the country and jumping in as crew.
That's for sure. So I'm mentioning there, the production is on point today, boys. Don't give us the credit, because the credit actually goes down to Ciara Hines, another member of the Hines family that is making this all possible. So all the crew down there, Declan as well, Alana, and the rest of the team. I'm so off with names. I feel so bad. I forgot half their names.
It's literally a family affair here now in Ireland. So Kieran Hines, our head judge, basically owns the series. He owns IDS, and you know, it's obviously it's a family-run thing. It's not got like this huge budget or anything. And there's Alan Hines,
Another one behind this?
The black sheep of the family.
Can you hear us? Alan, can you hear us? Give us a wave.
The black sheep of the family, yeah, look at him. Terrible,
do
terrible
a dance,
person.
do a dance.
He's a terrible person, but look, we love him anyway. Giving us Cornish Drift Masters driver, former Irish champion there, Alan Hines, who is Kieran's son. And it is pretty much run by the Hines family and the greater family as well, you know, the extended family there. So you have Ciara on production there, running the live stream along with Alana doing replays and all that. You have Declan and all the guys then, and of course all the extended family then doing pretty much everything in the shop and the merch. And you know, the live stream is literally put up by a skeleton crew that we just come together in the morning and just like literally run through stuff, be like, okay, we're going to do this, right, okay, off we go. It's not a big production by any means, but it's getting much better, and massive well done to all the guys for doing that on pretty much shoestring budget and making it work.
Absolutely, and the production getting better and better every single time around. It's every edge of it as well, not just on the streaming side of it, but also on the social medias, especially. A huge shout out to all the media team. We can see some of the media guys down there on track at the present moment, getting them spicy shots that you'll be seeing on all the drivers' social media. So make sure you are following both the IDS at Irish Drift Series on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all them good spots, and all the other social medias as well.
Yeah, if you want to see a couple of cool shots there, guys, there's initiation.media on Instagram. That's IATION.media on Instagram, and they are just putting up some great stuff there from competition, like really cool slow-mos and stuff. Going up there, so you know, be sure to check them out as well. They're putting up all the best from IDS, and Megan there as well, celebrating the 43rd birthday this weekend, having a good time, and yeah, double thinking her hand signals there for the live stream. But as I always say, Megan, I've got the microphone and you don't, so.
She's got the camera up, and you'll be on camera soon.
she's not happy, but yeah, she's gonna. Do you know what she's gonna do now? She's gonna get a terrible picture of me from the podium and post it up, and that's gonna be the revenge, and I'm gonna regret it, because that's there forever.
That's very true. That's very true. This stream will be
sorry,
over.
Megan. Sorry, love you really. I'm really sorry.
We can see on top of the tower there as well as they zoom in. Yeah, we're up there somewhere.
That's us. If you
can try to give a wave out.
Yeah.
But up on top of the tower there as well, you can see another member of the Hines family, Enya, up there controlling the camera for today, making sure you can see all the action.
Blatant disregard for her well-being up there.
Yeah, just hidden upstairs. Just leave her up there.
The Lucky Day competition's netting there, keeping her safe as she does the eye in the sky camera for us. On
You're
top.
really getting to see all the behind the scenes here, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is what it is. Drifting is a genuinely blue collar sport. It's not, 99% of competitors don't have a big budget. They don't have endless means. They just make it work. Again, it's been pretty eye-opening being out in the Polish series this year, because for a national series, the budgets out there are pretty insane for some of the stuff there. The bills are mad, and there's a really big, really professional feeling around the paddock. But obviously you've got a country there of like 36 million, something like that. So you've got way more the population than Ireland, and evidently then, in their national series they're going to have more big teams coming in. But yeah, it's in Ireland it is very much grassroots, and the guys just make the cars work. You saw Alex Butler there with an E46 with a turbo strap to the side and a built engine. The car is pretty much original engine, I think, and built to be turbo. Dylan Garvey's car is a little bit of a supercar, to be fair. Kuba's car is a supercar. But Jack Mulwiney's car would be relatively basic, and Jake McElveen's car is just pretty much a stock RB as well, in a Silvia, in a 180SX, same chassis as a S13 Silvia. So it's not by any means huge budget stuff here, but the guys make it work. And I think as a result of Kieran Hines' track design, and as a result of making the cars work, that's why we tend to have such fantastic drift exports, because we find a way of making it work. And when the guys then get the top cars underneath them, we can export anywhere in Europe or America and pretty much go to the, be competitive right away.
That is for sure, Mike. The Irish talent in drifting really does stand out no matter where it goes. You think obviously Japanese drivers, they really get highlighted whenever they're driving anywhere, because it's the home, it's the birthplace of drifting. But when you look at Irish drivers as well, it's really a strong place. As we look at more comments coming in there.
Yeah,
as well.
Hannah, it is the 29th and 30th of August is the next event here in IDS, but we are back to the present day here, guys. 2 seconds, we'll get back to the comments. And it is indeed the fourth place playoff between Jack Mulwiney and Jake McElveen, who leads us in.
It sure is, Mike, the Pro 2 driver coming up here. Look at the pace of him as he puts it up against the wall, reflecting whatever is left of the back end of that 180SX. On zone 3 there as they come around. Jack Mulwiney doing his best to stay on the door, and he's doing a great job of it, dealing with the line of Jake McElveen. Jake McElveen's giving him every single opportunity now as they transition back into the final zone, and the first run of our third or fourth place playoff is incredible.
Yeah, it is indeed worthy of the final parts of the event. Look at the proximity, look at the bravery from McElveen as he just at the highest speed part of the track puts it right on the door. Mulwiney's put it right on the door of McElveen there. Two very similarly livered cars here as well, the kind of black and purple and blue liveries, almost like teammates out on track right now. BMW and Nissan, of course. Not that you know that it's a Nissan anymore, apart from the roofline of the 180, that iconic shape. But yeah, great run there from Mulwiney in the chase. I'm really liking that. But McElveen made it easy for him.
He sure did. He gave him every single opportunity. But what's it going to be like now when they switch places? Because Jack Mulwiney is going to be in the lead position. He has pace. He's been looking very gripped up all day. Is Jake McElveen going to be able to keep up to him?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Jack and Cedric there and the guys developing this BMW over the last 3 years maybe. It's got faster and faster, and Jack's developed with it. Let's see. Oh! And a trouble there, unfortunately, for McElveen. And at last, the 130SX has quite no more.
That's for sure, Mike. I did think, I was going to say it, but I didn't want to jinx it. Jake McElveen, when he was coming through zones 1 and 2, he didn't look like he was on too much angle in his lead run, so maybe there is still some issues lingering in that car. Jake McElveen, I knew I was going to mess up names.
Well, it's the same
similar.
initials. It's JM, yeah, so it's Jack Mulwiney. He's, yeah, I think, guys, we don't give these results till the podium to just maintain the little bit of suspense, a little bit of drama, But
at least he doesn't have to drive over to receive his results now. That's where he is. He's in the right spot.
He's in the right spot, but we do have a final to go, so we're going to have to get him off track, that's for sure. And yeah, guys, round of applause for the hard-fighting Jake McElveen there, guys, making the 130SX stay going through thick and thin and putting it through absolute abuse to this point and keeping it going and going and going, and it finally, I think, cried no more. But maybe it's just a suspension issue here. He's just making the universal kind of I tried to snap it back, but it wouldn't come for me. To Alan Hines.
Alan's just popping up everywhere now, isn't he?
Alan is just a man around the paddock now. You
Watch
know?
Drift Masters, he's there. You watch IDS, he's there.
International man of
Watch
mystery.
Coronation Street, he's probably in the background somewhere.
Probably is, yeah. Probably is. He'd go well in Coronation Street now, actually.
He would too.
It's kind of like Curly Watts, isn't he? Coronation Street. Is that before your time?
No, I know exactly what you're on about.
Sorry.
As we can see him having a debate there about the Rover's return or something.
Yeah, I can't believe I even knew a Coronation Street character, but that was back in the day. But yeah, the Nissan gave it everything it had there, guys, and you know, I think RBs get a lot of stick sometimes for their reliability under severe pressure, but this relatively stock one in the hands of Jake McElveen has done him proud, has done Stephen, his dad, proud as well, and all the fam this weekend. And yeah, might have just cried no more. It might be just a handling issue as well. The engine might be perfect. We'll try to bring you that from the podium. We'll have a chat with him in the flesh down there, but he is also saving us getting it recovered, hopefully. It is driving, but yeah, maybe, you know, okay, I think what's happening here is it won't steer left. The rack is bent. The rack is bent in this, I think, and he wins. A few
slaps and Johnny Flynn would do that, yeah.
Exactly, the rack is bent. It was probably notchy for the battles, hence why he wasn't perfect all along. So the steering racks in these, you know, if they get a little bit bent, will still work sometimes, but there'll be a tight spot on the rack, and I think what he's saying is that the rack will just like not turn now. So
I must just say as well, the DS25s on the front of his car look very, very highlighted with how all the body panels are and looking very stylish. There's Strom wheels, in fact. So if you're ever looking for some very nice wheels, they're my favourite wheel.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm not too sure if they do that design anymore, but they do have plenty of fresh designs. DS25 looking very stylish.
Chris and the guys there, I must say, they have built quite the brand and Strom, you know, and they are really nice wheels. They're coming out with some super designs. That new 6-spoke with the band around is crazy. But guys, no time to talk about that because we are gridding the cars for the final. Guys, Bishopscourt, it is IDS, it is round 3, it is the halfway point, just about to be reached in 2026, and it is the young gun from Waterford, Davin Leahy, facing off against the unstoppable force that is the Kilkenny man, Dylan Garvey. Davin Leahy has been bringing all the style, Dylan Garvey's been bringing all the style. They've both been pushing it to the absolute limits all day long, guys. They've made it here. It is now 6:20 pretty much local time, and they are still going here in Bishopscourt. We're ready to rock. We're making sure that the track is ready to rock. Sean Healy, our track controller, is pointing down to the track, making sure that all is good.
For sure, Mike. I've stood up out of my chair for this one. I know this one's going to be intense. Davin Leahy, you would think he's the underdog in this one, but maybe not. He is an intense battle driver. He's been doing some crazy entries, but so is Dylan Garvey. So this might be a well-matched one.
Yeah, I think we're going to see lots of angle. Are they going to dial it back a little bit for the final, play it safe? I don't know.
I hope not. I hope not.
Both of them are, like, two of these cars look to me like they're really stable on max angle, that they're feeding back exactly what's happening to the drivers, so they're very confident pushing the cars to the lock stops. I think they're looking like they're about to put on a show for us here, and we're just fixing the track here, those water barriers, and making sure that
just small bit of a leakage down on the track, in fact, Max. So I'd say that came from Jake's car, but all sorted now. We're about to see these two drivers take off from the line. We want to see everyone here in attendance with an electric atmosphere rising up, making loads of noise for these drivers. They come in through each and every zone. The same for every single person in the live chat as well. We want to see you getting excited. Show us your enthusiasm for this one.
Right, so we are ready to rock, guys. Bishopscourt, are you ready to rock for the final?
We hope you are, because we're kicking it off here. Our first run of the final of round 3 2026, led in by Dylan Garvey in his stunning Fuel Lab 180 SX, chased down by the young gun Davin Leahy as they come into zone 3 here, right on our edge, right up against each other. We can hear the crowd screaming from. Here we go, Davin Leahy trying to find the door of Dylan Garvey, right there with him, trying to push him across the line, transitioning now from the danger zone into zone 6, finishing out the first run. This is electric, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. A run worthy of a final there from both drivers. A little bit late on initiation from Leahy. I think Garvey just had the pace up the straight as he's been doing to everyone all day. Then Leahy getting the transition done and getting right in the pocket. I mean, he did very, very well from the position that he was in to stay on line, find the pocket. He sacrifices for quite a lot in order to stay there, but he does stay there. He's right in the zone where he wants to be in with Garvey ahead, and he stays out, crucially for him, he stays out of the white, out of the smoke. You know, if you get that one car length back from the likes of Garvey, he's putting out so much smoke, as we can see here after both drivers, that it's very easy to get in a white out and not know where you are, and that's where big mistakes creep in. You don't know where you are on track. He avoided that by staying right on the door. Look at this from Garvey. He's way back. He's going to get the whole shot on Leahy. It looks like he might have had the acceleration up the straight, despite the 600 horsepower naturally aspirated LS7. You know, absolutely catapulting Leahy up the straight. Let's see, because it is the second run of the final, guys. It's been a long afternoon here in Bishopscourt for pro competition of round 3 of IDS, and we are ready to rock with the last run of the day.
We sure are, Mike. Maybe it might not be. We might see it one more time. We're going to have to find out, because Davin Leahy's going to lead position this time. We can see Dylan Garvey with all his wheel speed in that first run, creating low smoke, burning the rubber off the back end of that car. He knows Davin Leahy's fast. He tried to get away from him, but now he's going to have to follow him, chase him down, try to get up on the door of that GT86 as they leave the line. Here we go. Davin Leahy in the lead position, chased down by Dylan Garvey.
He is indeed. Now he fires it in. Look at this from Garvey, though. Garvey is maintaining beautiful proximity to the lead car here of Leahy. Now they rotate back. All Leahy does Leahy stuff. He backs it onto the wall. Fantastic from the GT86 driver. Big angle off the wall from Leahy, but Garvey's right there. He's caught in the pocket. Does he get out of it? He does. He escapes Houdini-like out of the pocket. Unbelievable from Diff. Or from Dylan Garvey. I'm mixing up the brothers. I'm so excited, guys, and they cross the line.
Press, Mike. Oh my God. Dylan Garvey in the chase position there. Well, let's watch this replay one more time on the live stream. Every transition on the rear bumper of that GT86 coming in to zone 3 there. The angle from both drivers pretty much 90 degrees to the wall, but still with the momentum to get around, fulfill the zone here through zone 5, and everything flawless from both drivers. Is this going to be a proximity vote?
Oh, well, what a run. Guys, worthy of a final, and we'll just wait to get our applause down to both drivers as we pull them down. We're just going to make sure that we have a result here, and we will give you that result on the podium in about 5 minutes' time once we get the Red Bull podium down on track, as we bring them down to the finish line, and we confirm if we have a result or not.
I don't know, Mike, but these guys are putting on a show to keep you entertained. In the meanwhile, as our judges are still deliberating on the result of this battle, the guys doing a twin tandem donut here in front of the tower as they get out of the car. Give a huge round of applause to our 2 finalists of round 3. It's Dylan Garvey and Davin Leahy.
Yeah, so the judges are still watching this one here, guys. The crowd entertained, we're entertained, the live stream is sure entertained. And what a pair of runs there. Worthy of a final, worthy of 2 guys who both deserve to stand on the top of the podium here, to be honest, I think, but only one can. And the judges are still watching this one very intently. Now, for me, I really like the consistency of Garvey in the chase, but Leahy's lead line was so good, so impressive. The style was there, the perfect, you know, line was there as well. Yeah, so the judge is still in deliberation about this one. It is not decided yet.
That's for sure. One more time, just to say our 3 judges: Tomas Falvey, Tom Murphy, and our head judge, Kieran Hines. In discussion about this one now, they're paying real attention to every single moment of this battle, seeing as there are a few minuscule mistakes that may have happened. What is going on? You can see the concentration on their face here, live on the stream now. I don't know how you're going to separate this one, Mike. The only thing I can see is proximity, but on line matter, was there that much of a difference between the 2 drivers?
I don't know. I mean, you know, the aggression there of Leahy was very good as well. He really found the pocket towards the middle of the run. I think on initiation he might have just had quite a lot of gap open out, because Garvey is so fast off the line with that gearbox. He's quick on the gear changes. Yeah, but I think, you know, watching it back here now, just watch the initiation here again. Now Garvey drops a wheel on initiation, not a big mistake really. Leahy fires in the car, pops through the smoke, dials on the angle, and really, you know, he's he's quite on the right line, maybe a little bit less angle than Garvey there. Now Garvey with not a lot of angle there, but Leahy sacrifices 4. So for me, right now here, I think it's slight advantage Garvey just because of the gap on initiation and the fact that Leahy completely sacrificed 4. So to me, I'm not a judge right now. Never again want to do it either, to be honest. But I think it was slight advantage to Garvey coming into the second half. Now we watch if we can get a replay of the second half in a minute. But yeah, you see Tomas Falvey here, a dad, of course, of Conor Falvey, current Drift Masters driver, placing on the podium twice this year. That is Tomas, his dad, there at the far side chatting. Tom Murphy pointing out something, and where he's pointing at would be at between 1 and 2. He's after pointing straight ahead. Tom Murphy would have been pointing at 1 and 2, and Kieran Hines would have been pointing over to 5 there to the left. So maybe they didn't see Mark there. They mightn't have seen the run because they were eating Pringles. It's quite possible. The live crowd here in Bishopscourt are like, what are these guys on about? But we're referring to the live stream comments here, guys, if you're watching here live in Bishopscourt. So sorry for getting lost in the laugh of the comments. So we do have a result. Sean Healy, our track controller, tells me that we do have a result with one of the 2 drivers. I genuinely don't know who it is. I have a feeling, but I would have liked to have seen the replay one more time of the second run to make up my own mind. It's a tight one. The judges were in deliberation for quite a long time there, guys. So we will know in a couple of minutes' time. We'll be down here on the podium, guys, down on track. If you're here live at the event, guys, we invite you to make your way out onto the track. Join us for the podium. If you're watching in the live stream, guys, stay tuned because it is going to be good celebrations dropping in here very, very shortly. And it's always a great time on the podium here at IDS. So, Adam, any thoughts yourself?
I've been speechless for the last minute because I'm blown away by that final we just had there. 2 drivers well deserving of the positions they're in right now. I'm glad I'm not one of the judges because the decision making would have been a very hard job. I just want to say a huge shout out to all drivers that were competing here this weekend. Some competing for their very first time, some competing for their probably 1 millionth time. But every single one of them giving a foot to the floor, full commitment, full dedication, and it's incredible to see. What an amazing sport we get to be part of. Thank you again to every single person who has come out this weekend, everyone that has been supporting the events, following us on social media, and to all our sponsors, of course, especially our 2 title sponsors, Lucky Day Competitions and Red Bull Energy. But once again, from myself, Adam, thank you very much, and to Mike, who will be going down now to the podium where we'll be announcing the winner of the battles, the winner of the final battle of the Bishopscourt 2026 here for round 3. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. And just before we sign off from the tower, I just want to say real quick as well, thanks to all the guys in the live stream there with the comments. It actually, you know, as you saw, we had a lot of downtime here. So thanks for keeping us going. Good laugh there in the comments, very entertaining, I must say. And helped us to waffle our way through the event there a little bit. So thank you guys for, number one, tuning in and supporting Irish Drifting. Be sure to get 2 around if you can this year. Even drop us a message if you're coming from abroad. We'll be sure to look after you. And yeah, thanks very much again, guys, making the live stream very, very entertaining this afternoon. So we're going to sign out for a couple of minutes here, guys. We're going to grab the radio mics and we will be joining you down on track here in Bishopscourt for round 3 of IDS 2026 for the podium in about 4 minutes' time. Thank you very much.
We'll see you then.
aller viktigste med drifting, det dekka. Det eneste vi har som binder bilen til asfalten. Og akkurat som i all annen racing, så dekka det som avgjør en seier eller en fiasko. Så da vi gikk til Kenda i år, så var det etter flere år med undersøkelser, med tester, med en vurdering av ikke bare hvor Kenda var da, hvor de på.
Here in Bishopscourt, thank you all for bearing with us, guys. It's been an arduous, long day. It's been a day of lots of incidents and lots of mechanicals as well. So it just goes to show how hard all the drivers have been pushing here, especially as they came over into clip 3 there, into the tyres. No less than this man here alongside me. So guys, for everyone here in attendance, lads, you know, it's a great event always here in Bishopscourt. So for everybody, guys, can we please get a big round of applause? So I know we're all kind of, a lot of us are quite a long way from home up here in the north, so without further ado, guys, we're going to announce the podium places after an epic day's battling, an epic weekend's battling, in fact, to be honest. And speaking of the weekend, this man came through from all the way from yesterday, guys, absolutely making his 180SX into a compact. Let's hear it for the one and only Jake McElveen! Straight for a front bumper now with his check. Which must mean, guys, that on third position, taking a step in the pro podium, he'll be delighted. We're all delighted for him. It is Jack Mahoney! Right, down to the bit that everybody's waiting for, and two drivers who battled it absolutely to the limits all day long, guys. Both drivers giving us massive amounts of entertainment all the way through practice this morning, to be honest. Through qualifying, backies into outer zone 3. They are backwards on the wall, almost breaking their back right lights off the wall at times. Just absolutely crazy stuff, guys. So massive big up to both of these drivers, doing, you know, the things that we all, I think, made us fall in love with drifting, seeing that mad angle and that mad driving style, which we know and love here in Irish drifting. But I can announce in second position, after quite the entertaining run all day, guys, let's hear it for the young man from Waterford. It's Devin Leahy! Which must mean, guys, that your winner after a hard-fought IDS round 3, it is the golden boy, it's Dylan Garvey! Guys, once again, let's hear it for Jack McElveen, Jack Mowini, Davin Leahy, and Dylan Garvey. Thank you all once again, lads. Thank you to all crew from Bishopscourt for this fantastic, iconic venue. Thanks to all the marshals, all the media team, everybody in IDS, and most of all, thank you all, guys, on the live stream and indeed here in attendance for supporting Irish drifting. We appreciate it massively, guys, and we'll see you back in a month's time at the end of August for round 4, where we will be taking it one step closer to resolving this epic championship. From all of us at IDS, from Adam Driver and myself, Mike Fitz, thank you all. Good night.